leading lady and scream queen to self-creation expert, E.T. actress Dee Wallace shows how she found the light. Plus, a Tampa real estate king offers free financial literacy advice to our veterans.
From Riverside Recovery, it's Reboot Your Life. Experience the ultimate reboot of your journey. Start anew and rediscover you. Transform your story. Rewrite your life. It's Reboot Your Life with Cary Harrison and Ashley Neal.
And from the Riverside Recovery Studios in Tampa, Florida, Cary Harrison with you, and thanks for listening to Reboot Your Life, where we help you get back the life you love through life hacks for recovery, resilience, battling addiction, expert advice, and stories of our human experience. Well, you know, almost every generation has grown up with our next guest. She's known as an Emmy-nominated actress with an impressive career spanning 5 series and over 250 films, from E.T. To TV movie credits. We're talking about Dee Wallace, respected authority on the art of self-creation for over 30 years, gracing international stages as a sought-after speaker, from TED Talks to the Love and Harmony Forum in Japan. You may have seen her recently in the reboot of Fatal Attraction, or seen her book Born, about how spirituality, brain science, and religion are all teaching the same principles and how you can easily use them in creating your life. Dee Wallace, we want to welcome you to Reboot Your Life.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Well, Dee, you had a starring role as the mother on E.T., one of the most widely watched movies in human history, even unhuman history. How did E.T. symbolize the principles of creation, as many of us were taught in our early spiritual lives?
You know, in a very simple way, and creation really is simple. So E.T. got stuck, like we all do. E.T. knew he wanted to get back home to where he was powerful and loved and real. And he had a clear intention. He kept his heart open, because love is the greatest tool we have to create with. It is a force. And he trusted the universe through the kids to help him achieve his very clear goal, and he got there.
And you're an author, many book author, and children's books is part of your beat. So you go not only from the spiritual side of things to self-improvement, to resilience, et cetera, but you also focus on children. Interesting that E.T. just happened to be, you happen to get cast that way, but you get that this next generation of grass growing are going to end up being our trees and our woods and the air we breathe. What's the special alchemy there to connect with them? Because a lot of people just say, shut up and sit in the corner. But
Which
there's
is
more.
one of the worst things you can do to a kid. Because brain science will tell you that our brains and our self-esteem, the way we see ourselves in the world, how we see the world seeing us, and how we see ourselves, locked in to our brains by 8 years old. So whatever you're taught verbally or whatever is modeled before you, your childhood brain says that's the way the world works. And what happens then is we create these belief systems. And as the good book says, as you believe, it is delivered to you. We create them by 8 years old. And then we spend our lives building on many, many false beliefs that we believe is true. And then we wonder why we can't shift our brains quickly to create the things we want. And that's why my work is called conscious creation, because most of us are creating unconsciously.
When you were working with Steven Spielberg doing E.T., here's a guy in a grown man's body who's like 14. We love that, admire that, need more of that. I'll bet you that kind of unleashed this appetite that you had that probably wasn't mainstream quite yet. Now you've helped make it mainstream, that we're allowed to talk about brain science. We're allowed to talk about how we feel, what we see, what we think. But I think that experience probably opened some doors for you into this world.
Well, it certainly opened doors for me as an actress. And the more doors opened to me as an actress, the more wonderful interviews like this I got to do and could talk about more important things, and it's an interesting word you use. We're allowed to talk about it now. We create what we're allowed. And I think we're seeing that a lot in our world today. The very first principle of creation is you have to know what you want.
Mm.
You've got to be clear about what you want. And most of us are still waiting for someone else to tell us what we want or what we should create or give us permission to ask, because so many of us said, we're told, sit down, shut up, children should be seen and not heard. And now we're going, why can't I ask for what I want? And we have to retrain ourselves and write our story that we want now.
Dee Wallace, I remember English class. Who doesn't remember English? Well, a lot of people don't remember English class on purpose.
I taught English, so I do.
Yes, you do. And I remember, you need to be the captain of your own ship. You need to manifest what you want. I mean, these were all sort of ancient lessons going back to Pliny and ancient Greece, or even the great Henry David Thoreau sitting around Walden Pond and all of these sort of early philosophical thinkers. And then later in life, we're told, but you really need to be a team player. That's really what you need to do, is just take orders, punch in, punch out on time. And you're helping us reimagine what we could be. And what we could be, there's probably a natural capability and talent that each of us have. And if we're in alignment with that, we could be superstars.
Absolutely. All of us, everybody. But you have to decide, do I want to keep telling their story, or do I want to write my story the way I want it? People don't understand the concept that you can choose what thought you want. You can choose how to feel. You can choose what to believe. Indeed, nobody else can do that for us on this plane, which makes us the creators of ourselves on this plane. We were put here to practice free will. And you can't practice free will if you're looking to a political leader or even a religious leader or a parent to tell you who you are, what your strengths are. No, you have, we've heard it all our lives. Peter Pan, think happy thoughts and you fly. Wizard of Oz, you had the power all along, Dorothy.
Mm.
What do you want? What do you want to think? What do you want to feel? Because every feeling and thought we have shoots out an electrical signal. That's why they measure our hearts with electrocardiograms and our brains with electroencephalograms. So here we are shooting out the same signals over and over and over and over again. Let's say you're shooting out the signal, I'm not good enough. That goes out into a universe that's electromagnetic. So the universe is going, I have to match it. I have to match it. There's the match, shoots it back to us and keeps reinforcing, I'm not good enough, until we go, you know what? That thought isn't going to give me what I want. What thought is going to get, I am good enough. I'm smart. What excites me? I'm going to go do that.
And as you say, that thought's going to get you totally what you don't want, and then reinforce low self-esteem. And then you become a guy who really has low self-esteem and you can maybe never get out of it. We're talking.
Yeah, we call it karma.
Yes, right. And then there's neuroplasticity, which is, and we are all familiar with this now to some degree, where the brain sort of hardwires itself to whatever you're doing or thinking. And if you're having repetitious thoughts, exactly as you say, Dee Wallace, then the brain will start to hardwire itself into that person that you wish to become. And you actually can.
But you have to live
Captain Ahab
consciously.
here.
You have to live consciously to do that. You have to be able in the moment to go, whoa, Oh my God. I just thought a really limiting thought there. That's not going to get me what I want. Let me pick a thought that'll get me what I want. And the more consciously you can do that and then hook it up with love and excitement, the faster your life shifts around. And I work with people all over the world. It's miraculous to watch the ease of it when you begin living consciously. And I write out the formula in Born because it is a formula. And once you know the formula, you apply that to any creation that you want to bring into your life.
Speaking of which, Born, Emmy nominated actress Dee Wallace with over 250 films from E.T. to TV credits. She's given TED Talks on self-creation, author of Born, which she just mentioned, about spirituality, brain science, and religion. And her weekly call-in radio shows clocked over 500 episodes. And she deals with the transformative power of love and self-actualization. And like her title character in E.T., she teaches us how to truly get back home. You can follow Dee on social media at the Dee Wallace. And let's talk a little bit about love, because that's a central theme in Born and just in your general discussions. Why is love a fundamental element in achieving our desires?
Well, in religious terms, the first thing you're taught about God is love. So love is creation. And we all know that when we get angry, fearful, unsure of ourselves, judgmental, we hit a wall that creates an emotional block for us to expand out. Not so with love. When you go into love, you move into all possibilities. And you know, I'm a clairaudient channel, and my channel says all the time, every day, love, go to love. You want to create anything, love it more. Whatever you want, love it more, because love is literally creation.
And you get to bathe in a brain full of oxytocin, which is one of the most delightful things anyone can have, the in love hormone. And people who've experienced it, I mean, you're just kind of insane with happiness and joy, and you can create that yourself. And we know this is
Absolutely.
true because you're an example of it, by the way. You're the
Thank
walking version of, look, it really works, as opposed to, let me just tell you what to do. You're actually doing it.
I am. I have an amazing life. I created a daughter. Someone, well, 6 specialists told me I would never be able to conceive a child. I said, God and I have a different plan. Thank you very much. I created ET this way. I knew what I wanted, and I felt love around it and excitement around it. And literally within 3 months, Steven Spielberg called and offered me ET. I have so many experiences in health, in money, in career, and success of my own and of so many clients that I work with. And it's our freedom, guys. It's our freedom. So if you're looking to anyone to tell you how to think and what to believe, you're looking in the wrong place, because everything that you create begins within you. You're that magnificent.
I'm still waiting for my call from Steven Spielberg, but maybe he lost my number. We'll find out someday, won't we?
Well, maybe you should send it to him then.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
Just saying.
I'll name drop.
Hey, I just wrote a letter to Dick Wolf. I love everything that Dick Wolf does. He does all the FBI's and the Law and Orders.
Yeah.
And I said, Mr. Wolf, I know people of my stature don't usually write you, but I want to work for you. Now, you got to ask to receive. That's also in the good book. That's also brain science. You've got to ask for, if a kid, if you say, what do you want for Christmas, honey? And he goes, I don't care, mommy, bring me anything. Tell Santa to bring me anything. No, that's not going to work because then mommy and daddy don't know how to help Santa. And the universe works exactly the same way.
You know, you're exactly right. They say if you don't put your hand out, it doesn't get shaken. And people who are, desperate and dateless, sitting around at home every night, wondering, why am I sitting here alone? Why does nobody love me? Why does nobody want to date me? Well, maybe you should walk outside where the live mammals are roaming around upright, also looking for someone to meet and date. But they can't do anything about you if they don't know anything about you. So
That's
part of
right.
this human adventure is to like suit up and show up, right?
You bet. You bet. And I would suggest to anyone out there that relates to what you just said to ask yourself, do I want to be with me?
Ooh.
How much do I love me? Because how much you love and respect yourself, when you shift what is within you, all energy around you must shift. That's also brain science.
So
So look within and love yourself more, love yourself more, love yourself more.
why do you suppose we're all so afraid to ask for what we want? I mean, it seems easy enough to say the sentence, but really, I think people are afraid to ask for what they want.
Well, let's go back to conception through 8 years old.
Hmm.
I, I don't think there's anybody out there in your audience right now that was told, you're amazing, you're magnificent, you are so powerful, you can have anything you want. Go through life and say, I want to create this, I'm getting that, I want to do this with you. You're powerful, honey. Just go out there and get everything you want in life. I certainly wasn't, and I was raised in a pretty loving, open, creative home. And yet, society, religion, we have been taught for eons and eons, pretty much since poor Eve took the darn apple off the tree, to pull ourselves back and make ourselves smaller and be humble. And God and everybody else is going to love us a lot more.
And we're also told that it's selfish to focus so much on what you want because it's going to take away from everyone else, which means there's a limited supply. We just don't know how much it is, but it's a limited supply. Is it a limited supply?
Never, never, unless you believe there is. That's the rule that supersedes everything. If you want to see the blocks you're hitting in your life, the walls, go back and look at your belief systems that you have had pretty much most of your life. Like, my father was a severe alcoholic. I witnessed my entire life my mother taking care of him. We lived with my grandparents. Grandpa had had strokes. Grandma took care of him. So in my little D brain, women take care of men. That's the way the world works. And it took me a lot of relationships until I woke up and said, oh my God, that's really not the belief I want. And that's not the belief I have to have. And that's not the experience I have to have. What do I want? I want an equal relationship where both people are complete within themselves and we come together in completeness and support each other. That's what I want.
That sounds good to me. My father also was an alcoholic, died of acute alcoholism right in front of me. So I sort of had to raise myself kind of like a wolf, Amala and Kamala, if I remember from social studies or whatever it was. And not really having the rudder to know, do you have a partner? Are they better? Are they worse? Are you better, worse? Never really knowing, bouncing around. And it took a lot of growing up and sort of mimicking, which was kind of my little secret here. I just found people that I thought had it together and I would imitate them. And then pretty soon it starts to get into your own behavior. And I think that's what we like
Yeah.
mentors. We like people who seem to have it together because they can be our guides. We can grow up sort of in their footsteps.
Yes, if you choose the correct mentor.
Mm.
Ah,
Yeah. Yes.
therein lies the rub, eh?
Yeah. And if your picker is broken, have a nice day. That could take years.
Well,
Uh,
and it's so easy too. You can sit back and watch what's going on and ask yourself, does that line up with love? Does what they're saying line up with love? Do their actions line up with love? And if they don't, walk away.
There's a rise in suicides that we see going on right now. This is a little bit of a dip in the joy of the conversation of the moment, but it is part of people's reality too. Not everyone is in a great mood listening or watching right now. How to recover and move on in your life with suicides happening. You've lived through many colleagues and family suicides.
Yeah, two in my own family, my father and my younger brother. Um, all I can tell you is pretty much every death is a suicide. Every death on the soul level is a choice to leave. For me, suicide is when people lose the ability to know that they are the creators of themselves. And so they feel powerless and sad and angry. And until they're able and willing to understand and regain their own personal power in their lives, they're kind of lost.
Do you,
And
can you recount finally a memorable instance where your guidance has helped manifest someone else's aspirations?
where my guidance, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Well,
yours.
yeah,
You.
my certainly my daughter, I know uh, how much of an influence I am. All my clients that call in every Sunday morning, when I do private sessions, the thing I hear the most is, "Oh my God, Dee, I've been in therapy for 20 years. Nobody ever put this together for me. I'm not doing it. The channel through me is doing it, and I'm very happy to be the go-between that brings everybody together." When you really go, "All right, I'm gonna accept my power. I am the creator of me." That's the beginning of your freedom out of pain and sorrow and feeling like you have no justification in this world. According to my channel, we all pick our parents and our families that we're born into, usually to learn what we don't want. So I say, thank your mom, thank your dad, whatever you went through with them, thank them because they showed you a powerful lesson that you don't want, so that you now in this moment are very clear about what you do want. Go
And Dee
create
Wallace,
that.
you're a living example of somebody who gets to go to work, while a lot of
Yeah.
other people have to. We all have to go to work, but you get to go to work, and other people can get to go to work too once they decide, as you point out, what kind of work that is for them. So it does take a little bit of discipline, and people can reach out to you too and find out more, learn more, and reboot their lives the Dee Wallace way. So I'm so glad you joined us today.
Oh, it's my great pleasure. Anytime I can share this, I'm there.
And it's good to see you again. It's been a few years and you haven't changed, not even one molecule.
Oh,
So
I love you. I love
I
you
want
so
that
much for
recipe.
that. Thank you. It's
We've
all
been,
me. No
yes,
work
I
yet.
know. We've been talking to Emmy-nominated actress Dee Wallace with over 250 films from E.T. to TV credits, given TED Talks on self-creation. She's the author of Born, about spirituality, brain science, and religion, and her weekly call-in radio show with over 500 episodes. She deals with the transformative power of love and self-actualization. And like her character in E.T., she teaches us how to truly get back home, which is what we learned how to do today. You can follow Dee on social media at the Dee Wallace. Cary Harrison with you, and this is Reboot Your Life.
Your reboot reboots in a moment.
You can tweet us anytime on X at Reboot Your Life.
Riverside Recovery of Tampa was created to offer state-of-the-art treatment options to people suffering from addiction. The model was developed to meet clients and their families where they are at and provide them with the tools and education needed so that they can achieve long-term recovery. No two people are the same, and no two people have the same experience with addiction. And it is for this reason that we tailor each treatment plan to the unique needs of each individual. Located alongside the Hillsborough River in the heart of Tampa, Riverside Recovery offers the full continuum of care. And what that means is that we offer medical detoxification, residential care, day treatment, intensive outpatient, and outpatient levels of care. The program at Riverside is focused on high-quality clinical care offered in a safe, comfortable, and serene environment where everyone feels empowered to change the course of their lives. The stigma that surrounds addiction continues to be high on the list of reasons that people do not seek help. At Riverside Recovery, we are working to change the narrative and empower people to recognize addiction as a disease, not a moral failing. We can recover, and we do, as evidenced by the thousands of people who have taken that courageous first step in asking for help. The staff at Riverside understand what it's like to recover. In fact, over 75% of our staff are in long-term recovery. If you or someone you know needs help and are ready to seek treatment, call Riverside Recovery of Tampa at 1-800-871-5440. That's 800-871-5440. You can learn more about the treatment we provide at rrtampa.com. Again, that's rrtampa.com.
Life 2.0. It's your life and your reboot. It's Reboot Your Life with Cary Harrison and Ashley Neal.
And from the Riverside Recovery Studios in Tampa, Florida, Cary Harrison here along with Ashley Neal. And thanks for listening to Reboot Your Life, where we help you get back the life you love. Our next guest asked the question, have you been living someone else's version of the American dream? Well, he believes that many, especially our veterans, are trapped in conventional financial mindsets that limit their true potential. Well, actually, it's all of us now, isn't it? And for our veterans, though, who have served to protect our freedoms, gaining financial independence, well, that's going to be a crucial next step. And it's time for Financial Literacy 101. And that's what we're going to do right now. People who have been in and out of society, whether in recovery or on active duty, many of us simply don't have the financial literacy, which is all part of being out there in the real world. Dutch Mendenhall has his own story of overcoming personal and financial struggles, of becoming a leader in financial independence, and is author of Money Shackles, the Breakout Guide to Alternative Investing. And he feels veterans can lead a life of wealth and abundance beyond the battlefield, ensuring that the sacrifices made in service translate into lasting security and prosperity. Dutch Mendenhall, we want to welcome you to the show.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it, Cary. I'm about to have some fun with you.
Count me in. I'll take a double, as a matter of fact. I know you just actually stepped out of a veteran's hootenanny or confabulation. You were just in visiting in California and other places. So this is kind of a perfect dovetail into this, especially for veterans who may be looking to redefine their financial futures.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot to be said there, right? It's always the next step in their journey, right? Every veteran, but every single American, right, has a financial journey that they're on, and it changes, right? When they're serving, it's one type of journey, one type of battle, one type of mission they're on, but then their life restarts, right? And they're going back to a household that has been run by someone, in their family, and then now they've got to come back into life. And reality is, I mean, I'm a Tampa man myself, right? And it's one of the greatest veteran communities in America. And, I'm here in Fort Bragg today, and I'm just really blessed. My own brother served 33 plus years, and I grew up as a kid always being told, like, you better be successful because your brother is out there giving you freedom. Your brother's out there giving you, this life. And I took that to heart, but it took me a while to understand the journey, right? At 18, I had my first car repossessed. At 22, I had another car repossessed, and somehow, at 30 years old, I was successful and made a lot of money, but I didn't have wealth. And by 40 years old, I've built a $250 million portfolio. And so, I'm a real estate investor at my core, but I'm all about seeing others as a thought leader and an educator in real estate and finance and wealth, and seeing them break the shackles of the traditional American society.
Well, and you are considered a thought leader and certainly at the top of your field, which is why it's great to have you on here today to be able to talk and give just some basic financial literacy to many of us who think that, well, if I just hire someone at H&R Block, they're going to make it all better for me. That's kind of later on in the game to do that part. But it's really the upfront part that most of us are not taught in school, frankly. We might be taught geography, science, drama class. But you're a guy with gumption who actually went out and did the thing, in a way, maybe even competing with your brother who is out serving, but you're also serving to help others learn what you have learned and share those top secrets, because they kind of are, because again, we're not taught them in school. What role do you believe financial literacy is going to play in a veteran reintegration into civilian life? Many coming back, many leaving. How can alternative investment strategies be a part of that?
Well, I mean, it starts right with education. And like you said, it's not taught in school. Like our freedom charts get into these topics very specifically, right? And we say H&R Block, I'm not critical of H&R Block. It's more of like financial advisors who've never been wealthy shouldn't be the ones telling you how to build wealth, right? Shouldn't be the ones telling you how to be an investor, right? It doesn't make any sense. And what I got frustrated with was when I finished coaching college baseball, I just got frustrated with being poor. And I began the hard journey, the learning journey of how to make money, how to build wealth, but also, right, what do I do with my money and what do I do with wealth as I was there? And what I really was challenged with was all the people that gave bad information, all the people that would say A and B, and then you go out and implement it in the world and it's done by C and D. And reality is it's not a secret, but it's something that isn't taught. It isn't there. Like our freedom charts start people with lifestyle. And they teach people the difference between income and expenses, but also, you talk about taxes and you shouldn't pay the amount of taxes that you pay. There's a right amount that you pay. But if you understand the process, you can set yourself up for a lifetime where you're not dependent on the man. You're not dependent on somebody else. You're not dependent on the next, job or the next catastrophe. I've met so many people that have money, that have income, that have done exceptional things in their life, but they're still one financial disaster away from complete stress, complete survival mode.
Yeah, and that does speak to tens of millions of people in this country who are one paycheck away from ending up on the sidewalk. As many of our veterans, having lived in Los Angeles, we found that over 25% of the 80,000, that is the known homeless people. Really, there are 140,000, but 80,000 were on the books as being officially homeless. A full 25% were veterans who came back, and there really was no place for them to go, and they didn't have any particular skill sets beyond what they might have learned at 18, 19, 20 in boot camp and beyond. So much of this is upskilling and reintegration, and to have basic financial prowess to be able to navigate the uncertain shoals of the future is a huge way to give someone power, to self-empower, and to be a real contributor to society. Maybe you could expand on how veterans can leverage their unique skills and their experiences to excel in the field of finance, of making themselves whole.
Being a part of the planning meetings for several nonprofit veterans organizations, what you find is that for most veterans, it's they have to have a specific target, a specific goal. If they have a mission that is in front of them that they can go accomplish, they're going to go accomplish that mission, right? And there's a balancing act, right? Us in society, what I would call us laymen, right? And when veterans come back, have to have some patience, and veterans have to have a little bit of patience to be able to come together to do the incredible things. Like when they have mission central and they know what they need to go accomplish, they will get it done. They will accomplish it. Like there are men who've had to act incredible, right? And be able to be violent in the protection of our nation. And the reality is when they come back to society, right, it's a different type of stress. It's a different type of tension that they have in their lives. And the last thing that they need is to worry about money. The last thing they need is to have that concern. It creates marital stress. It creates career stress, right? The reality is we need to help our veterans set up their American dream and allow them to start working towards their dream and be on mission, right? But if they follow the steps, if they follow the protocols, we can get them on mission, relieve some of that financial concern, financial worry. Reality is, who hasn't wanted to be a real estate investor in their life? Who hasn't wanted to take a piece of asset and call it theirs? Who hasn't wanted that to be a part of their future as an American?
We're talking to Dutch Mendenhall. He's a husband, a father, an American patriot, a gifted visionary. He leads by example and doesn't believe in quitting. Dutch turned his strengths from a career coaching baseball toward consulting in the real estate industry and has since become a well-thought-out thought leader and well thought of even. He focuses on helping vets and those in and out of the military, combining the science of advanced analytics with new age artificial intelligence. We can't pretend that's going away. It is now everything in the future. An algorithmic, well, it's either a nightmare or a flood. It depends how you approach it. And the key here today is to help you understand how to navigate all of that. He balances the field so it's available to all of us. And Dutch Mendenhall, appreciate very much your coming on and giving us this like basic financial literacy here. Many veterans face the challenge of adjusting to a civilian financial mindset. I mean, imagine you spend years having zero to do with that, where your meals are handled. They tell you when and where to eat, when to sleep, when to get up. Suddenly you're in a civilian world, which is just, when do we watch Netflix? Does the dog need to eat? Wow. I mean, that can be a big deal for people. What are the common pitfalls that you've observed and how they can be avoided?
Oh man, they're bad investments, right? Bad information. I think number one, they've got to start gaining knowledge, and they have to have the right information and the right tools to go be successful, right? In my book, Money Shackles, we go through step-by-step due diligence is to make sure people are going to go be successful. For example, AI, right? You were just talking about AI. It is the common term. Like a few years ago, crypto, right, was the common term. And now AI is this hot thing, and everybody's looking for money or looking for financial investment in AI. But if you don't know what a unicorn is, which is something that's never existed before and never been successful, that's not something you should invest in. But there are AI companies that have existed that have products that have reality of business that you could go invest into and you could make money. That's part of our book is fractionalized ownership, right? There's an industry called the Regulation A industry that started in 2012 during Obama's information from the Jobs Act, and you could own a piece of a beachfront property. You could own a piece of a company or a business for very little amount of money, for $50, $500, $1,000, $100,000. You can become a fractionalized owner, and you can diversify in a very specialized way. And so, at my core, I'm a real estate investor, so I love it for bringing people together so that we can do more together than we could ever do separate. And that's a big part of the American dream. So for veterans, they have to know they're not alone in this journey, and there is a process they can follow to go be successful and in the next phase, the next mission of their life.
I wonder, Dutch Mendenhall, given the risks associated with any investment, we all know about that, including alternative ones, what advice would you give to veterans who are going to be more risk averse? Well, basically due to their experiences.
Yeah, I mean, my number one piece of advice, right? Be patient with yourself, right? You have to start the beginning of the journey and know that the first step is the first step. And no matter what you're going through, no matter what challenges you're facing financially, put the one foot in front of the other, right? For us at our journey with our event, like we've invited veterans to come on our dime to be a part of it. People pay $500, people pay $1,500 for VIP to come be a part of our event. I've invited all veterans to come to it because I want to see them, right, have what they deserve, right? And what they deserve is everything. They deserve the freedom. They deserve America to respect them. They deserve the dignity of being successful here in America. And that's what our veterans deserve. And that's also what every American deserves, right? Americans deserve to be able to take control of their destinies, take control of their futures, not let someone else determine it, not let a broken system determine it, right? There is the founders of our country, and I know this is important to you too, Cary. The founders of our country laid out a set of rules that exist from a finance standpoint, from an investment standpoint, from a money standpoint, right? And the people with the most money in the world know there's a code and there's a system behind it. And they created it so they could control the code and control the system. But if you have the key, if you have the roadmap behind it, then you can follow the GPS and know that you're taking the right steps to get there.
That is so true. It's interesting you talk about the ancestors. My family came over on the Mayflower, one of many in this country. And on my mother's side, now my father's side, they signed the Declaration of Independence and then also were framers of the Constitution. And one of the things that I learned about the Mayflower Compact, signed in 1620, the seat of American democracy, one man, one vote, it happened when the Mayflower encountered pirates. Pirates in the Atlantic. Who knew? And pirates had figured out something very smart. Remember, the pirates were Englishmen trying to rob the king's gold off his own ships. They didn't know that we were a bunch of bums coming across trying to escape. Didn't have any gold, maybe a couple of goats. I don't know what was on there. Nothing anybody would want. But the pirates took them over. And what the pilgrims had learned from the pirates is that whenever the pirate would go and steal gold and go bury it somewhere, it was an exact same amount given to the captain as to the guy swabbing the deck as to the cook. Now, why would you do that? It's about survival. So if the captain got more of the gold, the cook might put something, shall we say, poisonous in the captain's food. And there goes the captain. And so they realized they had to have pure democracy and equality, except the captain would navigate, make the critical decisions that way, but they were all complete equals on the ship. That was the spirit of the new America, one man, one vote, and the spirit of a real democracy and equality. And that's what you're talking about, Dutch Mendenhall, is a level playing field for all of us, no matter how we've served, no matter who we are. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, in America, right, the system has accredited and non-accredited investors, which I believe is unconstitutional, right? And it's a systematic process of feeding the wealthy. But it's not a gatekeeping where no one can get the key and unlock the gate. They can unlock the gate, they can walk through, and they can join, right, people that have abundance. And there is plenty of money and abundance out there. The 1% own 95+% of all money in America. And so there is more than enough money for all of us if you understand how to unlock the gate and walk through. But after your last analogy, I'm picturing a poker table with a goat, a captain, a cook, and a boat sitting at a table. So, but we've all got to take action.
You're close. You're close. You know, military training and discipline, I never had it because I just was born at a time where I was never called into duty or anything. But I have so many friends who are Marines, who are Navy SEALs, Black Ops, that reported directly to JSOC. I mean, really high-functioning people, probably like your brother, Dutch Mendenhall. And they have a kind of training and discipline that has influenced the way they look at the world. I would imagine having that as the base, when you give them these financial literacy tools, they can really be rock stars.
Yeah, I mean, my own brother, right, joined our company, joined Rad Companies a few years ago. And, he's their director of special operations. And, anything that's difficult, anything that's challenging, anything that's hard, anything we don't have figured out, right? He goes and attacks it. And he attacks it with intention, attacks it with integrity. He attacks it with just the way you would want anyone in your business to approach any matter that needs to be handled that is important. And I think our veterans, when you take a look at money, it's important to them. It's important to all of us as Americans. And so, when something's important, you need to know the right steps, the right process to make sure you take care of it and handle it. And then you can move on to the next part of your journey.
I wonder, Dutch Mendenhall, you deal with so many different people from different walks of life. There's probably a common denominator or something that you see with most of us live humans here in America. What are the soft spots where we all need to really understand what's going on? Again, we're not educated in this, so we tend to just kind of go with the cool, sparkly commercials on TV, throw money at this and that because we hear about it. We don't know what it is, but we hear it's good, and we just jump on it. That's maybe not the right way to go.
Well, I mean, Wall Street, the stock market, right, is a control mechanism that creates codependency for people, right? It's like gambling. And for me, the alternative investment industry, right, is something that is available to you. You don't have to worry about what Biden or Trump is doing this week to affect your stock price. You don't have to worry about high interest rates affecting, your investments and your deals. And so there is an alternative industry. There's a whole arena, a whole area, right, that the wealthy have known about for generations and generations that now is open to everyday Americans. And it makes a huge difference, right? If you can have the ability to invest as a venture capitalist and get a 10x, a 99x, a 1,000 1,000x return, if you can have the ability to invest in a piece of real estate and get all the benefits that come with investing into real estate, but you're not having to take all your money and take all your risk into just one place, that's scary, right? And a lot of people will find something good and then they'll go all in on it. And then they end up with financial ruin because that thing maybe didn't work out, right? When you're making investments, there are ones that are going to work out and there are ones that aren't going to do as well. But by not investing, your money is losing money every single day. We're in a world of inflation right now, right? We were in hyperinflation last year. We're in inflation now. But the reality is if you can't control that, you can't control interest rates. You can't control the presidents or the people running for office. You can't control what Musk or Bezos or Gates does. All you can do is know that you can control your financial destiny by taking the right step-by-step process that we know works, that unlocks the code.
Yeah, we've got interest at about 3.5% roughly. So if you're just leaving your money in your checking account, it's literally shrinking. You're not aware of it. You look in there, it says $1,000. A week later, it says $1,000, but the value of that $1,000 is actually $817. And then a week later, it might be $814. And that's because the inflation is rising at 3%. So some people use certificate of deposits. Maybe if they're lucky, they can find 5% somewhere. These are kind of really basic tricks. But what you're talking about, because I was listening, I know, how unusual during an interview, but we're in all the major markets, so it's kind of my job. You went from a baseball coach and then really killed it because you were paying attention, you did the research, you did your due diligence, and you were able to make a pile of money. And so now you're helping people understand those simple tricks. And if they follow those, they have a really great potential to success. You went from zero to a lot. How many years did it take for you to really hit that milestone?
Yeah, I mean, I worked my ass off, right? I mean, like a lot of people, it's interesting. Some people think that because you have money, you only come from money, right? I lived on my own at 16 years old. My business partner, Amy, she lived on her own at 16 years old. And so, we've both grinded in order to get there. And what I found were incredible partners. And what I wanted to be able to do is be able to open that partnership up to other people. I wanted to allow people to come in, partner with me on real estate, partner with me on business deals, partner in investing with me. And really, I believe in people being equals, right? And I believe in every man and woman that we're equals. And we have an equal pursuit to freedom, a pursuit to happiness here in America. And so that journey, right, wasn't overnight. I want to say I stopped coaching college baseball at 25 years old. Took me 5 years, I think, where consulting and growing my business, doing my first real estate deals with my partners, really to start, achieving a good income. And then between 30 and 40, I really began to build wealth, right? And so, I would say 15 years, right, is the entire journey, but not everybody needs to get to $250 million in assets, $250 million in a portfolio with my partners, right? And everyday people, right? Whether it's a single mom or it's a guy with autism or just people with challenges out there in America, have been my partners, right? And have come in and we've done this together. And also, there's been wealthy people that have partnered with us too, and it's a great group. But the education is where it starts. You shouldn't do anything that you're rushed to do. You shouldn't do anything you don't have knowledge of, and you have to take the steps. But getting the right knowledge. If you're getting the wrong knowledge, you're just wasting your time.
Well, I appreciate your coming on today on Reboot Your Life, Dutch Mendenhall. You're a husband, a father, an American patriot, a gifted visionary. We've just gotten evidence of that. You're leading by example, and you don't believe in quitting. So this is awesome. And it doesn't depend on anything in life. Whatever you're doing, don't quit. Because passion always wins and belief in yourself always gets you ahead. Dutch turned his strengths from a career coaching baseball toward consulting in the real estate industry, has since become a well-thought-of leader and focuses on helping vets and those in and out of the military, combining the science of advanced analytics with new age artificial intelligence, balancing the field so it is available for all of us. I appreciate your coming on today, my friend.
All right. Thanks for having me, Cary. You're a rock star.
Are you familiar with Riverside Recovery of Tampa? Well, they offer a profound, all-embracing approach to addiction treatment. With a dedicated team of empathetic professionals, Riverside Recovery is committed to guiding individuals on their path to enduring recovery, using a variety of science-backed therapies, counseling, and support services. Riverside Recovery values the individuality of every recovery journey. Their tailored treatment plans respond to the specific needs, the hurdles, the goals of each resident, providing effective aid regardless of whether you're taking your first steps in recovery or maintaining your progress. With Riverside, recovery isn't just achievable, it's an influential journey towards a healthier, brighter future. The testimonials of those who've undergone treatment there are evidence of rediscovered self-worth and potential. Located on the tranquil Hillsborough River of Tampa, Riverside serves as a peaceful haven, promoting self-discovery and healing. They acknowledge that recovery is about more than just overcoming difficulties. It's also about finding your innate strength and resilience. The Riverside Recovery's committed team are your empathetic allies in your recovery journey. They comprehend that genuine healing involves the mind, the body, and the spirit, meticulously dealing with all facets of addiction. You can discover more at rrtampa.com. That's rrtampa.com. Or reach out at 1-800-871-5440. That's 800-871-5440. 800-871-5440 or rrtampa.com.
Okay, we're going to ask you to hang on for just a minute. We have moved our station in Los Angeles. Cary Harrison here, by the way. We have moved to a different location, and they have a series of computers set up, and they need to reboot the entire system. Apparently, there was a storm of some sort somewhere, so they're going to reboot the whole system, kind of like when NASA has to do that, and the inside of the space shuttle goes dark. So I'm just going to ask you to hold for about 3 minutes or so, and then we will be back to you live. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank me so much for not getting really pissed off.
From Los Angeles,
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues. I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, I mean, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
Uh-oh, with me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
RethinkingHeroes.com, RethinkingHeroes.com. And there you're going to get links to all the different social media platforms where we are live streaming right here, right now. And because millions of us are trapped in our cars, once you park, you have to get out. Oops, end of show. Nope. Now you can just switch over to your phone and you can actually watch the show and see the attractive faces of our guests. And that's RethinkingHeroes.com. And don't forget, you can sign up for our free newsletter where you're going to get copies of these videos and stories that the FCC would very much prefer we never, ever do. Well, let's just jump on over to, shall we? In a world where the digital and political landscapes intersect more than ever, the saga surrounding the potential sale of TikTok takes center stage. Former W. Bush Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, we all remember him famously leaning over trillions of dollars on the printing press, just orgasmically doing backflips, the richest man in the world, which of course he is one of the richest men in the world, a pure coincidence after being Treasury Secretary under Donald Trump. I want to say Donald, why not Donald Trump, but swinging Dick Cheney and of course W. Bush. Well, he is reportedly assembling an investor group with sights on acquiring TikTok, sparking conversations about the implications of such a move. And the narrative doesn't stop there now. Mnuchin's investment endeavors have seen him lead a $275 million funding round to buy TikTok, with further funding from the Israeli spy chief. It's a coincidence, of course. Now, this pattern of investment raises questions about the motivations behind the push for TikTok's acquisition and its broader implications on free speech. Critics argue this move is less about banning TikTok and more about shifting ownership in order to silence criticism of contentious topics like genocide and apartheid, popular themes from World War II, with much of the world acting like the tone-deaf Germans of that era. Further, this bill may be nothing but an attempt to censor young Americans' progressive political education, their activism, my God, it sounds like I'm swearing, doesn't it? And their organizing, ooh, another naughty word, under the guise of protecting national security. And then by converting TikTok into a new US-led monopoly. Who would have imagined such a thing in this brave new world? Well, we're finally staring at the real tensions between digital freedom and political control. You never would have imagined TikTok at the heart of a crucial conversation about the future of information, about the future of free speech. Here we are today in these times and in these realities. Let's dive deeper into this complex issue with James Ray, who has spent years doing political education and commentary across social media platforms, including notably TikTok, where he has amassed a following of over 400,000 followers. His primary focus over the recent years has been Palestine and related topics. An active organizer in the Democratic Socialists of America and works on the ground for myriad issues here and abroad. An example of who gets 400,000 followers and who's actually on TikTok. And here you thought it was the Kardashians. They may be on there too, but who cares? James Ray, welcome to Rethinking Heroes.
Hi, pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm really excited to get talking about this today.
Well, and it's fun for you to put you on what we call FM radio all over the country. So now they can hear what people on TikTok hear, and we're going to re-educate and expand your footprint here. Do you think a ban of TikTok could actually create a legal interpretation that might spread to any website that the U.S. might find inconveniently doing stories and reportage that the legacy media has so long been trained to leave the hell alone? Stories about everything from climate change to civil rights, something we virtually never see anymore on the TV set. That seems to be a problem for TikTok, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TikTok has been a platform that over the last couple of years has really proven itself to be something where information that might not contemporarily spread through other social media platforms, particularly meta platforms, is more viable. Palestine is a really good example of that. Other political education. In 2020, a lot of the political educators on the platform were themselves socialists, communists of this nature. People on the left, even just standard progressives. And our message was able to get spread a lot more effectively than on other social media channels. There's reasons for that in some issues. You know, Meta reportedly, even according to human rights organizations, has been systematically shutting down the spread of Palestinian content for years now. That's intensified post October 7th. But, you know, you also just have general differences in algorithms and performance, et cetera. The US government has traditionally had a bit of a hands-off approach in regards to how they regulate their own people. And there's reasons for that. A lot of these platforms, Meta in particular, has backdoors to help US security and intelligence agencies. A lot of them are working pretty hand in hand with our government in whatever way they deem necessary or fit. And TikTok kind of hasn't been in the same mold as a foreign company, as one that has different algorithmic performances, as one that doesn't have the same constraints as your typical US firm. They've been able to perform in different ways. And in the ways that they have performed has enabled them to dominate the market, especially amongst younger audiences. And that presents a real problem for US governments and politicians. You know, the reality is now, like what you had said with the bill that we have, is that, you know, the legislation itself is not just targeting TikTok, right? The bill itself is written out to basically ensure that any website, any platform, as long as it meets certain specific parameters regarding the countries in which it's coming from, as long as, you know, if they are deemed oppositional by US interests, if they are deemed as something the US does not want in their system, they can essentially force a sell-off and or ban the product if the sell-off is not tenable, right? Thus consolidating all of these companies into US hands, into US corporate hands.
Well, isn't that exciting if you are an owner of that? Let's talk for a second about the great Steve Mnuchin. Some people might not be old enough to remember him under W. Bush and Swinging Dick Cheney, but this guy grotesquely had women posing over dollar bills in the printing press and the Treasury. I mean, it was so revolting and completely vile. And of course, it was sort of the beginning of the comedy act that is now today's politics. But Steve Mnuchin's history with TikTok and his potential acquisition, why is it raising eyebrows?
Well, I mean, for one, his ties to Israeli investors, his ties to establishment political actors and players is a massive part of that. The reality is that Mnuchin represents a very specific series of interests, both on Capitol Hill and internationally, and those interests play a really big role in my opinion, and probably why he's trying to acquire it. The U.S. for years has been trying to crack down on TikTok, mainly, not just because it's going to benefit corporate actors in the US to consolidate it under US corporations, which especially today are facing a bit of a windfall profit-wise, but also in trying to control narratives. Mnuchin does both for them, right? On one end, you have the consolidation of a large corporation into a series of investors that are going to be aligned with US interests and Israeli interests in this instance. And on the other end, you have a guy who is very not only beholden, but plugged into US political networks across the country, primarily in DC. And that's a major benefit to people who want to otherwise shut the platform down and or tailor what the platform is actually producing.
Cary Harrison here with you. If you want really good audio, you're going to have to watch the live video stream. I understand that our switch over to a new studio system has multiple computers and that we're having some audio issues, but the video stream is as pure as a small leopard's petard. Just beautiful. You can go to rethinkingheroes.com, rethinkingheroes.com. You get all the live video links if your audio isn't perfect right now. We're also live streaming videos so you can see the face of James Ray. James Ray, who has spent years doing political education across social media, including notably TikTok, where he has amassed over 400,000 followers. I think I'm up to 656 followers.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a lot of work. He focuses on Palestine. I'm trying to get this audience to switch over to TikTok, but it's a heavy lift.
It's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress. It's a whip, all right. He focuses on Palestine and related topics, an active organizer in the Democratic Socialists of America, along with myriad issues here and abroad. His TikTok handle, by the way, is @JamesGetsPolitical. So that jumps to the next obvious question. How do you think the acquisition of TikTok by any group associated with pro-Israel interests or the U.S. government might impact the platform's content? And it's most important and enshrined in our First Amendment. Who doesn't love freedom of speech? But it could go bye-bye, freedom of speech. How do you think that would impact it?
I mean, I think there'd be a significant impact. Looking at Meta is kind of the case study, right? I mean, it is a platform that is more beholden to U.S. corporate and political interests, and one that has systematically shuttered and suppressed Palestinian content in particular across its platforms for years. When you have consolidation of these massive social media companies, these massive social media platforms more so, into the hands of a couple of small corporate actors that are all U.S. aligned and all aligned with our government's interests, you're naturally going to see a suppression of content that is deemed unworkable or unsavory to our government itself. We see that again with Meta in Palestine. We've seen it in 2020 with the BLM uprisings. There was constant media suppression across platforms of everything that was going on there as well. And, the one value of TikTok to this point, or one of many, in my opinion, values of TikTok to this point, has been that you can disseminate information that ordinarily wouldn't make it into these massive platforms. The big threat with a TikTok ban or a TikTok sale even is that, companies can get in, corporate actors can get in, people with US aligned interests can get in very aggressively and shift up algorithmic performance, shift up which content is being, sent out and not. And that presents a real threat to a lot of people who are organizing and educating on the space. It presents a threat, I think, largely on a larger threat for anyone who really cares about information dissemination and freedom of speech broadly. And it's one of those kind of unifying issues that I think has really unified a lot of people across the political spectrum. It's just a gross overreach.
James Ray, we spend a lot of time here talking about the legacy media, how back when Walter Cronkite croaked, that was pretty much the end. I still, on a daily basis, turn on the TV and I'm waiting for Anderson Cooper to keep them honest. I'm just waiting. And then I'm still waiting. It's been years, but it says keeping them honest right on the screen, and I'm still waiting. And this is really what TikTok is doing. Now, for a radio audience, especially FM public radio, many people might skew over the age of 50. Maybe you hear of TikTok and you think it's some kind of weird pierced nose ring type. I don't know what you think it might be, but it is actually the school ground for all the information you won't see on network television or any on those news platforms. That's where people go for the video side, which is what we're doing right now. We're video streaming this content that would only happen here on this station because we are the most powerful FM on the west of the Mississippi. We are the school for many around the world because we are one of the last bastions of this kind of content. TikTok does the same thing, just short form. And here our guest, James Ray, has 400,000 people listening to what he's talking about in impossibly difficult topics, which are taboo on the mainstream media, but still not on TikTok, but it looks like it could be. And we're told it's national security. Do you feel there's a big issue with national security and TikTok, or maybe an app that takes away zits or other things that might be owned by the same people?
Sorry, can you repeat that really quick? You cut out for just a second on my end.
Sure. It was beautifully well delivered and complex.
My apologies.
So it's okay. TikTok, I'm having fun with you too. TikTok, owned by the Chinese. Well, let me just put it this way. If you're on a dating app and you happen to be like Grindr, for instance, it is owned by the Chinese. And there are things of you on there that are way more interesting than what's your favorite color or what did you eat for dinner last night. That cat is so far out of the bag. That ship has sailed. You can't even see nothing. It is way off in the horizon. So this is why it's BS. There is nothing on TikTok that suddenly the Chinese, whether you like the Chinese or not, I have to sound like the former president. I don't know if you like the Chinese or not, but everyone has it all. And you know this, of course, James Ray, in Utah, the Mormons, who are terrific at genealogy and collecting people's histories, have, square miles of nothing but giant warehouses that do nothing but suck down terabytes. And then you go to the next level and the next level. Every text you send, every tweet, every voice call, everything is now archived by the U.S. government after 9/11. They're allowed to do that because you may be a terrorist. So there are no secrets. The idea that the Chinese might know your shoe size, and this is a threat to national security. Meanwhile, you've got Haiti going crazy, and we're sitting around going, well, they don't have any natural resources, so I guess they'll just have to figure it out, won't they? This is why it's such BS, isn't it?
No, absolutely. I mean, and it's such an overblown concern as well. I mean, there are legitimate, as far as data acquisition and purchasing interests in any platform, there are genuine concerns to be had about that. How our data is being shared, how our data is being bought and sold, which, by the way, is true of any data with the U.S., we have data brokers that it doesn't matter what platform you're getting your data taken from. You're having your data bought and sold constantly. And this is a really, in my opinion, a really big point of U.S. hypocrisy and how we attack this issue, which is if you care about data privacy, you care about the security of data users, you would make wide-reaching legislation that would combat that practice amongst all platforms. What we have now is a targeting of one platform for who knows what reason, right? For the sake of just shutting down and stifling the efforts of the only platform that just for whatever reason isn't already consolidated under U.S. corporate interests. And I think that's really interesting. I think it's interesting that when we discuss Facebook or we discuss Twitter, we don't talk about data scrubbing, we don't talk about data brokerage and the sale of our data to private firms and what have you. But when we talk about TikTok, all of a sudden the discussion becomes, well, if your kid is on this, they will become an acolyte of Xi Jinping and all your data is being stolen. I think that's a weird point.
Well, it's ridiculous, but you have to remember the average IQ of a live human, an upright mammal, Homo sapien, is 100. And 90 is considered the R word, which we're not allowed to say because I'll get thrown off the air. But that's what we're dealing with. So the bottom of the pyramid, because the world is shaped like a pyramid, just like the alleged food pyramid that we're supposed to eat more meat, eat more red meat. It's good for you. That food pyramid that we were all raised to eat. So at the bottom of that pyramid are the 100 IQs, and they're the ones, they're 90% of the world, and they're watching America's Got Talent, and they think it's great television. Like they actually do appointment viewing to watch that stuff. And then as the pyramid gets higher, you get higher functioning people that think and analyze, have critical thinking. We like to think that's the audience here. We know that's the audience with you, James Ray, on TikTok, you and your 400,000 followers. But that's kind of it's a smaller group. And so to be able to speak to them and to be able to speak to them freely when we've been locked out. These conversations have been locked out over 95% of all outlets, makes these things critical. So I would ask you, James Ray, considering the pressures on digital platforms, what steps do you think social media companies should take to protect users' rights and freedom of expression?
Well, that's a really good question. There's a lot of policy experts that have really delved into like how we can protect our data. Banning the sale and transfer of our data for one would be really cool. Something that I would really appreciate is someone who has had my data taken, as all of us have if we live in this country. Um, Restricting what can and cannot be sold, giving better, I think, more transparent ideas to people and more transparent agreements with people over what data they are selling and are not. It's important to recognize that on all social media platforms, given that they're free, you're the product, your data is the product. And it's interesting that we live in a country where in the moment, a lot of our data that is bought and sold, we might have at best a very vague idea of. Increasing transparency in that regard and banning the sale of it, specifically like medical data, things of that nature, in my opinion, is a very good first step in any kind of any kind of program to make our data safer on an online space.
And James Ray, let's end with this. The Palestinian Israel issue is one of the things that they want to go bye-bye. And when I say they, I mean the larger they, because it's a lot of they that want it to go away. That is the discussion, the analysis, and not the team voice of it. We had Charlotte Dennett on here a number of months ago. She's the daughter of one of the founders of the CIA, and he was one of the original guys that laid the original pipes that were going to terminate in Palestine. And she published a book that lists all of the pipelines that go through the Middle East. It turns out in the Gaza Strip, off there is the Gaza Marine with $6 billion of untapped oil. A true rescue to Europe so that it no longer has to take oil from Russia. But unfortunately, it's under the feet of the Palestinians, who actually believe that oil under their feet belongs to them, just like those silly Iraqis and others that we've dealt with throughout history. They think the oil under their feet belongs to them. We all know better. So U.S. corporations are now set up to exploit that oil. And that seems to be the plot of the play. This, at least according to the daughter of the guy who started the CIA, who Freedom of Information Acts has released this information. This is never discussed. It's not looked at. Unfortunately, we're just seeing the hideous, what they cynically call collateral damage, which has now affected well over 1.5 million people. We've got famine on the ground. TikTok, interestingly enough, is about the only place you can still discuss this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one platform in which you can have a general spread of this information in a way that can be ultimately productive and spread well. That's not always the case, right? There's always going to be a level of suppression, particularly of Palestinian activists and organizers. And TikTok has had a history of problems with either censorship or lack of algorithmic performance for non-white creators over the last couple of years, which is a relevant problem, I think. To that end, it is definitely a lot easier to make and spread content, educational and otherwise, on Palestine, for example, on a platform like TikTok than it is on a platform like Instagram, Facebook, even Twitter.
Well, I am so glad you're here today. This has been awesome. And congratulations on your 400,000 followers. You're only doing it because you're trying to save the world, but it goes to show people that want to save the world get 400,000 followers. So this is so positive. You're not putting cat videos on there. I've looked. I didn't see
No, none yet. I might make the transition.
James Ray has spent years doing political education across social media, including notably TikTok, where he's amassed over 400,000 followers, focusing on Palestine and related topics, an active organizer in the Democratic Socialists of America, along with myriad issues here and abroad. His TikTok handle is @JamesGetsPolitical. And I'm just putting a little note in the chat for you, James, because we would love to have this. More fun to come when we talk to you again. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. Coming up, we're going to go to the phones and take your live calls about free speech, social media, or whatever is on your mind in this upside down world. It's open phones next on Rethinking Heroes at 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK. You have a quirky observation, a passionate opinion, a burning thought that's been keeping you up at night? Well, I want to hear it. Release your thoughts from the shadows. Cleanse them in the sunlight. The mic is always yours, my friend. When in doubt, dial out 818-985-5735, 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Attention homeowners. Do you have a house that's in need of serious repairs? Do you have tenants that never seem to make their monthly payments? Do you have code violations, past due taxes, or maintenance costs you just can't afford? Then call our special home buying hotline right now. We specialize in buying any home, no matter the situation. Turn that problem property into cash today. It's just that simple. One call and you can get rid of that home headache forever. We can buy your home with instant closings, instant cash, and huge savings. Plus, there's no realtor fees, no listing fees, and no repair costs. Just cash in your hands for that painful property. We're buying a few more homes in your neighborhood right now. We specialize in buying any home, no matter the situation. Turn that problem property into cash today. So take advantage of this cash offer and call the number in your screen today.
Looking to earn more money online? Well, meet Kartra. That's Kartra, the ultimate all-in-one business platform that makes it easier than ever to boost your income. With Kartra, creators, coaches, and experts can turn their knowledge and services into profits. You can create pages and funnels that attract customers, build memberships that share your knowledge, automate your business to free up your time, and so much more. Kartra has every tool you need to grow your business in one place. And the best part? It's super affordable and easy to use. Are you ready to streamline and scale? Well, head on over to rethinkingheroes.com/money for a free 30-day trial. That's rethinkingheroes.com/money for a free 30-day trial.
Preventing truth decay.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
And now you could switch over to your phone and watch Rethinking Heroes at rethinkingheroes.com, like I said, and see our guests and occasionally some tech-savvy callers. Speaking of which, it used to simply be the National Enquirer, didn't it? And grocery store magazines that served up gossip-based mayhem, which the shopper purchased as truth. TV has long been deregulated. TV news even had an act of Congress to allow it to be merely close to the truth for it to be on the air. And that act occurred in order to save Fox News and give it a second, more vibrant life than it so voluptuously enjoys today, right? People in Europe whose brains have not been fully washed by American media see Fox as the single most effective source of the decline of our culture, as it is not fact-based nor accountable in any traditional journalistic standards, except the Fox Weather Channel's pretty good, in my opinion, because you can't lie about clouds and frozen rose bushes, especially when the viewers can look out their own backyards and fact check with clinking ice cubes in their vodka glasses. All right, time for you to feel truly heard. Share your thoughts, your concerns with the world. Rethinking Heroes reaches millions of people now, so pick up the phone. Stand out. When in doubt, dial out 818-985-5735, 818-985-5735. That's 818-985-KPFK. Oh, boy, there we go. My mic was muted. I am so sorry. Let's go first to Johnny in Pasadena. You're on Rethinking Heroes. Hello, Johnny.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Yeah, I can barely hear myself, but I guess you can hear me, so I'm going to go ahead.
I can hear you, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay. All right. Yeah, well, what you're talking about is the censorship, basically, but it's pervasive, and I think it's related to this era of capital where you have global capital, which is free-floating like oil on the surface of the earth, just drifting about at its own whim. But it in order to function in this stage, it needs to censor and manage all the output from various free-thinking or free-speeching humans. And this extends to the Pacifica Network. I mean, if you see the way that this radio station is operating, especially during the pandemic, you can see the forces of capital coming in and kind of neutering this institution, you know. So none of us are immune. Nothing is immune from this grasp of capital, and you can see that also through the Supreme Court, you know, through things like Citizens United, the Voting Rights Act, getting rid of that. So this is the age that we live in. It's an age of censorship. Real.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, we're stuck with Sleepy Joe and Honest Don, neither of which has great appeal probably to anyone. But one is absolutely the worst. One has already declared concentration camps on the first day. Doesn't call them that, but there are at least 100 retired military camps here, Air Force bases, things of that, all of which would be occupied with immigrants or people, quote, who are poisoning the blood of America. So we know that under that regime, whatever you and I are saying right here, right now, would become immediately illegal under the FCC because we would be poisoning the blood of America. It's already said, it's already been foreshadowed, it's already real. So we're stuck, unfortunately, with what we've got, but we have to fight hard to at least, if it's the other guy, I have to be careful because I'm not endorsing anybody here, but force him and his people, whoever they will be, to do better. Because this is really it. And you're exactly right. We are presaging the end of all we know. And I don't know when your family came over. I don't know when anyone's family came over, but you know, a lot of us feel really connected to this country. And boy, I'd hate to have to leave if I were even allowed to. You know what I mean? So I appreciate your call. Thank you so much, Johnny. You're awesome. That opens up a line at 818-985-5735, 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK. Apologies for the audio problems we're having today, but we switched over to some massive new studios. There's a ton of computers all daisy chained and talking to each other. I think it's getting repaired much better. So I am very happy to hear that. And I apologize for my audio, which at least on the video side still sucked. But at least we're trying. Let's go to G in Glendale. G, you're on Rethinking Heroes.
How you doing, Mr. Harrison? Thank you for taking my call. I can hardly hear you even on the phone. I hear you better on the radio. Listen, I want to ask you a question. First of all, I'm from the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm Muslim living here on stolen land. I mentioned you to Mr. Novik a while ago on a private phone call, and you might want to let him know his line is still not working. I wanted to get your thing. Why? I know why Pacifica does it because, like I've said on other radio shows, Garland Nixon shows, Brad Friedman, and to Mr. Michael Novik and Stephanie Wells, one of the higher-ups, when they did the monthly thing a few months ago. Because I believe it's fully, Pacifica's fully CIA infiltrated. Rest in peace. This is not Lewis Hill and E. John Lewis's station anymore. But I wanted to get your opinion. Why would you have, I mentioned one of the first guests, but not the second guest because this happened a few weeks ago. A while ago, you had a brother from QAnon. Now, I listened to those guys on AM all day. In fact, I'm on all day AM before I was on.
You said from QAnon?
But I don't know
somebody from QAnon?
Somebody, the young lady, I have her name written down. I think.
She was from the Ayn Rand Institute.
I know why Pacifica is letting this kind of content on here.
They didn't know. They have nothing to do with it. I brought her on because I wanted people to hear when you give these people a lot of rope and let them walk and talk, they start to tell you the absolute truth about who and what they are. It's one thing for us to sit here and describe them as the enemy, and then we just describe them and then we all chime in. It's another to let them just get relaxed and let them just talk, and then they demonstrate who they really are. And now we know. Now we know what the other side actually thinks. They're telling you what they think. They're telling you what their plan is. You don't have to translate it. It's right there. So I just let her walk right off the gangplank. And it had nothing to do with Pacifica.
Mentioned Gaza and Haiti and all the U.S. empire, the garbage they do around the world for 500 years. But please go ahead and answer. Thank you for taking my call. I'm listening on the air. not off the air. So I might want to come back to you. Thank you, sir. Go ahead and.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. That opens up another line at 818-985-5735, 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK. And I believe we have Frog in Atlanta, Georgia. Do we have that? Yes, we do. Frog, you're on Rethinking Heroes.
Am I on?
You're on.
It's my first time calling in. My name's Frog. My friends call me Frog, and I just want to come on and because you're a liberal guy, and a friend of mine told me about your show, and I saw that Clint Eastwood was a Harrison Hellraiser, so I said, well, you know what, I'm gonna go on and educate this guy, and I want to tell you that I'm very excited. I know you're talking about TikTok and all those cute cat videos and everything. But I'm just real excited about the fact that because they're having this witch hunt with our President Trump, and I know this is true. I'm sorry.
Is he the president?
Yeah, he's still president. He's running from his Oval Office down in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
So, and Cary Lake from Arizona has got a room there. And that makes sense because they like to play golf, and he's close to his favorite golf course.
And what could be more important when governing a country when you think about it?
Hey, everybody's got to get a little R&R, every now and again. So because of this witch hunt with all the legal stuff that's going on, it's done by the Obama crime syndicate. I say Obama because he's the one still in charge. He's still running the puppet show with old man Puppet Biden. And I know this is true because Rudy Giuliani says it, Marjorie Taylor Greene says it, and the My Pillow guy.
Well, and they would know.
Yeah. So I'm excited about all this merchandise, though, that's coming out. That Trump.
I am too. I like the $60 Bibles. And who better to vend a Bible than Donald John Trump, a no greater Christian has Earth ever known. It doesn't matter if you're a pope, if you are a bishop. It doesn't matter if you have flagellated yourself for all of your many, many sins. I don't think you've ever been as contrite, as concerned about the words of Jesus Christ and the New Testament and acting those very words out on a daily basis than Donald J. Trump. When you see a woman's vagina, you know it is your vagina to grab as you wish, just as Jesus had offered many times.
When he came out with those NFT trading cards, did you see those? He was a cowboy, he was an astronaut, and he was a super Trump with laser vision and kung fu grip, just for, grabbing the girls. That's right.
That's right. And swindling, as we know, Jesus was a big fan of swindling when he actually put the bankers in the temple and moved casinos into the temples because that's what he wanted. The Romans didn't want that, but Jesus wanted it. And really, he was the father of modern capitalism, right?
I think you're trying to be funny right now.
Not
you
at
said
all.
flatulent a little while ago.
About this.
So, yeah, I think you're making fun of me. Anyway, the Trump coins, those were good. And now, he's got the All-American Bible, man. If you want to get, I live in a trailer, so I got money, that I can give out to good causes like this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you got to have a Bible and you got to have a Bible, you might as well have an All-American Bible. That's what I'm saying. And Trump's giving it to us. So there you go.
He is giving it to you, my friend. He is giving it to you in spades. You have no idea. And what is the value? Why $59.95? What is different in this Bible than that say would be offered by my church, would be the Episcopal Church? Why would that Bible be worth $59 and my Bible be worth $7.99? And it has exactly the same words in it. What has happened since Donald Trump has it in a giant warehouse somewhere with trucks selling thousands of units, and he's never even seen this product? How is it more spiritual? I'd love to know.
Well, my God, you talk a long time. All you had to say was, why is it so darn expensive? And you went on for like 3 minutes. Anyway, it's probably because I'm guessing he's going to autograph them like he did with the sneakers. Remember the sneakers came out a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Those were bad, man. Those were better than anything Kanye West ever came out with. I'm telling you right now. So, I imagine that he signs it, which makes it very personal. And I imagine there's some gold leaf on the cover. And I suspect, I'm not sure about this now, but I suspect that he's probably got a page in there that has his favorite Bible quotations in it. And that's again, he doesn't like to tell the news media about that. He keeps that very personal, but I bet it's there in that All-American Bible. I bet.
So he knows that he has favorite Bible passages within that very Bible, but he's not going to brag about what those passages are. And therefore, if they're just secret, they're in his head. And it could be any Bible passage, but he's got favorites. And that's why he's doing it, so that he can know that when you're reading it, you're going to cross one of his favorite Bible passages and really become shriven by that experience.
See, if he gives it to the media, they're just going to twist it and turn it and use it against him. So he's going to leave it be personal and leave it just to us, the mass.
Let me ask you, Frog. You're in Atlanta, Georgia, a place where Mr. Trump is spending a fair amount of time in court for having, disrupted elections, things that go absolutely patently against democracy and against the will of the people. Let's say you voted for Donald Trump and you actually found out that Joe Biden, let's reverse the situation, that Joe Biden refused to let your vote get counted. You'd be pretty upset. So that's why he's in your state and in your city dealing with legal issues right now. But let's just say that what you're looking to, I don't know what you're looking to do here, actually. Maybe you could help us out.
Again, it was all a scam. I hope that my vote was one of the ones that was counted. Yeah, for sure. I voted for him in 2016. I voted for him in 2020. And again, I'm going to vote for him in 2024. And I hope that, our votes are counted. The Dominion Machine people got all them good, great lawyers, and that makes it a problem for people who are trying to get their votes counted.
Well, Trump has a lot of good, great lawyers too. But that doesn't seem to be a problem. So I guess we can't say that lawyers are the problem. But I'm just wondering and I understand the appeal of Donald Trump. So focus me here where I'm wrong. Donald Trump is the party of more. It's unlimited 24-hour barbecues, all the beer you can drink, women to just grab and take as you wish on demand. Eat, drive, drive a Hummer, just burn as much fuel as you can. No climate change, no issues. Take, conquer, rape 14-year-old girls, unlimited supply through your friend Jeffrey Epstein. Just have at it. Go for it. Do whatever you want. The Democrats, on the other hand, are the party of less. Can you burn less gas, please? Maybe drive an electric car. Try to recycle. It's the party of less. So I see the appeal for someone like you, Frog, in Georgia. I see how you would want unlimited barbecues. Imagine if you could just gnaw on pork for 24 straight hours, vomit, then fill yourself with red meat, vomit, and then have another 3 cases of beer. Isn't that a great, Tuesday night for you?
Of course we like barbecue. I mean, come on, but anyway, who doesn't like barbecue? And no, I don't vomit it up after I do it. I'm not bulimic. All right. I know what that is. But as far as these electric cars, come on now. Have you seen these bad boys? They look like little clown cars now. And they haven't made an electric truck that I know of yet. I'd like to see that.
Well, Ford did, but they found that they weren't selling as many. I think that was the 150 electric. The problem is someone like you might drive out into a rural area and then you run out of electricity and then you're stranded. So at least you were smart enough.
Try going all on range, 4-wheel drive, in one of those little clown cars. Come on. That don't make no sense.
Well, I really appreciate it. I appreciate your call, Frog, and thank you for this insight, because really, I have to get in your shoes to be able to understand where you're walking. And
I appreciate you having me on, because, I thought you were going to really tear into me, but I can see how Clint Eastwood likes you now.
He sure does. Yes, I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much, Frog.
All right.
Have a great
have a good
day.
one.
Great. I understand that the audio problems have been resolved, so I am thrilled. So we're going to be able to squeeze a couple of more calls in at 818-985-5735, 818-985-KPFK, 818-985-5735. We're going to pause for a second. Your calls on the backside.
We are in complete control.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call low-cost airlines. They specialize in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rental rates, and with a best price guarantee. If you want the lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available. So don't wait. Call now.
Looking to earn more money online? Well, meet Kartra. That's Kartra, the ultimate all-in-one business platform that makes it easier than ever to boost your income. With Kartra, creators, coaches, and experts can turn their knowledge and services into profits. You can create pages and funnels that attract customers, build memberships that share your knowledge, automate your business to free up your time, and so much more. Kartra has every tool you need to grow your business in one place. And the best part? It's super affordable and easy to use. Are you ready to streamline and scale? Well, head on over to rethinkingheroes.com/money for a free 30-day trial. That's rethinkingheroes.com/money for a free 30-day trial.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call low-cost airlines. They specialize in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rental rates, and with a best price guarantee. If you want the lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available.
And it is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. Don't forget, you can get the live stream of this video simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com. You'll also be able to get a copy of this forever and ever in perpetuity. And if you get our free newsletter at rethinkingheroes.com, you're going to get a copy of these videos plus other stories that we simply cannot do on the radio, stuff that might be sensitive. And let's just say that there's just certain things you just can't do. And so we will do it for you, much as the discussion about what's on TikTok earlier that had James Ray, our former guest, pulling in 400,000 followers, and he's doing real news. He's talking about real stuff, no cats. So it's out there, it's real, and it's positive. And just know there are tens and tens of millions of us out there who really hunger, who thirst for real information. And they're out there. So the key is to corral them. We corral them here on this radio station. He corrals them there on TikTok, and they're all over the place. The problem with getting rid of TikTok is obvious. It is one of the last free speech places, just like this radio station. One of the last places where people from anywhere can talk about what they want. And right now, it remains completely uncensored. What they're talking about is inconvenient to people who want to own everything, people who want to prosecute wars, people who want to do whatever they want to do. They don't own TikTok, therefore they must own TikTok. It's also important to remember that these are public platforms, not public like the park where anybody can walk on it because you're a taxpayer, but it's private property with a public footprint, just like Facebook is private property. So really, Mark Zuckerberg can do whatever he wants. We think that we're somehow employee owned. We're owners. No, you're nothing. He's not charging you to go on his lawn. He's not coming on your lawn. You're walking on his lawn. So we have to be careful to remember that they get to do whatever they want, even if there's 10 billion people on there. That's when a government comes in and decides it's actually a utility, like a phone company. Then it has a different standard. That's really what needs to be looked at right now by the government. Cary Harrison with you. Thank you so much for joining me. I look forward to seeing you next week here on Rethinking Heroes. And don't forget to get our free newsletter at rethinkingheroes.com.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. rethinkingheroes.com. Rethinking Heroes, life after the military.
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues. I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, I mean, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
Uh-oh, with me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
Some people are superheroes. They come to us known by us, by many tens of thousands of people, but they've never met us on this side. So it's kind of a weird little imbalance there. And this person is one of them. As we look at climate change, which has expanded, unfurled itself in ways we never imagined, never wanted to believe that it would unfurl at twice the speed, 3 times the speed of what they had predicted. Here we are now. Does that mean you put your head in the soil? Does that mean you just watch more Netflix? You could do both. Burning more fossil fuels, probably not the right answer. So let me introduce to you L. Hunter Lovins, an American environmentalist, an author, and sustainable development proponent. She's a co-founder of Rocky Mountain Institute and the president of the nonprofit organization Natural Capitalism Solutions. Lovins has been a leading voice in the sustainability movement for over 35 years, and her work has been recognized with numerous awards, including the Right Livelihood Award, that's the alternative Nobel, the Rachel Carson Award, and the European Sustainability Pioneer Award. Lovins is the author of several books, including Natural Capitalism. We're going to get into what is natural capitalism, Creating the Next Industrial Revolution with Amory Lovins and Paul Hawken. Paul Hawken, another name we love. And it's been translated into 20 languages. She's also a frequent speaker at conferences and events around the world, including this one right here, right now. L. Hunter Lovins' work is focused on the intersection of business and sustainability, and she argues that business can profit from adopting sustainable practices, and she has helped to develop a number of tools and frameworks for businesses to do so. She's a strong advocate for government policies that support sustainability, visionary leader who's helped to shape the sustainability movement, and has inspired businesses, governments, individuals around the world. So we're talking to a global person here, all to take action and protect the planet. Hunter Lovins, I want to welcome you to Rethinking Heroes.
Thank you so much, Cary. It's an honor to be with you.
And many of us won't know exactly what natural capitalism is. It sounds cool, but let's face it, it's probably not taught in schools quite yet.
This is true. Actually, very little about real capitalism is taught in schools. I wrote a paper recently called The Economics You Weren't Taught in High School, talking about things like what Adam Smith and David Ricardo, Pareto, the early economists actually wrote is not at all what people think they wrote. That Adam Smith in many ways was the father of modern sustainability. And in the book he was writing when he died, A Theory of Moral Sentiments, he said, among other things, that the greatest ambition of being human should be to be loved, that greed is not good. Ricardo, for example, said in terms that if capital is mobile, and today trillions of dollars zip around the planet at the speed of a keystroke, you are not trading to comparative advantage, you will be trading to absolute advantage. Their whole mental model was that capital is nationally bounded. Companies are fine, but companies are given a charter by the government because they are operating in the public interest. So much of what we call capitalism today is what my friend Randy Hayes calls cheater capitalism, and is based, it's actually corporate socialism, where we privatize the gains and subsidize the risks. You and I and the rest of taxpayers pay, for example, $5.9 trillion every year subsidizing fossil energy, which, as you mentioned, is killing the climate. We subsidize industrial agriculture to the tune of $1 million a minute. This isn't capitalism. It's, well, as I said, corporate socialism. Natural capitalism, in contrast, would say, how do we honorably do business at this time of multiple crises? We're losing life as we know it on the planet, the loss of biodiversity. We are in a global climate crisis. You know that very well. July has had the 3 hottest days ever in recorded history since humans were on the planet. And this will almost certainly be the hottest year ever. Year on year, we keep setting records of the hottest year. Scientists say business as usual by perhaps as early as 2040. The Mideast will be uninhabitable. I have a colleague right now who just went to Greece, said it's 110 degrees there. This is, and you talk to the scientists, our brains start functioning badly after about 85 degrees, and 110 is a little too hot. Now, if this is true, where are those people in the Middle East going to go? There's a book that was written by Stan Robinson, Ministry for the Future, that talked about the future. He was writing for basically 20 years in the future. Much of what he was saying, the total system collapse, we're starting to see today. It's very, very scary if you look at the climate science.
We're talking to Al Hunter Lovins, an American environmentalist and author, sustainable development proponent, co-founder of Rocky Mountain Institute, and the president of the nonprofit organization National Natural Capitalism Solutions. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. And we're taking a look at what happens if it just continues to go the way it goes. And it is a serious problem. We now, it's part of the normal lexicon. When you mention California, people go, oh, is it on fire? One should never say that. It's not even polite, but that's like a real question. Or Florida, oh, you lost the tip of it last year. You're going to lose like half of it this year. Don't know yet, but it could happen. This stuff is so real, and the amount of death that happens, and it is exacerbated by the fact that we do have fossil fuels and others, which you point out rightly, are used and socialized. Now, you mentioned socialism, and immediately people's stomachs, you could hear them squirming and paroxysms, and their guts are all spinning over. And if you put it that way, let's explain what that means. So maybe a great example would be during World War II, when we did the Manhattan experiments, Fat Man and Little Boy, when we were building the first two nuclear weapons. So we spent, I don't know, $6 billion back in 1940s dollars. You and I did as taxpayers, and all of that was done, by universities and other places. And then the goal of it, after the thermonuclear detonations, we had the president, then Eisenhower, came up with, and this is some beautiful branding if there ever was any, atoms for peace. Atoms for peace. And we had flying cars, the nuclear engines, good luck getting that thing off the ground, and all the rest of it, to make it feel like, well, this is like really good. It's like good for you. And these sorts of things go on forever. And we end up paying for so much, but we're actually, right now, we're funding our own destruction. So let's jump into natural capitalism. What is the first thing we can do to slow this train down?
Natural capitalism has 3 principles. First, use all resources dramatically more productively. 1, because this saves you money. And 2, because it buys time. It pushes back the challenges like climate change. 2, redesign how we make and deliver all products and services using approaches like the circular economy, where there is no waste. In nature, there is no waste. The output of any process is food for some other process. We need to build our materials flows around this concept of circularity. Also, the concept of biomimicry, asking how does nature do business? Nature makes a wide array of products and services very differently than we do. Again, no waste, shopping locally, running on sunlight, near body manufacturing. If you look at how an abalone makes its shell immediately next to the creature, finest ceramic known on Earth, we make ceramic in very high temperature kilns. You would not want your body anywhere near it. What nature does in that case, the abalone excretes a protein that creates an electrically charged substrate onto which seawater deposits out at the molecular level this very beautiful inner shell. So the guys at Sandia Labs said, we got to be at least as smart as an abalone. How's it doing it? Figured it out and dipped a electrically charged substrate in alternating baths of calcium carbonate and a polymer, which is what seashell is. And the stuff self-assembled at the molecular level just the way it does for the abalone. This is the future of industry, being smarter, not just hotter, tougher, heat, beat, and treat, as our industry tends to do. The third principle, which I think is the most important, is to manage all institutions to be regenerative of human and natural capital, the two forms of capital that at the moment are on nobody's balance sheet, but without which there is no economy and indeed no life worth living. So understanding what we are costing our economy, for example, by destroying nature, this calculation has been done by people like Dr. Robert Costanza, and the value of ecosystem services is more than the value of the whole economy that we count. We ought to be doing integrated reporting where we understand the value to our economy of nature. Now, notice I have not talked about polar bears. This is not environmentalism in the old sense. And again, nothing wrong with that. Anybody who lives in an environment should probably be an environmentalist. But this is better capitalism. This is better business. You will make more money. No polar bears required.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, L. Hunter Lovins, because we're really also talking about technology. We've all talked ad nauseum about AI. It is still yet to be revealed where it's going to even go, how it's going to manifest, but that is definitely part of this. So we have technology, we have sustainability. What are your thoughts on the role of technology in, say, sustainability, seeing as people listening who are going to be hearing this on a streaming platform versus on through a radio antenna are going to be much younger? And so they're going to be thinking about, well, technology and what can they do as younger people?
Technology is the answer, but what was the question? It is a very important tool in our tool belt. Among other things, I'm a teacher. I'm professor of sustainable management at the Bard MBA in New York, also teach at Fordham and a few other places. And when ChatGPT came out, I said, all right, I'm not going to assign writing essays. How am I going to do this? I will tell the students, go use ChatGPT, write a blog, bring it to class, and pair up and trade your essays. Edit each other's essay. That way, I get to see real time that they are engaging with the thinking, with the logic, which was why I wanted them to write a piece in the first place. But at the same time, they're learning to use a tool that we're all going to use. It's like when hand calculators came out. Nobody does long division by hand anymore. You use a calculator. It's a tool. So much of the technology that we have around us is fabulous. It has lifted humanity out of brutal misery. And it also, used badly, is literally threatening all of survival on this planet. Climate change left unchecked will end the human experiment. It's like George Carlin said, save the earth will be fine. It's people who are in trouble, and all the rest of life. Now we know, again, using technology, how to solve the climate crisis. If we end emissions using, one, everything more efficiently, but two, renewable energy. I have a 5 kilowatt solar system on my ranch. I drive a Leaf, a little electric car. The solar charges the Leaf. I drive past gas stations. I love it. That's technology. Oh, batteries. Batteries take mining. Well, the way we do them now, but sodium batteries, for example, are much more efficient, much more effective than lithium-ion batteries. I worked with a little battery company out in California called Simplify Power, makes batteries with lithium-ion ferrophosphate. You know, you hold your phone up to your ear, it gets hot. The hot is the cobalt in the lithium-ion battery. This is why Teslas occasionally catch fire. Make the battery with different chemistry, you get a better battery and no risk of fire. So all of these technologies have trade-offs. They all have costs. all of us being here has impact. The challenge to us is to lower our impact as much as we can, and then strive in everything we do to be regenerative. Again, this is what nature does. Nature creates conditions conducive to life, in the words of the great biomimic Janine Benyus. If any of you want to see more about this, go Google Janine Benyus. You'll get a lot of her videos of what this is all about. It is incredibly exciting technology. As I said, it's the future of industry, and it will enable all of us to live more lightly on the planet, to be better stewards of this beautiful little blue marble that we have been gifted, and to learn how to build thriving lives, happier lives with greater well-being.
Cary Harrison with you. This is L. Hunter Lovins with us, an American environmentalist, an author, sustainable development proponent. She is the co-founder of Rocky Mountain Institute and the president of the nonprofit organization Natural Capitalism Solutions, written multiple books, and is featured all over the world, gives lectures all over Earth. And, you know, it occurs to me, Hunter Lovins, that the humans are really kind of extraordinary. So nature finds ways to do stuff. Nature gave division of labor in bees. They didn't vote for it, but they've got it, division of labor. And with that, they can do amazing things. Humans are like the only ones else who have division of labor. And so we can do extraordinary things. It's now just about refocusing that division of labor and doing something better. And I don't think most companies would be allergic to the fact that their profits can go up if they do the right thing. Can you give some examples of companies that have benefited from natural capitalism?
Sure. Perhaps the most famous one is Interface Carpets. And in many ways, the principles of natural capitalism co-evolved with our working with the visionary CEO, Ray Anderson. In about 1995, Ray he ran a carpet company. He bought a carpet company out of Europe. The employees said, "What's your environmental policy?" Ray said, "Do we have one? Quick, somebody get me a book on the environment." His head of HR gave him Paul Hawkins' book, Ecology of Commerce. Ray read it the night before he was to give the speech to his new employees and described the experience as a spear in his chest. He wept to realize there was nothing sustainable about his company. And he said, "We are going to be the first company of the next industrial revolution." Gave the speech the next day, wowed all the employees, called Paul and said, "Are there any others like you out there?" Paul called a bunch of us. Ray built what he called his dream team and set about trying to make Interface sustainable. I was sitting with Ray in 2001. He was bothered. He said, "This isn't why I did all of this, but everything I'm doing for sustainability is enhancing shareholder value." I said, "Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that should be true. You use resources more efficiently. You use cleverer processes. You should cut your costs, make more money." I said, "How do you count enhancing shareholder value?" Ray laid out 7 aspects. We have since laid out 13 aspects of what we call an integrated bottom line. You may have heard the phrase triple bottom line.
Yeah.
What Ray did was double his profits, cut his carbon footprint almost entirely, dramatically cut waste, increase his customer base, again, increased every aspect of shareholder value. So again, if you use resources more productively, that cuts your cost. Use less energy, you're not buying as much fossil fuel to burn. If you treat your employees well, you're going to have more productive employees. Gallup has done studies on this showing that a more engaged workforce will give you 24% increased productivity, 21% increased profitability. If you take toxic materials out of your process, now your healthcare costs go down. If you have a healthier workforce, again, your productivity goes up. You probably drop your insurance costs. You make yourself more attractive to impact investors. So your cost of capital goes down. You better differentiate your product mix. You build brand equity. You better manage your supply chain. This is why Walmart went green. The evil empire went green. Yeah, Walmart realized that they could cut their costs. They could get better brand equity. But they really did it because they had, 100,000 suppliers. They don't actually know how many they had. By putting in place the Walmart Sustainability Scorecard, they were better able to choose between suppliers. Question number 1 in the scorecard, do you measure your carbon footprint? Question number 2, do you report to Carbon Disclosure Project? All these suppliers said, who? CDP is a group of kids out of the UK who about 2000 sent out a little survey to the biggest companies on earth. What's your carbon footprint? As you might imagine, everybody ignored it until the companies realized that the kids were backed by institutional investors with first 3 trillion, then 9 trillion, now like 150 trillion in assets under management. If you want to go to the investment community, you better report to CDP. And now essentially every major company on earth reports to Carbon Disclosure Project. This, I would argue, is the best side of capitalism. It is NGO, nonprofit entrepreneurialism, CDP, working with a company like Walmart, getting all of their suppliers to start disclosing what their carbon footprint is. Because when you disclose, you start to pay attention. CDP showed that the leaders in measuring and managing their carbon footprint had 18% higher return on investment, 67% higher ROI than the companies that said, we don't care, we're not going to play. Again, no polar bears required. This is just better business.
And these are statistics then, when freely shared. Finding a way to get them out there to share them is yet another challenge. But when freely shared, who would not get wildly excited? Talk about your margins going up.
Some Republican Congress people who, and attorneys general, 19 of whom are attorneys general in 19 southern states, said we are going to ban companies taking what's now called ESG, environment, social, good governance, considerations in deciding where to invest. This, I would argue, is the essence of communism, of the state telling companies how you can invest.
I tend to agree with you. It is completely un-American, and you should be able to have the right to self-determination. And if you can make more money doing the right thing, well, bless you.
Good on you.
Yeah, good on you. Well, this has been fascinating. I wish we had more time. Where could people go to learn more about you, Hunter Lovins?
They can Google me. Natural Capitalism Solutions has a website, www.natcapsolutions.org, NATCAP solutions.org. They can get my most recent book, which is up behind me, A Finer Future, Creating an Economy in Service to Life. And what would really matter is not me, but begin to implement all of this in your personal life. There are choices that every one of you can make every day. For example, I said half the solution to the climate crisis is renewable energy. The other half of the solution is regenerative agriculture, which takes carbon out of the air, puts it back in the soil. You vote 3 times a day for what kind of a future you want when you eat. What do you eat? If you eat, for example, good grass-fed beef, you are voting for a finer future. If you eat genetically modified crops, you're putting you and your children at risk. So find what you really care about and live a life that shows it.
Well put. Thank you so much. L. Hunter Lovins has been with us here on Rethinking Heroes, an American environmentalist, author, sustainable development proponent, co-founder of Rocky Mountain Institute, and the president of the nonprofit organization, Natural Capitalism Solutions. Just Google her and then spend the next 48 days trying to comb through all of that stuff, but she is out there and doing it. Obviously, it ends up being you and I do whatever we can. It is a whole earth game, and we only win if we don't cause more mayhem. Who knew that you could win by not causing a problem? It's a beautiful paradox, and it's doable. I want to thank you for joining us today, L. Hunter Lovins.
Cary, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. I look forward to seeing you next week. We're going to probably have an interview with this Syrian refugee so that you can get the whole inside of what's that like, plus a few more, and then some veterans associations who have some great cures. We were hoping to hear about PTSD today. We didn't hear from them, but let's cross our fingers and hope that happens tomorrow or next week. Hope you have a great week, and I look forward to seeing you then.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
Cary Harrison with you, and welcome to Rethinking Heroes. A shout out to any radio station that airs the following. And when I say the following, I mean smart, brave people. It's enough to put on a uniform. It's enough to make a declaration. It's another to change history, to bring to light that which is, shall we say, forbidden knowledge. And so here on Rethinking Heroes, we want to bring superheroes that actually have made and are making a difference. One of them is retired CIA analyst Ray McGovern, a specialist on Russia. And from 1981 to 85, he conducted in person the early morning briefings of the President's Daily Brief. And we all remember that from 9/11. That became a very popular term. He was the guy there before the US and UK attack on Iraq. Ray co-founded Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, or VIPs, and before the war to warn the president that the intelligence had been cooked, this now being indisputable, a fact of history, and he was involved with making that known and knowable for you and me this many years later. A year later, Ray had a rare chance to hold Defense Secretary Rumsfeld publicly accountable for a series of lies. So I want to welcome you first, Ray McGovern. You are a super famous person in a world of thinkers, and having you on is a true pleasure. So glad to have you on Rethinking Heroes.
Thanks very much, Cary. Glad to be with you.
And I would like to touch a little bit, just jumping off the high dive here, on the notion of the morality of being a whistleblower in an era where nobody knows what's real news, fake news, anything, where to go, where not to go. And this is sort of the reason you started all of this to begin with, is because the compass had no pointer.
That's a good way to describe it. We talk about morality. Some people confuse the hierarchy of morality. Let me put it this way. Some people say, oh, it's immoral to break your contract not to divulge classified information. Well, it may be illegal, but it's not immoral. No one says you have to keep secret classified information that shows war crimes, that shows an unnecessary attack on another country, or shows that another country is being characterized as a demon when there's no factual basis for it. So, in short, adhering to the letter of a contract never to divulge any classified information pales in comparison with the only oath that many of us take, and that is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That, what ethicists call a supervening value, okay? It means that transcends all other obligations, including a contract that says you won't divulge classified information. It doesn't say you shouldn't do this if there are crimes committed. So long story short, those of us who are called for good or evil whistleblowers are just trying to tell the truth. And as we learned from, well, you mentioned Iraq before. We knew before Iraq. We wrote 3 memoranda to President Bush, assuming, as we had to, that he didn't really know he was being cowed, or he was being lied to by Cheney and the others that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So we wrote a 3 memos saying, look, don't buy this stuff. It's an unnecessary invasion, and the consequences is what we call catastrophic. Okay, now we don't take any joy in having been right about that, but our record is pretty much pristine, pure, and so people should take us serious when we talk about things like Ukraine or other things, because now we can see that the same thing is happening now. Suffice it to add that after a 5-year inquiry by the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Rockefeller, who was the chair at the time, got up and said, the intelligence used to justify the war on Iraq was unsubstantiated, unconfirmed, or even non-existent, end quote. Now, I ask you, Cary, what does non-existent intelligence look like?
I think vacuous or not existing, never was typed out, maybe thought of, never imagined or conceived.
Manufactured for a purpose.
Yes.
In Iraq's case, this is 20 years ago. It still hurts, okay? My former colleagues at CIA cooperated with this terrible thing, justifying 1 million people killed because of that, okay? So this is very serious stuff. And what we're trying to do now is prevent the same thing from happening with respect to Ukraine, because once again, the American people are being lied to. See, I like to go back to Will Rogers, the humorist from a century or so ago.
Sure.
What he said was this: the problem is this. It ain't what people know. It's what people know that ain't so. That's the problem. Now,
I'm just going to pause you for a second here because I want to reintroduce this being radio. People come and go, as Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz would say, so quickly here. Or maybe that was the wizard. Either way, we're talking right now to retired CIA analyst Ray McGovern, specialist on Russia, and was all part of the presidential briefings for many years in the White House. And, a Jack Ryan, a real Jack Ryan. And it's important to point out that not everyone is corrupt. Not everyone has a black heart, and you're not picked to get these jobs because you have a black heart. We just tend to hear about the black hearts. Then there's the white hearts. There's the good guys that put their neck out on behalf of you and me and change world history and stop the bad stuff from happening. And that's why we have Ray McGovern here. We're talking about the ethics of being a whistleblower. And now we're going to learn a little bit about Ukraine, because guess what? If you're just watching CNN or Fox News or MSNBC, you couldn't actually say why it's happening. But we're going to find out right now, Ray McGovern, at least from your perspective as a former CIA analyst and a guy right in the heart and soul, the beating heart of what we call the White House, which is a place we still kind of respect.
Well, Cary, they don't let me in the White House anymore for obvious reasons. But I used to hang out there for 4 years, actually, from 81 to 85. So I know how the system works. Now, with respect to Ukraine, the U.S. media has, now I use the word advisedly, has brainwashed the American people, okay? Let me do a real short review of history. After the Berlin Wall fell, George H.W. Bush did the right thing. He called up Gorbachev and he said, look, I'm not going to dance on what's left of the Berlin Wall. We're not going to take advantage of this. We're going to get together and figure out how we reorder the security system in Europe. He sent his Secretary of State over there, James Baker, and Baker said, okay, here we do it. This is February 10th, 1990, okay? He says, look, we would like a reunified Germany. Now, that rumor was going about at the time. And when McGovern heard reunified Germany, he...
and that's he, third person, you.
Yeah, it started shaking. Why? Well, I was alive during World War II. Real small, but I was alive. Maybe I watched too many World War II movies. No. It was that I learned professionally that the whole reason for NATO was to keep the Russians out to keep the Americans in and keep the Germans down, keep them divided.
Yeah.
So I was scared out of my, well, now I come from a country that's protected by two oceans that lost, well, 440,000 troops in World War II. That's a lot. The Russians lost 26 million people, million with an M. Okay. So here's Gorbachev, one of those Russian people, and he's saying, you want to reunite Germany, right? Oh, okay. That's a big quid. That's a tough pill to swallow. What's the quo? What's the quo? Pro quo. So Baker, fancy lawyer from Texas, right? He says, well, how would it be if we promised, cross our hearts, hope to die, not to move NATO 1 inch east toward you all? How would that be? Well, long story short, they bought it. Okay. Cross your heart, hope to die. Yes, James Baker. Came back the next, Shevardnadze, the foreign minister, Gorbachev. Okay, all right, you promised, right? Okay, you promised. Now, James Baker was a fancy lawyer, right? What do you do when you get an agreement like that? You write it down. Did he
But
forget
it was done in pub. It was not written down, but it was done in public on a public stage on TV cameras, which makes it real, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, actually, this particular promise wasn't recorded in public, but it's been recorded several times on the basis of memoirs and documentary evidence since. What Baker knew is that if the U.S. didn't write it down, maybe the Russians were so in need of U.S. economic assistance, maybe they really trusted us. Okay, last thing I'll say about this is this. I talked to one of Gorbachev's assistants who was there at the table when this went on in February 1990, okay? His name is Kuvaldin. And I said, why wasn't it written down? He looked at me and he said, well, the Warsaw Pact still existed. The Germans hadn't had complete buy-in, but the real reason, Mr. McGovern, is we trusted you. Well, that is what's gone up in flames. Suffice it to say, NATO at that time was about 14 countries. Now it's 30 countries. And where are those countries? They're all more than 1 inch to the east of the East German border. So that was the first promise. Just fast forward to the coup in Kiev that we supervised, that we mounted, and that's on tape. Our Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, talking to our ambassador in Kiev, saying, these are the guys we're going to put in place after the coup, and Joe Biden is going to come in to solidify this thing if we need him. Okay, it's on tape. That was 2.5 weeks before the coup. I thought the coup would never happen because when you blow a coup, you don't do it, right? They did it. Putin, where was he? He was in Sochi at the Winter Olympics. I guess he thought the same as I did. The coup was blown. He didn't come back till the next day. Now, the critical point here is Crimea. There's not one scintilla of evidence that Putin or any other Russian leader that had ever entered their mind to seize Crimea before the coup on the 22nd of February 2014. Why did they have a plebiscite and then annex Crimea? Because it's their own all-weather, all-year-round naval base that they've had since Catherine the Great, for God's sake. If anybody thought that Putin would allow NATO come in and take that naval base, well, I think they did know. And the rest is history, because the Russians have felt compelled to reply to various things that NATO and the US have done more recently. And I guess before I finish this little chronology, I would point out that there are missile base emplacements now in Romania and in Poland. They are operational, okay? Right near the Russian border. Okay?
And we're talking our missiles, by the way.
Yeah,
that's
our
the key
missiles,
distinction
US,
here.
yeah.
Not theirs, our missiles.
Correct, yeah. And, Putin has made it very explicit. This is what worries him strategically, because into those missile holes, ostensibly for anti-ballistic missiles, can go hypersonic missiles, can go cruise missiles, which put Moscow, if it's cruise missiles, 7 to 10 minutes warning Putin would have. If it's hypersonic, 5 minutes. Now, Putin doesn't want to be in a position having to decide whether to destroy the rest of the world in 5 minutes or even 10 minutes, okay? I think that's reasonable. It's comparable to the threat that John Kennedy felt, that I was on active duty with the Army at the time. I know it real well. I was at Fort Benning when he felt that the Cuban Missile Crisis, because the range of these missiles are the same as the range from Cuba, 90 miles offshore, which could hit Washington or Omaha, Nebraska, where SAC is, in minutes. So, people don't know that from the mainstream media. The New York Times never publishes that kind of thing. But if you put Putin in an analogous place to John Kennedy, oh, you're in Putin's pocket. You're crazy, huh? So that's how bad it is. The U.S. people have been brainwashed. That's why I greet every opportunity to come on a show like yours, Cary, with great enthusiasm, because some people will be listening, and maybe some people will be challenging the U.S. media and say, look, can you give us the real story? We're brainwashed, and Will Rogers was exactly right. What we think we know ain't so.
Thank you for that excellent analysis, Ray McGovern. You're a former CIA analyst, specialist on Russia, specialist on really geopolitical events. You were part of the president's daily brief in the White House physically for 4 years and started Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, or VIPs, before the Iraq War to warn the president that the intelligence had been cooked. And since then, you've been ringing the bell. And I think it's tough sometimes for people to hear that how the chessboard is actually laid out, because then suddenly we feel like maybe we're unpatriotic if even for a second we doubt. Yet we had a president in a previous administration telling us doubt everything. Doubt there's air, doubt there's mosquitoes, COVID, whatever. It's all fake. All of it, everything is fake. And people drank that in voluped gulps, in increments of swimming pools, that everything was trash if it came out of the newspapers, TV, or the government itself. But we're sort of back into this mythological belief system again, which is why it's brave to get the truth. And the fact that you're a real Jack Ryan, who was in the CIA in the White House telling us how it really works, what the deals were. This is the only education most people will ever get in their lifetime about how we got to where we are today, is what you've just said in the last 10 minutes.
Well, Cary, with all due respect to Jack Ryan,
who doesn't exist, but the actor's great.
Right, I know. There are two CIAs. One is the Jack Ryan CIA that blows up things and overthrows governments and so forth. The other is the analysis unit that Truman really set up CIA to do, where he could look to one institution to tell him like it is, okay? And that's what I did with respect to the Soviet Union. Well, from 63 to I left in 1990. Now, that's really important, because right now, the other CIA is blowing up things like the Nord Stream pipeline. And the place where I worked, according to Seymour Hersh, who has this story, has said, well, wait a second, this sounds really stupid. Have you thought about what happens next? Well, they're going to find out. So this part of the CIA is never listened to, because this part of the CIA, Jack Ryan, gets all the money, gets all the attention, gets all the influence over the director, who is really just a factotum, a kind of a what's a word? Just a part of the system. You don't get a director with any guts if you take him from the State Department.
He's the Godfather, isn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of like, well, he doesn't have the influence of a Godfather. This part of the CIA is running him. They say, well, let's do this. We got all this money, and the president seems to approve it, and the Pentagon really likes it. And so he says, sure, let's do it. Go ahead. Well, he knows better. He knows, because in 2008, he was told by Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Bill Burns, head of the CIA now, was our ambassador in Russia. And when Lavrov told him, and this is in Bill Burns's cable from Moscow, which we have courtesy of WikiLeaks. He told Burns, look, this is a red line. You talk about allowing Ukraine into NATO. We will have to respond. There'll be civil war, and we will have to decide whether or not we have to intervene. Those are Lavrov's words. He's still foreign minister. Look him up. It's right in the public domain now, that cable. And if I've seen one cable from Moscow, I've probably seen about 4,000 or so.
Cary
Yeah, I'm
Harrison
afraid-
with you. We're talking right now to Ray McGovern. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. Didn't mean to jump on you there, Ray, but just have little time increments that I got to jump on here. You can catch the video of this conversation and see Ray with your own double eyeballs simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com. Plus, you'll see his full bio and links to what he's doing. One final question, because this is relevant in everything.
Hello?
All right. Are you hearing me, Ray?
Yeah, I'm off on this other interview. I'm sorry, Cary.
Oh, all right, my friend. We'll pick it up again. I do appreciate your coming on, my friend. Well put in a succinct nutshell. Thank you so much, Ray McGovern, retired CIA analyst. In another conversation, I'd like to hear about what the optics are for the Germans to start rolling tanks for the first time since World War II, tanks that would go toward Russia. That is a giant observation, seeing as you pointed out, you were a little boy during World War II, and the reunification of Germany and having it sell weapons, tanks, and Luftwaffe airplanes. It does mean a lot to the around Earth, and people do react to it a certain way, but it is simply not discussed in a way where we can understand it. Ray McGovern, specialist on Russia, started veteran intelligence professionals for sanity, or VIPs, and his job is to whistleblow on behalf of the truth that the CIA brings and show that there are good people in our own U.S. government. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. You can always learn more at rethinkingheroes.com.
Next on Reboot Your Life.
A man rebounds from an abusive childhood and guides women into safer relationships. And there's new hope for smokers who want to quit by using familiar technology. It's next.
From Riverside Recovery, it's Reboot Your Life. Experience the ultimate reboot of your journey. Start anew and rediscover you. Transform your story. Rewrite your life. It's Reboot Your Life with Cary Harrison.
From the Riverside Recovery Studios in Tampa, Florida, Cary Harrison with you, and thanks for joining us on Reboot Your Life, where we help you get back the life you love. Well, despite dealing with adversity as a child, from a father addicted to heroin and in prison to living with domestic violence and losing his grandfather, who actually acted as a father, he's been able to transform his pain into power and purpose. Now, as a counselor, as a hypnotherapist, as a life coach, he focuses on empowering women to attract better partners and heal from past relationships. So from Vancouver, with over 220,000 social media followers, we want to welcome you, Luca Reedy, to Reboot Your Life.
Cary, absolute pleasure being here with you.
And it's nice to hear the accent of my Australian cousin there. We both being former colonists, now free to talk about helping the world.
How blessed we are. How blessed we are.
Maybe you could walk us a little bit through your childhood trauma that you've written about and how you've been able to transform those traumas into a source of strength and motivation.
Absolutely, mate. You know, I think about when you mentioned that with empowering women in relationships, finding and attracting better partners. I think I saw firsthand what a bad partner was over and over and over again. And that happened by, you know, seeing my mum consistently be disempowered in her life. And ultimately, I think that's where seeing the love that I have for my mum is kind of the fuel behind why I do this work with all the women that I do now.
Well, it's kind of an unusual beat for a man, a married man, to help women, single women, find better men. I mean, this is really a cool niche area, and it's based on personal experience. So I imagine some of what you did that you might not want to do again is built into your understanding of male behavior.
Yes, there is a lot of me in there too. And I mean, you know, having terrible role models as fathers, I was lucky enough to have my grandfather who raised me with some really good qualities. And so that did give me a good foundation, but there was lots of learnings for me, lots of mistakes. I wasn't the best partner to have other, have all those mistakes with my other previous partners. But, my wife has got the best version of me. And now I'm, using my wisdom and experiences to help women find the right men and know what to look for.
Often children of alcoholics and addicts have their own issues with addiction or behavior disorder. I speak for myself. My father was a world-class alcoholic, died of acute alcoholism right in front of my eyes. His second wife married only alcoholics. He was her sixth husband. She was a real black widow. And all of that kind of creates an endless deranged pattern until it gets broken, until it gets interrupted, until it gets blocked and impeded, which is what you do. Addiction and behavior disorder, something that I've had to deal with and improved over the years through recovery and such. Is that something that you deal with as well?
Yeah, I mean, in my own journey, I've done nearly every drug under the sun. I've partied, I've drunk, I went from a real boy to becoming a man. And it's through those moments where, they say when you hit rock bottom, you can't go any further. You have to look up and you have to find a way out. And, lucky enough, I was presented enough situations in my life where I was given a choice, and that choice was to find a better path. And so I think you've got to look at your past and go, do I want to keep repeating this, or do I want to change something? And I think some people are lucky enough to be able to go the right direction.
Luca Riti, you have talked about the concept of making one's self the top priority and its significance in fostering healthy relationships. So if you're not a good version of you, you're only going to attract whatever you bring to the game, I'm guessing.
100%. If you are putting out there in the world that you aren't treated as a priority, that you don't matter, everyone else comes first, you'll only end up ultimately attracting someone who treats you the exact same. Life is like a mirror. And so if we really want to start somewhere today, any woman listening today is like, how many times do we attract projects because we think that we love to fix, or we're the savior, or someone else is always the higher priority? And so ultimately, you just end up attracting the same person that you are deep down.
Why do you suppose women, well, and men too, fall into the same trap of just picking kind of the wrong person repeatedly? It's almost like a pattern. Like maybe they physically look a certain way that's physically attractive, but the content side, it's kind of corrupted. Why repeat the same error over and over again and sort of not know how they keep falling into the same bucket?
Big one, Cary. Ultimately, it all starts somewhere, and for a lot of us, that starts in our childhood. Like we've been taught something or told something over and over again, or we've had an experience that's made us believe a certain thing, and ultimately that belief comes back down into how we relate to other people. And so if we don't believe we're good enough, or we don't believe that we're chosen, or we don't believe that we're pretty and beautiful, good looking enough, we ultimately end up attracting that. And so everything comes back to our perception, and our perception starts somewhere. Other times it's not your father or your mother and how your grandfather and your uncle treated you. It's actually how your first relationship was, or it was the heartbreak that you had when you were 16, 17, where you were cheated on by someone that you thought you were going to spend the rest of your life with at such a young age, right? And so if anyone sees the same pattern happening over and over again, this is a big part of the work that I do, and it's really liberating when you can see it. You find it and you go, okay, well, where did I first experience this? And you end up finding that it comes from your dad, or it comes from your mom, or it does come from that first person who was treating you in a certain way.
They say that you date your parents over and over again until you wake up and realize, oh my God, that's my mother and that's my father. And understandably, as the brain ripens from baby up to age 9 or so, it gets imprinted with familiar people, which your parents are going to be the ones you see the most, your schoolmates, certain teachers that you might find attractive. And then later in life, we often find attractive people that we were familiar with and raised with. And so, yeah, it's a tough template I think that you have to smash. I think people are probably very receptive to it once they get, oh, it's not me. It's just I'm programmed like a laptop with software that says do this.
Absolutely. And that's why it's really good to get to know yourself. Like, who am I beneath my experiences? Because the experiences are just something that I was participating in, but it's not who I am. And for the most part, we just unconsciously sort of on autopilot going, this is what I like, this is what I do, because it has been taught to us or it has been shown to us, and we just keep repeating it and repeating it. But instead, like, what happens if you just look in the mirror and say, do I actually really love this? A lot of people do it unconsciously from the head without realizing. But I get a lot of women just to come back into their feelings and to come back into their heart and go, trust your gut instinct. What does your gut instinct want to do? What does your heart desire? And if you can start to get into connection with that, it'll actually lead you down a very beautiful path, because most of us are doing stuff because we think we need to do it and we don't actually have to.
Cary Harris with you. This is Reboot Your Life. From a father addicted to heroin and in prison to domestic violence and beyond, Luca Reed's been able to transform his pain into power and purpose as a counselor, as a hypnotherapist, and a life coach, focusing on empowering women to attract better partners, focusing on women to be able to attract better partners. It's interesting. You knock out one word and it means something entirely different. And for those women to heal from past relationships. You're in a relationship. You're in a successful marriage. Humans are fussy. Humans are sensitive. Humans have emotions. Your wife, I imagine, on some level, anybody's wife, might be a little sensitive to all the different possibly attractive women you're spending an hour alone with, listening to their hearts beat.
Very funny you say that, actually. My wife is one of the most secure women I've ever met. She has no sense of jealousy, and that's because she can trust me. And we have a special bond like that. But also, if there's there's many videos on my social media that have had millions of views, where at our retreats in Bali, I've been, helping women break down their fears of men, or breaking through their deep pain with men and their trauma and their past with men. And it's like, it's in a hug. And, one of the things is when I do this work, I'm doing it from such a pure place where I take myself out of it. And for a lot of women, and I don't know whether it's because I see my mother in this or not, but it's like the power of this work is beyond Luca Reedy and Danielle Kettlewell. And that's truly from the place that we come from, because it's really magical and it's really life-changing. And so we get out of it. But also Danielle and I have a very special relationship where we communicate so openly. It's the first time that we've ever really had it. And I think, to see a successful marriage takes a lot of work, in the trenches, talking about our insecurities, talking about our problems. And I'm very lucky that my wife is so open, and we both have a very special relationship like that.
Well, it's also a tonic that you're helping women. Generally, everything is sort of geared to empowering men because it's a patriarchy. Call it what it is. But the idea of actually helping women, other than women helping women through selling better makeup, that's the problem. It's your lipstick, or do your hair a different way. But it's a way deeper problem. And you have this unique insight into what might be a common denominator for many women. Maybe you could share that for women listening and driving in their cars right now, or people watching. What do you think the common denominator is in these frustrating relationships?
Well, I always say the common denominator is you. Like, everyone, it doesn't start with, okay, we've got to try and like special tactics and dating tactics to like look at, okay, we've got to try and find the perfect person. It always comes back to creating the perfect person in you. And ultimately, a lot of women aren't comfortable within themselves. They've got all these ideas about who they are. They've got all these beliefs about who they are. The common denominator is you and how you feel about yourself. Most women that I've worked with struggle to look at themselves in the mirror and say nice things. And like, how do you think that's going to show up in a relationship? You can put as much lipstick on. Like I tell them, sexy is an energy. And a lot of women don't realize that. If I was, as a man, coming from a man's perspective, I can say, look, if you were to walk in the room, doesn't matter what you look like. If you rocked it and you felt it on the inside, you were so goddamn sexy, you knew it, it was oozing from you. It doesn't matter what you look like. I'm going to notice that because your walk is going to be so attractive. The energy that you're going to be coming in with is so attractive. But ultimately, That isn't what a lot of women feel. And so coming back from a man's perspective, outside looking in, helping them change how they feel about themselves.
Our veterans put everything on the line to protect our freedom. We may never be able to repay them for their sacrifice, but we can show them just how much we appreciate all they've done. Every day, hundreds of people just like you volunteer to help our veterans. You can help by simply sharing your time, lending a warm smile, a supportive hand, or a sympathetic ear to someone who needs it. Everyone can do something to make our veterans know how much we appreciate their service. What will you do?
Riverside Recovery of Tampa was created to offer state-of-the-art treatment options to people suffering from addiction. The model was developed to meet clients and their families where they're at. At Riverside Recovery, we're working to change the narrative and empower people to recognize addiction as a disease, not a moral failing. We can recover, and we do, as evidenced by the thousands of people who have taken that courageous first step in asking for help. Call Riverside Recovery of Tampa at 1-800-871-5440. That's 800-871-5440. rrtampa.com. You know, it's very true. And we see this just generally in life. People with a fair amount of self-esteem, a little bit of a swagger, whatever that might look like for a person individually. But I guess people who are self-confident, we feel comfortable around them because we don't expect sudden, like radical changes, unexpected things to happen, just implosions. Like they have it together, and we want to be with someone that has it together. It may be a better tennis player so that you can improve and enhance your game and even maybe enjoy it. So you talk about cultivating a rare jewel mentality in dating. Help us a little bit understand what that is.
Yeah, if you think about the diamond at Tiffany's, Cary, the diamond at Tiffany's is not made for everyone in mind. That means its availability, like you don't see it on everyone's hand as they're walking by, right? But that diamond doesn't get upset when someone comes in and says, I can't afford it. That diamond doesn't get upset when someone doesn't choose it. The diamond is always made with someone in mind. Its availability is limited, but it knows its worth. And a lot of women going into dating make themselves so available that they drive their stock price all the way down, don't they? And so the rare jewel mentality is it's going back to living your life like you're that diamond at Tiffany's, going back into reclaiming your worth and going, you know what? I know I'm good enough. I'm made with someone in mind. Not everyone is going to choose me. And so it redefines how you process rejection. When someone comes up and says, oh, you know, maybe this, or ghosts you and they don't respond to you, it just redefines your power in a situation when it comes to dating. It's like, you know what? If I make myself less available, I'm going to be pursued more. Isn't that, how many women listening to this want to be pursued? Nearly every woman I talk to say, I just want to be chosen. I just want to be pursued. So it's all about becoming, when you come to the rare jewel, it's all about taking your availability and reducing it. And that means going and living your life first.
Well, it's true. Men are hunters. We love it. We'll hunt, we'll kill the gazelle, then maybe we don't even want to eat it. It was just the hunt and the kill. But I wonder, I mean, you know, women may not operate the same way. And while we're talking about authenticity, while we're talking about transparency and being your authentic, real self, it also kind of puts it back into a game level where I'm not available. I am, but I'm not really available, and you have to hunt a little more. So there's this weird overlap of authenticity, but a little bit of gamesmanship. And I guess it's unavoidable because at the end of the day, you're fishing.
Well, you know what? Like, life is a game. And I think there isn't this, when we play this game, we're not playing with mind, with like, we're trying to manipulate people. We're actually playing the game to rebuild our energy. And I think that's the number one intention. When we say, okay, we've got to reduce our availability, it's actually to rebuild our worth, not to play mind games. And I think that's a very different intention and a very different purpose behind it. Because a lot of women just drop everything for someone. And so if we've got to play the game, yes, it's true. We're actually just wild beasts within us. And so we've also got to understand that we've got primal instincts, and we've got to, you know, I think even so everything, marketing, for instance, it's mind trickery. I think the whole world is a game, and then we've got to learn to play it for sure.
we have, Luca Reedy, also a fair measure of men. I mean, a lot more than we even sort of imagine, that are desperate and dateless, as many women might imagine themselves to be sometimes. And we don't often talk about that because maybe it's too embarrassing, or maybe it's just shameful to be a man that can't get a date because you're a man. I mean, come on, just go do it. But it doesn't work that way, because at the end of the day, the same sort of techniques and vulnerabilities and cool, attractive standards that we're looking for women to further develop, also men have to have those too. Are the same advice patterns that you would offer women, things that you would offer men? Or does that give them too much power and they need to dial that back? It's a heck of a question, I think.
It is a heck of a question. It's a deep one. There's this premise of, I've got a program called Boys to Man. It's helping women go from dating boys to finding a good man. And the reason I talk about this is because there's a boy mentality and there's a man mentality. And a lot of women that have issues with like narcissistic men, insecure men, they're all boys. The process with men is still the same in many ways. We're still working on their deep insecurities that make them a severe narcissist, right? We're working on their ego that makes them like a manipulator. So we're trying to just heal all the shit that's built up. Sorry for cursing. All the stuff there built up from our past, and that's created this persona, and a lot of men out there, grown men, are acting like boys, and that's where this trouble comes with a lot of the women. And so if we go and do the work, and there are a lot of people doing this work, I don't specifically do it because it just there's so many other good people doing it, and it's for a lot of the men. Go and heal your shit. Go and look in the mirror and go and be a better man. And there are still a lot of good men out there, but there are a lot of boys out there that are struggling.
I appreciate the depth of this conversation, and really is a topic not that often discussed. Let's break down a little bit what narcissism is. The word is thrown around all over the place. Most people probably really don't know what it is, but it's easy to call someone a narcissist. Maybe help us kind of understand in your world, what is a narcissist?
Yeah, when I look at a narcissist, I see a deeply wounded ego. And that wounded ego means wounded ego just looking for love. It's looking for attention. And if we think about how the three things we need most as humans is to be heard, to be seen, to be loved. They need all three of them times 100. And so in their life, when I look at a severe narcissist, everything is very self-centered. It's all about them. And they will find someone who has been somewhat weak enough, and they'll take all of their energy, so that energy is now given to them, and then they'll do enough to make them keep coming back. So when I look at a narcissist, and I've grown up with many, all I'm looking at is a really deeply wounded boy. And a boy who's gone through some sort of trauma and just needs attention. And to really heal a narcissist, like if you really want to slowly change a narcissist, one of the biggest things to do, and this is not for a person who's in a relationship with a narcissist, for other people dealing with them outside looking in, is let them be right. All their craving is to be right, to be seen, to be heard, to be loved. It makes no difference if you say they're wrong and you just say, yeah, okay, no worries. Like, and then that little moment, it's unbelievable what can happen, change in that person just by giving them the thing that their soul craves.
Wow. It's true. I mean, that's why narcissists love to surround themselves with yes men. Why? General, that's a great idea. Let's do that right now. Well, it's going to cost this much. Money is no object, sir. I'm going to have you promoted. You're a great officer. But it's a survival technique. But when you are in that relationship with a narcissist, that's a different battle altogether. And I guess you have to really rethink that. Maybe find find support groups where you can talk about where do I end and where does the other person begin, and then start to navigate that territory. So you're not in an endless codependent seizure, unable to break free and live your own full life, which is really your point as you talk about the three things that women should avoid doing when navigating the dating scene.
Three things. The biggest thing is living your life. So many people when they get so many women when they find someone slightly interested, Cary, they go, oh, maybe this could be the one. Okay, I'm gonna drop absolutely everything I do, and I'm all of my energy into that. And then they the fragile mentality. Their availability has just become through the roof, completely available, and their stock price has gone down. Keep living your life. Number one. Number two. Don't be a chameleon. Don't be a chameleon blending in all your likes and your interests, hiding them, just so you can be more attractive or liked by this person. What's going to end up happening is you're going to hide who you are, and then later on down the track, the real you wants to come out, and you can't, or you do, and the relationship ends. Be real from the very get-go. If they don't like you for who you are, what your heart loves, they're not your person. And the
Amen. Sorry about that. But boy, are you exactly right on. Better to find out up front than 4 months into it. Surprise.
100%. That's why. Unfortunately, I keep seeing this with women. So the other thing, which kind of like stems off this is don't rush. Like if someone is super keen on you, they're going to give you their best side no matter what, because they don't want you to see their other side, because that might mean they're gonna lose you. So take your time, take it slow, and get to know the 100% of the person before you say, okay, I'm in. If you rush into something, you're going to see 10% of who they are. It's always going to be their great side, and that's why we call it the honeymoon period, because they're giving you the best side. So just take it easy. I tell my clients, and I was talking to one of my clients yesterday about this. Like, give yourself 6 more months. Keep living your life. Don't make yourself so available, and get to know them. And yes, you might like them now. You only like them because you know 10% of them. Let's see this out, and let's see how you feel in 6 months.
The great philosopher Maya Angelou said, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. And so many of us like to bleach a red flag white or pink. A red flag the size of here in the U.S. We have car dealerships that have American flag, probably the size of.
Oh, I've seen it.
Flapping. You can hear them snapping 5 miles away. Red flags. It's like just splash bleach on it until it turns white, and it's going to go away. That's the problem. And that's another thing is don't bleach red flags white. If it's a red flag, believe it.
You know what? One of the biggest reasons people do that is because they're so desperate to be loved. They're so desperate for a relationship. And I see a lot of women who are in their late 30s, 40s. Maybe they've gotten out of a relationship and they're really desperate to be in a relationship. They really struggle to be alone. And so they're turning all these red flags, and they're trying to bleach them, like you say, and paint them green. Because they're going to avoid them, and they go, no, that's all right. And then they enable it, tolerate it, and then they end up having to persist for the next 5, 10, 15 years, because they didn't have standards, they didn't hold themselves to what they truly believe, and they were acting from these deeper insecurities and these deeper fears and these need to be loved. Whereas if you can take control of that and really work on yourself before you go into those situations. And I do a lot of that work, and it's really magical. You actually are patient. You're not rushing. You really think through, because love shouldn't be rushed. Love is something that lasts for a lifetime if you do it correctly.
Well, what a great way to end. And I do thank you, Luca Reedy, for really bringing all this before and making senselessness of dating. Nobody's favorite pastime. Nobody loves the apps. Nobody loves any of this stuff. But if you don't put your hand out, it doesn't get shaken. And the right guy is not going to know you're hiding behind that door and come rapping on it. And if he does, never met him, that's not good either. So these are great pieces of advice. And We really appreciate you joining us today on Reboot Your Life.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, my friend. Luca Reed's been able to transform his personal pain into power and purpose as a counselor, as a therapist, and a life coach. And he focuses uniquely on empowering women to attract partners for them and heal from their past relationships. Cary Harris with you, and this is Reboot Your Life.
Hang on. Your reboot in a moment.
How you holding up? Nothing wrong with getting help.
If I promise to look into it, will you drop it and help me build this fence?
I need that help.
If you or a veteran needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources. VA.gov/reach.
Riverside Recovery of Tampa was created to offer state-of-the-art treatment options to people suffering from addiction. The model was developed to meet clients and their families where they're at and provide them with the tools and education needed so that they can achieve long-term recovery. No two people are the same, and no people have the same experience with addiction. And it is for this reason that we tailor each treatment plan to the needs of each individual. Located alongside the Hillsborough River in the heart of Tampa, Riverside Recovery offers the full continuum of care. And what that means is that we offer medical detoxification, residential care, day treatment, intensive outpatient, and outpatient levels of care. The program at Riverside is focused on high-quality clinical care offered in a safe, comfortable, and serene environment where everyone feels empowered to change the course of their lives. The stigma that surrounds addiction continues high on the list of reasons that people don't seek help. At Riverside Recovery, we're working to change the narrative and empower people to recognize addiction as a disease, not a moral failing. We can recover, and we do, as evidenced by the thousands of people who have taken that courageous first step in asking for help. The staff at Riverside understand what it's like to recover. In fact, over 75% of our staff are in long-term recovery. So if you or someone you know needs help and are ready to seek treatment, call Riverside Recovery of Tampa at 1-800-871-5440. That's 800-871-5440. You can learn more about the treatment we provide at rrtampa.com. Again, that's rrtampa.com.
Life 2.0. It's your life and your reboot. It's your life with Cary Harrison.
Now, how many of us are smokers? Smokers ourselves, or know how many people smoke and vape? They're everywhere. It's ubiquitous. Now I know we've all heard warnings before, but it is true that smoking, whether it's through traditional cigarettes or pens, it poses serious risks to our health. In fact, insurance companies say that quitting smoking and exercising are really the two main things you can do to truly extend your life. So picture this: with every puff, you're inhaling a cocktail of chemicals from tar, nicotine, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde. These are silent assassins slowly chipping away at your lungs, your heart, your overall well-being. Yet the allure and addiction of smoking is a habit deeply ingrained in our culture, our social rituals, even our identities. But the good news is the choices we make today ripple into tomorrow. So let's explore health over harm and life over addiction. With us is Brian Quigley, CEO of Qnovia, which is paving the way to mimic the technique of smoking to help people quit. Brian, we're so glad to have you on Reboot Your Life.
Cary, thanks for having me.
So, Brian Quigley, maybe you can walk us through the smoking technology that mimics sort of the familiar rhythm that smokers feel, they know about, they love it, without even thinking about it. This mimicry that actually uses that technique for the better.
No, absolutely. So at Qnovia, we're a venture-backed drug development company, and our focus is advancing what I'm holding here, which is a medical device. This is a handheld portable vibrating nebulizer, which delivers nicotine as a medicine via inhalation to smokers who are trying to quit smoking. And that's really important because the existing nicotine replacement therapies that people use like gums and patches, they don't address the behavioral aspects of addiction, and they don't deliver enough nicotine to alleviate cravings and withdrawal symptoms today.
So you're basically trading people down. Much as if you got off of anything, you go to a half quarter dose, and so you probably delivers less nicotine over time to the people who are used to it. It's a dance. When you smoke, 3 o'clock, gotta go out and smoke. Phone call. Gotta go out and smoke. Oh, time to smoke. Period. It's just part of a mechanical ritual. Also, not almost. It just is. For people, I used to smoke. I know these things. So with this, you'd be able to have just enough nicotine to work your way off and still do the behavior that you're not cold turkey suddenly doing nothing and going crazy out of your mind.
Correct. And it's really scary, Cary. With the 30 million smokers in this country today, the number one way smokers still try to quit remains cold turkey. And that's because the existing therapies they know don't give them the relief that they're looking for. So again, by delivering nicotine via inhalation device prescribed by the physician. This allows the smoker when they have that urge, when they grab their coffee, or they get in the car when they're used to having a cigarette. What they can now do is inhale and it delivers a precise amount of the drug, and is measured. And over 12 weeks, the device actually forces them to use less. So at the end of a 12-week use regimen, the smoker can really build their confidence in overcoming cravings and symptoms, and at the end, no longer be addicted to smoking and no longer be addicted to
Brian Quigley, with the FDA cracking down on popular e-cigarette brands like Juul, J-U-U-L. People have seen it at every gas station from here to Timbuktu. Illegal vapes flooding the market with flavors and other things. What can you tell us about the reason that these vapes are considered so deadly?
Well, it's really interesting. There is a framework from FDA to regulate e-cigarettes or vapes as a tobacco consumer product. And there are stringent scientific requirements companies have to demonstrate to be able to go through that pathway. But there are lots of devices that get shipped and sold illegally where there's not controls over what is in products, how are they working, and that really exposes consumers to potential risk. So it really is important whether that those products are going through tobacco regulatory processes do have the oversight of FDA. So people who use them can be confident that at least there's not going to be something in there that they don't know what it is.
We're talking to Brian Quigley, CEO of Qnovia, bringing a 150 leadership regulatory experience, paving the way for new medication inhalation methods. This new system optimizes dosing, it enhances efficacy, it even promotes easier patient compliance. And if you're not compliant, nothing works. Period. Fishing. If you don't put the worm on the hook, no fish. So it's all about combating smoking-related health issues to make a real difference. Global health care. And Brian, I have a friend who just 2 weeks ago ended up going into the ER. He was in the gym working out. His lung collapsed. They had to go in and do pretty radical surgery. He was in there for a few days smoking these vape pens, possibly with who knows what's in it, who knows was it regulated or not. But this stuff is happening all over the place. Part of why it's so deleterious. We're looking at still let's call it vaping or something like that. But this is really different. I'm trying to whittle it down so we're really clear.
Yeah, so there's a couple of very fundamental differences in our medicinal device and the drug versus what is available in e-cigarettes. So first and foremost is the mechanism used to create the aerosol. So e-cigarettes use heat to heat a liquid that then is inhaled by the user. And heat then creates thermal byproducts and degrades ingredients and flavors into what are called harmful potentially constituents. This device uses a nebulizer to create an aerosol, which is a proven technology and uses no heat. The second difference is this also has no flavor to it. Because again, flavors are ingredients that can be unstable stable in certain conditions. So this product, unlike a cigarette, is designed to be safe as a drug, to be consistent, and also to be effective. So no heat, no flavors are the biggest differences.
It's interesting. We talk about flavors, and it occurs to me that menthol cigarettes are supposed to go bye-bye sometime this year under the current presidential administration. They've been around forever. I think in the 50s that was the big deal, having a menthol cigarette. But I guess this is kind of the end of that story because it effectively does the same thing. Well, it is. Those chemicals you're talking about that are bad. Do we know anything more about that?
There's a lot of discussion and a lot of concern with cigarettes. And I think one of the primary issues is, smoking still is the leading cause of preventable death and disease. But a lot of people like me, my friends don't smoke. What we're seeing is smoking is becoming increasingly a health equity issue. The overwhelming majority of smokers of cigarettes are American. And so that is a population that is disproportionately being affected by the death caused by smoking. My personal view, one of the challenges that exist today with looking at taking those products off the market is there are millions of smokers who are addicted to cigarettes. And if those products go away, how are they going to be able to quit? It would be an unfortunate reality if those smokers were then turning to black products or gray market products. Then breaking the law to get the product they're addicted to. So if there were to be a menthol ban, I think there is an overwhelming need for medicine to help those smokers quit. Because I think really that is the goal. Right? The goal is how can more regulation put a big dent in the death caused by combustible cigarette smoking.
And also making available these nebulized pens to a population that may not universally be able to afford the therapies to help them quit. So there would have to be, I would think, a positive "we love human beings" effort to make sure that this stuff would be amply available. And I say that only because we know with other diseases where you have pens $30,000 jab. I mean, it just makes it impossible to stay alive on this continent. So I'd like to think that advanced technology like AI and other things sort of level out the playing field and can help many people. Certainly, I'm in the business of helping many people. I think you are too. Which means there must be a personal story behind your mission. Something about this that made it really important. You could put your major corporate talents into action. What's your personal connection to this?
Well, twofold. First and foremost, it starts with my dad. My dad, who we affectionately referred to as a lifelong quitter. For 50 years, smoking cigarettes and tried every medicine, every therapy to no longer be addicted to smoking, and he failed time and time again. And that was really frustrating. Interestingly, I also spent 16 years as a senior executive at Altria Group, where I worked on reduced harm products, including smokeless tobacco and also their cigarettes. And there, what I learned was there are smokers who are looking for less harmful alternatives, which is why they turn to products like any cigarette that's been authorized by the FDA. But there are millions of smokers like my dad whose their end goal is they no longer want to have the burden of addiction on their shoulder, and they just no longer want any nicotine product. And given there hasn't been a new medicine approved in 20 years. And the fact that smokers today still try to quit cold turkey, there's just an overwhelming need for innovation in the space, and we think it's a great opportunity to save millions of lives.
I remember when I quit smoking. Drink 2 gallons of water. Go to four movies in a row. They don't let you smoke in the theater. True. So go to places where you're not allowed to smoke dark. Drink lots of water and just pay attention to something else. And I remember this was at the time that you have 3 or 4 days of tissue hunger. This is where you go mad. And then after that, it's sort of a base. It becomes a mental issue. But it was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. Climbing the Matterhorn would have been easier. I'm wondering if the tobacco industry can't love you for blocking billions of dollars in their smoking profits potentially. What are some of the obstacles you've encountered as you've looked to help people stop smoking?
Well, I mean, the biggest obstacle is generating overwhelming scientific evidence to demonstrate to FDA that a medicine like ours can be safe and effective. I think it is important that patients have the trust that what they're using will be effective. And that requires time, money, and patience to generate that data. And that's the work that we're doing now. From an overwhelming patient perspective, and that's what really keeps us going, right? When you talk to smokers who want to quit, they feel left behind, right? They feel like no one cares about them. Even some physicians have given up telling them to try to quit smoking, and given up telling them to try again because they failed so many times. And in this country, in this day and age, that's just unacceptable.
You go back to the 1600s, you go back to when this was a British colony. This was one of the biggest crops for the king. And it was called sotweed back then, like being beaten or drunk, sotweed. And it was one of his big cash crops. So it's actually embedded into the early infrastructure of what this country is. It is a tobacco-growing nation. So it makes sense that it's still part of our infrastructure, part of our culture, part of our appeal, our movies in black and white in the 1930s, 40s, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. You have to have a cigarette while you're dancing, while you're having champagne, while you're just being you. Even asleep. There's always an ashtray with a cigarette glowing. Just insanity. So, but it's different. Now we have medicine. We even see black and white or color films, even from the 70s. Marcus Welby, the doctor smoking a cigarette and looking at somebody's chest X-ray. Like, wow. Today we'd go, come on. But I guess they didn't know. It really is interesting to see. You're right. The tobacco use is part of our culture, part of our society for decades. And I don't think that will change. There are adults who use these products full well knowing the harm that exists today. But I think the thing that is important to remember is all of those folks that want a change. When you talk about rebooting your life, that is how a lot of these people feel. There's one patient that we spoke to in some of our research described, her addiction. This is like if I'm going into a casino and I'm playing poker every day, and if I just use a different, e-cigarette or nicotine product, that's like saying, well, don't play poker, play blackjack today. And they're sick of the burden, and that's the responsibility that we take on is for those people who are left behind. They do deserve better. And that doesn't mean that smoking will go to zero tomorrow, but with better ways to quit, more effective ways to quit, we can make a big dent in the disease caused by the use of combustible cigarettes. I knew it was time for me to quit smoking, not just because I was hacking up shards of glass. That's what it feels like. If you're a smoker, hacking up shards of glass or balls of barbed wire if it's a better day. And you just do that every day. You get used to it, and it's horrible. Exactly as you're saying. And I was in Connecticut with my cousin. We were swimming in a pond, and in the middle of the pond is typical in a lot of places. Floating dock. Let's swim to the floating dock. Sure, it's not that far away. I almost didn't make it. Really, I'm a swimmer. I almost didn't make it. I ran out of air. I couldn't get enough, and I'm stuck in the middle of a pond. Now, saltwater here in Florida, fine. You can float. You can whatever. Fresh water, you just go clunk right to the bottom. And I knew I was toast, and I had to do something about smoking. A lot of people get shocked into events. When we're talking about morbidity, mortality, how long your life expectancy will be if you're a chronic smoker. You can't imagine you're going to be 90 someday. Generally speaking, the average person, if you're a real smoker these days. No, you're 100% right. And what a lot of people don't realize is even if they've been smoking for a long time, they make up. Well, maybe it's too late. But the facts are when you quit smoking, almost immediately, within hours and days,
there's a positive effect on your health. And so it's never too late to make another quit attempt. And people should never give up. And not everybody wants to use a medicine to try to do that. But people really never should give up because the benefits they start on hour one, day one, when you're successfully stopping smoking.
Well, this is really cool. And let's wrap with the obvious question because this technology is simply, we're only going to use it for smoking. That's it. Sure. It delivers better patient compliance. It's a more reliable delivery system for medications. Does all this, but only for no. That can't possibly. I know. I'm having fun here. So now what you guys are thinking. This could actually tackle a bunch of other medical issues where people are having to jab and stab and stand on their head and do backflips. No more, right?
Yeah, there is delivering medicine via inhalation is a very effective way to get drugs into the bloodstream without side effects and get better efficacy. So although smoking cessation is where we're starting, there are a host of indication areas, asthma, COPD, pain management, where we can deliver compounds using this technology via inhalation to get better patient outcomes. We also have a partnership with the Medical University of Virginia, where for example, they've developed a portfolio of what are called peptides. These can be aerosolized and delivered to the lung to treat pulmonary infections like pneumonia. So there's lots of ways that using this technology, drugs can be delivered more effectively with patient inhalation.
And everybody seems to be an asthmatic now. Pollen is just it's even a word to describe what it's like right now for so many people. And for them to be able to have relief, it augurs a pretty exciting future. Thank you so much, Brian Quigley, for joining us today.
Thanks, Cary. Appreciate it.
Brian Quigley, CEO of Cunovia, bringing Fortune 150 leadership, really. FDA regulatory experience, paving the way for new medication inhalation method. This new system optimizes dosing and enhances efficacy and promotes easier patient compliance. There it is. All about combating smoking right now, smoking-related health issues to make a real difference in our global healthcare. Cary Harris with you, and this is Reboot Your Life.
So how's the feeling like treating you? Fine. When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. Maybe you are fine. If you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
Veterans, find resources, va.gov/reach.
Are you familiar with Riverside Recovery of Tampa? Well, they offer a profound all-embracing approach to addiction treatment. With a dedicated team of empathetic professionals, Riverside Recovery is committed to guiding individuals on their path to enduring recovery, using a variety of science-backed therapies, counseling, and support services. Riverside Recovery values the individuality of every recovery journey. Their tailored treatment plans respond to specific needs, the hurdles, the goals of each resident, providing effective aid regardless of whether you're taking your first steps in recovery or maintaining your progress. With Riverside, recovery isn't just achievable, it's an influential journey towards a healthier, brighter future. The testimonials of those who have undergone treatment there are evidence of rediscovered self-worth and potential. Located on the tranquil Hillsborough River of Tampa, Riverside serves as a peaceful haven, promoting self-discovery and healing. They acknowledge that recovery is about more than just overcoming difficulties. It's also about finding your innate strength and resilience. The Riverside Recovery's committed team are empathetic allies in your recovery journey. They comprehend that genuine healing involves the mind, the body, and the spirit, meticulously dealing with all facets of addiction. You can discover more at rrtampa.com. That's rrtampa.com. Or reach out at 1-800-871-5440. That's 800-871-5440. 800-871-5440 or rrtampa.com.
You can tweet us anytime on X at Reboot Your Life.
Life 2.0. It's your life and your reboot. It's Your Life with Cary Harrison.
Let's talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD.
When people think of PTSD, they think of military veterans, brave men and women who have served in our armed forces. But did you know that PTSD affects nearly 8 million other people per year? PTSD can occur after any kind of trauma. Accidents, personal injury, witnessing a disaster or violent crime, and victims of physical or sexual assault. PTSD can impact you and those you love. But PTSD is not a sign of weakness. There is good news. Evidence-based treatments are available. When you experience a traumatic event, physical and chemical changes happen in your brain. Evidence-based treatments such as cognitive processing therapy, prolonged exposure, and eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, or EMDR, provide tools to help you deal with PTSD symptoms. SSRI and SNRI medications may also help. Be sure to speak with your medical care provider about which options are best for you. You don't have to feel isolated or alone. Help is available. If you are worried about harming yourself or someone else, call the Veterans Crisis Line or the Suicide Prevention Hotline for those who aren't military. For more information about PTSD, contact the National Center for PTSD at ptsd.va.gov.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military.
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues. I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, I mean, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
Oh, with me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
Cary Harrison with you, and this is Rethinking Heroes. We're going to talk a little bit about the movie Oppenheimer, but not about the movie, about some of the backstory that you may not know about. We're all familiar with the bombing of Japan. This, of course, is around the anniversary time of that. And there is a hidden story, some mystery history that you don't know about. We're going to be talking in just a moment to Thomas Reifer. He is a professor of sociology at the University of San Diego and an associate fellow at the Transnational Institute. And he worked closely with Daniel Ellsberg, a frequent guest here, as you know. And Ellsberg's last book was The Doomsday Machine, Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner. And he had plenty of insight into that because that's exactly what he was doing. Professor Reifer has pointed out that the film Oppenheimer raises so many important issues, none more urgent than the vast increase in destructive power that came with the making of atomic and then thermonuclear weapons. The later hydrogen bombs, which we're all familiar with today, were 1,000 times more powerful than those dropped largely on civilians at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yet, even earlier, the powers that be went ahead with the bomb project, despite concerns, this is important, that it might ignite the atmosphere and destroy the world. Some have tried to discount this risk in reviews of the film, which many of you have now seen. Yet, as Daniel Ellsberg back in 2018 showed in The Doomsday Machine, his book, the uncertainties at the time were quite real because, frankly, none of this had ever been invented before. Heavy water experiments were new. All of it was new, and the dropping of it and what would happen was new. Let me introduce Professor Thomas Reifer. I want to welcome you to Rethinking Heroes.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
And you're one of our heroes because it takes a lot of brave people to show us the parts of history that are conspicuously missing from school. Like, I wasn't taught this. Why? Because, well, it's going to kind of ruin it, isn't it? And this is why you're here as a brave person to help us understand the fuller picture. Let's talk a little bit about these atomic weapons and the secret that I mentioned earlier. What was that for people?
The secret?
The mystery of the atomic weapons that had never been tested before. What could have happened?
So there was real concern about atmospheric ignition, and recently the media has tried to discount it and say, oh, there was no real chance of it. But the fact is that Enrico Fermi, who was a physicist, the leading experimental physicist, thought it was quite real. Hans Bethe was more skeptical about it. But in the film, it shows that this idea that it was zero, they hadn't thought it was zero. They said it was close to zero. But when you're talking about something like destroying the world, as Leslie Groves said in the film, it would be nice for it to be zero. So the fact is that this was a real concern, and the scientists going ahead with it was a kind of certain testing of humanity, which helped inaugurate the nuclear age and then the thermonuclear age, as you mentioned. But specifically, this is left out of the film. The Bravo test on March 1, 1954, about a month and a half before the hearings, was 15 megatons. That was approximately 1,000 times larger than the 15 kiloton bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima.
And we're looking at something that had never been done before. We had dropped all sorts of bombs all over Germany, all over Japan at the time. We later in Dresden dropped what were then called petroleum jelly, later known as napalm in Vietnam. A lot of these were, in effect, medical experiments. I say that having visited Nagasaki and noticing that the perimeter around Nagasaki before dropping the atomic bombs, they actually made a margin, much as you would in a lab with a petri dish. So there's a margin of bombing around it so that the spot you actually bomb is completely intact and not molested by previous bombings, which means you can measure the impact. Now, a lot of us would hate to think that that's the case, but we're learning more over time thanks to people like you.
Yes, in fact, sadly, it was the case. And one of the limitations of the Oppenheimer film, and I'm not a filmmaker, and I'm a big Christopher Nolan fan, is that it shows none of the people at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It really doesn't. That's something that you have to conjure, and hopefully it will be a basis for studying it, because the thermonuclear age gets us to an age in which the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki are the trigger for thermonuclear bombs. And that's an indication of just how much more powerful the thermonuclear bombs are, which are expressed not in kilotons, thousands of tons of TNT, but millions of tons of TNT, which poses a threat to human civilization that is as great as that of catastrophic climate change.
We're talking right now to Professor Thomas Reifer. He is a professor of sociology at the University of San Diego and an associate professor at the Transnational Institute. He worked closely with Daniel Ellsberg, whose book, The Doomsday Machine: Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner, laid out so much of this stuff. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. Don't forget, you can get our free newsletter simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com, and we'll include a transcript of this conversation, plus some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Now, Professor, I remember having read Gore Vidal voluminously as a kid, my particular perversion, other than watching C-SPAN. And in that, he talked about how the Japanese were actually mid-surrender by the time we had dropped these two bombs. Not, of course, Oppenheimer again. But that sort of tells the story of what might have been going on. It was he postulated, Gore Vidal did, that we had spent so much money creating the Manhattan Project, Fat Man and Little Boy, billions at the time, that you can't just spend all that money and then not do anything with it. Even though a lot of these scientists were warning this, we really can't go through with this. We have a sense of how horrific this will be. But you spend a lot of money, you got a machine going, you got to deliver.
Well, I think there's a few things. One, a distinction needs to be made between Japan being essentially defeated and its being willing to surrender. They were essentially defeated. Their willingness to surrender was very conditional on their desire to keep the emperor. But one of the things that the film leaves out and is left out in most histories is that the Soviet Union invaded Japanese-occupied Manchuria on the night of August 8th and the morning of August 9th. And that was as important, in fact, arguably of greater importance in leading the Japanese to surrender than the atomic bombings. This has been extensively discussed in probably the best book on the subject by Tsuyoshi Hasegawa called Racing the Enemy: Stalin, Truman, and the Surrender of Japan. And it is true, and it is the case, that the dropping of the atomic bombs wasn't simply as it was portrayed, the ending of World War II. It was the first shot in the Cold War against the Soviet Union. A key aspect of the bomb was to indicate to the Soviet Union that the United States had a new ace in the hole, and this was thought of as the winning weapon, and its use was contemplated extensively in the Cold War, including in the very month that Oppenheimer had his security hearing in the context of the French defeat, impending defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954.
Yes, it's interesting how we had various generals famously talking about now we really have to go after the Russians, even though World War II isn't quite concluded. But knowing that the Soviet Union at the time and knowing that we were dealing with Stalin, that a message had to be sent because they were clearly going to be the next one that we had to deal with. And what is more mafia-like than to explode something that no humans have ever seen before with such chaotic, destructive power that it boggles the imagination? That's going to tell your potential enemy, stand down. But it didn't, did it? That potential enemy said, oh yeah, watch this.
Just as predicted. One of the things that the film doesn't go into, but is important for viewers to know, is that the Bravo test in March 1, 1954, spread radioactive poison over a large swath of the Earth, including the famous Lucky Dragon fishing boat. And when the fishermen came back to Japan in the middle of March, they were soon after diagnosed with radioactive poisoning. One of them died in September, and this helped to inaugurate a global anti-nuclear movement and a real discussion about the bomb. So even though the film ends on a very pessimistic note, it's important to remember that we've had these waves of anti-nuclear movements. Recently, there hasn't been much of one, but one can hope that with the appearance of the film, a revived one will be in development.
We're talking right now to Professor Thomas Reifer. He's a professor of sociology at the University of San Diego and an associate fellow at the Transnational Institute. We're looking at how the movie Oppenheimer omits information about the H-bomb testing just before a scientist's career was destroyed. And let's talk a little bit about why would you destroy a scientist's career? Isn't he there to make this happen for you?
Well, Oppenheimer had the temerity to, as chair of the General Advisory Committee, to be against a crash program to build the super, Teller's desired weapon, on both technical and moral grounds. And given his vulnerabilities and the enmities that he engendered, especially with Admiral Strauss, who was head of the Atomic Energy Commission and an advisor to Eisenhower on nuclear matters, he needed to be destroyed to get him out of the way of the Air Force, which was wedded to the idea of thermonuclear weapons, so that he could never consult with government again, and his views wouldn't be taken seriously on the arms race and the danger of thermonuclear weapons.
So if you're planning just say several decades long, very expensive military competition, you really don't want somebody ruining that for you, even if they brought you the goods so that you could have this competition forever and ever.
Yes, and given that Oppenheimer was vulnerable, an example could be made of him. And also, aspersions could be cast. Well, if you're against a crash program for thermonuclear weapons, maybe you're a communist, maybe you're a foreign agent. Well, James Conant, the president of Harvard, who's co-director of the Manhattan Project, was also against the super program. So was Vannevar Bush. But Oppenheimer was vulnerable, so an example could be made out of him and a message sent to the other scientists to not speak too loudly against the arms race.
Professor Thomas Reifer, I used to live in Chicago. I did for a while anyway, working for the CBS station up there, news station. And I did a bunch of different stories on things that they simply weren't covering. They were very good at covering panda births at the Brookfield Zoo, traffic on the ones. I got in trouble with Bill Clinton for that, another story at another time. But I did a story on the drinking water out of Lake Michigan. It turns out that Chicago had the most amount of goiters in the nation per capita. These, thyroid problems where your neck swells up. And disproportionately so. Like, why? The water intake valves, the drinking water, are 200 yards off the end of Navy Pier, which during World War II, they were dumping, plutonium and whatever, all this kind of rot while working on the Manhattan Project. Meanwhile, Mildred and Timmy and Jennifer are guzzling this water for decades. Needless to say, much like you're pointing out here that happened to Oppenheimer, Mayor Daley, that's how he talks, called up the general manager of the radio station. You said, you tell this guy no more nature stories. And for me, it was no more nature stories. So you are 100% right. When you get these powerful people over you and they can wipe you out in 2.5 seconds, they do. So they want me to do Hollywood news from Chicago, which is a little stale and kind of not very good, but that's what they do. So here we are today in a place where there's even less openness, I think. Everything is classified. Everything is top secret. You also talked about the Lucky Dragon incident. We forget, or maybe we don't even know, that on the atolls and out near New Zealand and Australia, we were exploding giant H-bombs and the rest of it. And then all that fallout that we know about, and we're not talking Las Vegas in the 60s where you would rent a hotel room with, holding 4 martinis with Dean Martin in the background watching a nuke, and then it just blows in your face. This is like the fishermen there didn't really know what was going on. Can you talk a little bit about that incident?
Yes. So the thing is that the fishermen in 1954, they thought it was a bomb, but they weren't sure, and they were afraid they would get in trouble if they thought it was, a secret weapon. They were afraid they would get in trouble. So there was a lot of attempts to hush it up. Admiral Strauss himself said that the Lucky Dragon wasn't really a fishing boat. It was a red spy ship, which was crazy. And he continually lobbied the CIA to look into it and find out. In fact, when people started protesting nuclear testing, many of their letters were referred to the FBI to find out if they had communist affiliations. So there had been a long period of testing. In 46, Operation Crossroads in the Bikini Atoll, huge numbers of people were poisoned with radioactivity, displaced, and this continued, of course, into the 1950s with a thermonuclear test. But it also helped to generate a movement which eventually led to the partial test ban under President Kennedy.
And here we are today with, well, I don't know what the exact number is, but we're at least 6,000 plus nuclear warheads that can wipe out the planet, who knows how many dozens of times. And we're at the doomsday clock, if anyone knows what that is. Is it like 1 second now? It's some crazy number. And all of this so painful.
Seconds.
Yeah, it's just really kind of terrifying. Many of us don't think about it. We certainly don't see anything about it on CNN or any of our domestic news. So we're really not aware of it and we're not mindful of it. But I think what you've done in your research, Professor Thomas Reifer, with the professor of sociology at the University of San Diego, is you're helping us learn about the history that, as I said, is conspicuously missing. We're not taught this stuff because it's inconvenient, makes us ask questions, and it makes us wonder if all the decisions made on our behalf are in the best interest of us and all the other live, upright mammals. So I appreciate your research and your bravery, because not all heroes wear capes. Some of them wear, a mortar on their head, like the good old days, and a monocle or some pince-nez. How does this work in San Diego? I'm just going to ask you, as a sociologist, is everyone rallying behind and going, this is great, this is like so cool, or we'll let you continue to do this course, but we just want you to sort of manage it?
Well, I have a lot of military people in my classroom, and they're all very sympathetic to it. But of course, it's hard because many universities are very closely tied in with the military-industrial complex, the CIA, the Pentagon, all these institutions, and there's a reticence to really look at them and explore them, even though Eisenhower himself said that in the long run, it's the people who are going to make peace, and they're going to demand that governments get out of the way and let them have it. So there's a long tradition that we can take up from people who served in the military, who think that when we go to war, we should do so only when we're attacked and when it's absolutely necessary. So there's a long just war tradition, and there's a long tradition of concern about humanity. And I think at a time of rising xenophobia, some of the people in the military I have understand that the most. They're going to be the ones who are going to be fighting in a war. Like, for example, in discussions, people are having a war with China, which seems crazy to me. So the fact is that you find surprising allies, and that's one of the hopes.
What a great way to end. And I hadn't considered that, but it makes so much sense. At the end of the day, who's actually going out on the field to deal with this? Not me. You know, I can vote yes on TV. I can run around. I can eat my ice cream and vote for horrible people and figure that it's just handled. But at the end of the day, I do have friends. I spend a lot of time in Tampa Bay where MacDill Air Force Base is. I have Marine friends. I have Air Force friends. These guys have PTSD. They've come back seeing horrible, unmentionable things. Do they want to go back? No, because they've seen what it really looks like. And so I think your work in educating us and bringing into light that which has been sitting in the shadows for so long, this is a true act of bravery. And I very much appreciate your having joined us today, Professor Thomas Reifer.
Thank you so much. Big fan of your work.
Thank you so much. We've been speaking to Professor Thomas Reifer, professor of try saying that 10 times quickly, sociology at the University of San Diego and an associate fellow at the Transnational Institute. He happened to work closely with Daniel Ellsberg, somebody whom we featured many times on the show, going back to the Air America days, even back to Sirius XM when I really stirred it up back then without any FCC or censorship. It was good, clean fun. Even got him to laugh a lot. It was kind of an awesome moment. Ellsberg's latest book was The Doomsday Machine, Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner, and Professor Reifer has been bringing forth some of the realities that you don't see in Hollywood movies, though they do bring forth the sort of overarching theme, but he's brought into focus all those things that are kind of missing, that are kind of important. And I hope you'll take that and remember that. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. You can get our free newsletter. It's an opt-in newsletter simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com, and we'll make sure you get a transcript of this entire interview.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. Life after the military. Rethinkingheroes.com.
Cary Harrison with you, and this is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. Don't forget, you can sign up for our free newsletter, opt-in newsletter, simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com, and you get a transcript of this show and all kinds of cool behind-the-scenes stuff, insights, observations, things that we simply cannot do on the radio. Well, this being the anniversary time of the first and only 2 atomic bombs that have been dropped, we're talking about some of the stories that you won't know about, things that were not taught to you in school. And guess what? Probably will never be taught to you in school. That's the beauty of these radio stations that carry exactly this kind of content. This is the real stuff. If you could sign up for a course that taught you this kind of stuff, would you? Hands up in the air. Yes. Or would you rather know, and the Allies and the Axis came up over the hill, Napoleon in 1700. So unfortunately, a lot of this is filled with gravitas. It's very raw and real, but you're going to learn something you didn't know. I want to introduce to you Dave Lindorf. He's an investigative reporter and an author. He's the winner of the 2019 Izzy Award, and we give those, we give those, well, if we're lucky, we receive those for outstanding independent journalism, and he has received one of those. He's the producer of the new Steve James movie called A Compassionate Spy. All this running in collision with Oppenheimer, which is in the movie theaters as well. And we talked about that a little bit earlier. And this movie, A Compassionate Spy, is about Ted Hall, who was snatched from Harvard as a physics major right into the Manhattan Project to help build the first 2 nuclear bombs. And what did he do? Well, he decided to leak to the Russians that we were working on something, and that literally changed the course of history, a history you were never taught. I want to welcome you, Dave Lindorf, to Rethinking Heroes.
Thanks for having me on, Cary.
And I say this, forever and ever, over and over again, but I mean it sincerely. Heroes don't necessarily wear capes. They don't necessarily get awards. They don't necessarily stand in the middle of the town square, but they do the things that take real bravery, and they do it often at their peril. And what you've done is revealed a side of American history, a side of really global geopolitical history that most of us didn't know, that may literally change the way we look at the Manhattan Project and what happened after Japan going into the Cold War. What you have researched, what you have revealed was stunning to me, and it now explains so much. Let's jump right into it. Here's this guy, Ted Hall. He's at Harvard. He gets snatched. They say, we want you to work on a secret project. He probably wasn't told up front what the ultimate outcome would be. But while he's working on this, he gets some kind of enlightenment, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. He was put into the experimental division of the project at Los Alamos, and what he was doing was helping to refine the very complex engineering of the implosion system that was required to explode a plutonium bomb. The plutonium was so fissured because of a impurity that was in it whenever it was produced in a nuclear reactor, that it would explode in a cannon like the uranium bomb so fast that the pieces wouldn't even have gotten together yet, and they would melt into a liquid and it would be a fizzle. So it might destroy a city block, but not a city. So they had to figure out a way to get it to the two pieces to come together all in an instant, in a microsecond. And that was a ball of multiple pieces fit together with explosions all around them, timed to go off exactly at the same time. And then it would, crash together from every direction. And then you got your Nagasaki and your Trinity. Those were the two plutonium bombs. So he knew all about it. He knew the whole secret. And he basically realized in the fall of 1944, about 6 months after they'd hired him, that first of all, Germany was not going to get the bomb. They were being bombed day and night by autumn of 44, and everybody knew it, they were going to lose. And he felt that the real fear was that the US would come out of the war with an absolute monopoly on the atomic bomb and would use the atomic bomb to have its way in the world and to prevent other countries from getting it, most notably the Soviet Union. So that was his concern, a monopoly on the bomb by the US. And I think we all know what the US would have done had it had a monopoly for years. And in fact, this is what people don't know. And I think it's the big don't know, is that before the war was over, and Russia was our main ally during the war, by the way, in fighting the Nazis, the Manhattan Project was ordered to start trying to figure out how to industrialize the production of atomic bombs, not to make them by hand as they were doing, but to be able to
put a little Henry Ford into it.
Yeah, exactly. And they did it. It took them a couple of years, but by the time of about late 1947 and into 48, they achieved that. And they were getting up to about being able to do 10 a month. And the intent was to get over 400 bombs, which the Pentagon said would be required to destroy the Soviet Union as an industrial society, hitting 70 to 100 cities. And we saw the plans to these things. It was ultimately called Operation Drop Shot. And they were targeting getting that done before what they called A-Day, which would be when the Soviets were predicted to have not only a bomb, which they got in 1949, thanks to Ted, but also maybe 50 or 100 of their own bombs, which would mean that they probably could slip a couple out even through a first strike by the US and do damage to US interests in Europe or even the US. So that after that, the plans dropped. But so basically, Americans don't know that. Why were we, with the only bomb, mass producing them when we thought the Russians wouldn't get the bomb for 10 years? There's only one explanation.
Ted Hall.
No, but I mean, why would the US government have started mass producing bombs when they didn't expect anyone else to have it for another decade?
Because you would like, if you're going to make 400 cars, you got to put them on a lot and sell them. Otherwise, why do it?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear what was going on. Oppenheimer went to Truman and was asked by Truman, when do you think the Russians are going to get the bomb? And Oppenheimer said, this is in the movie, correctly, that, you know, he was asked that by Truman and he said, I don't really know. And Truman said, I do. Never. Now, that's a pretty frightening statement.
I'm just going to reset and reintroduce you so we don't start sounding like a podcast. As much as we all love them, it is radio. People get in and out of their cars every 10, 15, 20 minutes. We're talking right now to Dave Lindorf, investigative reporter and author. He's the winner of the 2019 Izzy for outstanding independent journalism. He's also a producer of the new Steve James movie called A Compassionate Spy. And we're talking really about Ted Hall, not a character that you see on any of these Manhattan Project TV series on the History Channel or anywhere else. You don't see him in the movies. He is deleted. He never happened, never existed. And here we have Dave Lindorf finding out the true story of this guy who did something who many of us would not think particularly heroic, which is to tell the Russians, the Soviets at the time, this is during the Truman administration, that the U.S. is building bunches of these things like a factory, atomic bombs. But the outcome is, I think, what we would call mutually assured destruction, or MAD. Wasn't that the point of Ted Hall? Not that he loved the Russians or cared about the Soviets. I mean, that's a tough one, especially in today's world. But he did it so that we wouldn't use them if somebody else had them. Otherwise, as you pointed out, if we're mass producing them, that means that there would have been an attempt to go and drop 400 nukes on Soviet Russia, which is part of what your research has brought forth.
Yeah, that's right. There are documents that Ellsberg also documented this in the 50s, that there were these actual war plans to completely annihilate not only Russia, but China, North Korea, Vietnam, and the eastern captive countries of Eastern Europe. Unbelievable. They even were targeting East Berlin, as though you could drop a bomb on East Berlin and not destroy West Berlin. So pretty crazy.
Yeah, Checkpoint Charlie, that'll stop it.
Yeah, exactly. That stopped the radiation. The thing that I think is fascinating about Ted is that, first of all, he volunteered to be a spy. He never got paid a penny. He did this at a time also, and which Americans also don't know. Russia was our main ally. Their Red Army was chewing up by 1944 the best troops and equipment that the Germans had. It wasn't over in Normandy. It had gone into Russia to conquer Russia and was being driven back in the 40s by Russian troops who were dying in droves, but were beating them. And it was being massively supplied by the US with weapons that were transported on an Alaskan highway that was built for this, and then shipped over on the Trans-Siberian Railway to the Eastern Front to fight the Nazis. So, you know, Ted was helping actually a US ally during the war.
So I'm going to make an analogy. It would be as though, in a weird way, he were helping the French. He were helping the British.
That's
an
right.
ally that we accept. We accept the British as an ally. The French, well, you know, but the British, not a problem. The English, that's good. It would be, they have the same standing as the British. And it was, in fact, the Russians who went in and got Hitler in the bunker, who allegedly had blown his brains out and had a secret marriage after not kissing a woman's hand over 10 years. Find a world leader that doesn't grab a bunch of chicks when you go in and take other countries. That's another story for another time, and I have some interesting evidence on that. That said, it was the Russians who went in and took Berlin, that part. So they were a full-on ally, without whom we probably wouldn't have won and conquered. So when Ted Hall was dealing with an ally, it's different from what we would hear with our today ears, which is, here's this American working on atomic bombs and telling the Russians. This is not Vladimir Putin. This is an ally. So different staging there.
Yeah, I mean, it was Stalin, and Ted actually said years later, and it's in the film, if he had known that all the horrible things being said about Stalin were true, he probably wouldn't have had the stomach to do what he did. However, he said in retrospect, looking back, he thinks that the young person he was at the time did the right thing. That's a complicated thought process, but I think he's correct. I mean, and people should remember that it's been 78 years since Nagasaki, and there's been no additional use of a nuclear weapon. We've come close, but there's been no additional use of a nuclear weapon in 78 years. With all these nuclear weapons we have around the world, they haven't been used because of MAD.
Which has been useful. And it does, this of course is the thinking behind arming everyone in the US, but it doesn't work with guns.
Right.
It just doesn't, because one gun doesn't kill everyone. One nuke does kill everyone.
Yeah.
Cary Harris with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. Don't forget to sign up for our free newsletter at rethinkingheroes.com, and we're going to get you a transcript of this interview, plus some of the behind-the-scenes stuff we can't squeeze onto radio. We're talking to Dave Lindorf. He's an investigative reporter and author, winner of the 2019 Izzy. That's the award given to outstanding independent journalists. He's also the producer of the new Steve James movie called A Compassionate Spy, running in tandem with Oppenheimer. So theaters, and it's all about Ted Hall. This movie, A Compassionate Spy, Ted Hall snatched from Harvard as a physics major and taken into the Manhattan Project to create the atomic bombs, and then decided to leak to an ally. Odd as it sounds in today's ears, but the ally was Russia back then, that something was going on so that Harry Truman's goal of taking 400 manufactured nukes and dropping them on the Soviet Union. We just heard from Dave Lindorf, even East Berlin, as if nobody in West Berlin is going to even know it ever happened. I mean, ridiculous, all over the Baltic area. And this was still new territory, atomic energy. We didn't fully understand what a nuclear winter would look like, what fallout looked like. We hadn't had a Chernobyl yet. We hadn't had a Fukushima yet. We hadn't seen crops destroyed. We hadn't seen bluefin tuna swim from Fukushima, from the shoals, 800 miles a day, all the way to the Pacific coast of California, get caught in nets, and then we eat that, and there's radiation in it. We didn't understand this stuff at the time. So the guys building these bombs had understood intuitively how incredibly dangerous they could be, anything to stop them from going crazy. And Dave, let's talk a little bit about Albert Einstein. More than theory of relativity. That's all we're taught about him, because the other part, well, that's kind of forbidden. Albert Einstein spent the second half of his life as a peace guy, like, don't use nukes, don't kill each other. We're not taught that, because it really ruins the idea of the Albert Einstein.
A few weeks before he died, Einstein, bedridden at that time, talked with a Linus Pauling, a two-time Nobel winner, won a Peace Prize and won a Chemist Prize, that the only major mistake he made in his life was writing a letter to Roosevelt saying you need to have a bomb project because the Germans are going to try to get one. He knew you could make a bomb. He knew how to make it. He knew to make a cannon and put two pieces together and blast them at each other of U-235, and you can make a bomb. It's a very simple process if you can get the U-235, which is hard to refine, but that was an engineering problem. And Einstein knew that there could be a bomb. And so he said to Roosevelt, you got to do a project and get the bomb first. And he later rued having done that.
You know, another such person wiped from history half their life is Helen Keller. Blind, deaf, cool, Braille, did these great things. She was a peacenik, to use my father's terminology, for the full second half of her life. She worked with labor unions. She fought for peace. Never happened. Expunged from history.
Yeah,
so
it is wiped out.
Yeah, it's wiped out. And I think that's why it's important that you found the only way we can get news out today is through entertainment. Like, you're not going to hear this on CNN. You're not going to hear this by any sober journalist on TV or really anywhere else on radio, because this is prickly information. But we trust our audience, we trust our listeners, we trust our viewers here to be able to analyze, cope, absorb, evaluate, and figure out what they want to do with this information. And because of you and your new movie called A Compassionate Spy, a movie about Ted Hall, it's premiering soon, is it not?
It's starting on the 4th at the Royal Theater in West LA.
That's the 4th of August.
Yes. And I think it has a 1-week run.
Great. And then afterwards, we'll be able to find it online ubiquitously.
Yeah, it'll be on Hulu, I think Apple Play or whatever their film thing is called and stuff. Yeah,
Well, that's
it's
great.
coming. This is a story that's basically what Oppenheimer didn't do, but was accused of doing, giving the bomb information to the Russians, is what Ted did.
And Ted got away with it, it turns out. And of course, now we know how and why all of this turned out the way it did. It wasn't an accident that Stalin was able to, within a very short period of time after Nagasaki and Hiroshima, demonstrate that the Russians had such a thing. And how did they find out about it? Well, now we know. Thanks to you, Dave Lindorf, investigative reporter and author. You are the winner of the 2019 Izzy for Outstanding Independent Journalism. You're also a producer of the new Steve James movie called A Compassionate Spy, all about Ted Hall, taken from Harvard as a physics major, put into the Manhattan Project, and deciding to leak to, at the time, our ally, the Russians. Wrap your head around that. But yes, there was a time when they were allies so that there would be mutually assured destruction, thereby not letting one side do one thing to the other, which means all the live humans die. So how interesting. Where it all will go, nobody knows. I want to thank you so much for joining us today on Rethinking Heroes.
Cary, thanks for having me.
Thank you, my friend.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com. Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Well, this Women's History Month, we're shining a spotlight on a truly inspiring story with a special interview from the Library of Congress. We're focusing on the powerful reminder of the contributions that women and minorities have had in the military. Through the Veterans History Project, Monica Mohindra and her team are on a mission to collect, preserve, and share the untold stories of these brave individuals. With us now is Monica Mohindra, Director of the Library of Congress's Veterans History Project, to talk about the women of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. Well, you're going to want to know what that is. And they were the only all-African-American, all-female unit deployed overseas during World War II.
They were a predominantly Black battalion of the Women's Army Corps, or WACS, that provided much-needed mail to servicemen in the field. And their story is not just history, but it's soon to be a feature film and a Broadway production.
Monica Mohindra, we're glad to have you aboard.
Oh, thanks so much for helping us shine the spotlight.
Well, it's a spotlight that has been slightly less than 1,000 airline landing lamp lumens for too long, and you are now putting it front and center so that we can celebrate the 61% of humankind, women, for giant contributions that have literally changed the world. Can you share with us the inspiration behind Women's History Month, specializing in armed service contributions?
So we are, I think, in complete agreement that we should always listen to women. But at the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, we're taking this month as an opportunity to help us all pause and think about that percentage you just shared. I'll add another one to that. Women comprise 11% of the U.S. veteran population. And according to Pew Research, in the next couple of decades, that's going to grow to about near 20% of the U.S. veterans population. Here at the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, this is a great moment, a great opportunity to pause and think about women's service and that contribution, much like what you all do there, the story of human experience. That's what the Veterans History Project does here at the Library of Congress, but we do it with you and with your listeners to gather those first-person stories of veterans' experience. So now is a great time to pay attention to women, and some special women in particular.
Yeah, and I would guess that that is probably part of what motivated you to focus on this really cool group of women known as the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. That was a mouthful. Can you tell us a little bit more about why you chose this group?
Yes, I love to just call them the 6888 very affectionately. I love how that rolls off the tongue quite a bit easier. As you mentioned, they were the only all African-American, all-female unit to be deployed overseas during World War II. And with our over 117,000 individual stories of veterans' experience, both women and men, in the collection existing already, it is hard to stop and pick an individual or a group that really
shouts out and says, pay attention to me now because they're all so good. But this unit is really incredible. And as you mentioned, with the upcoming film and the upcoming Broadway, there's a book that's recently been released. We really wanted to take this moment when people would be pausing during this History Month to offer the opportunity for individuals to get right to the women. Through the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, you can go to our website, loc.gov. That's Library of Congress, loc.gov/Beth, and you can hear directly from them. We have a new research guide highlighting the first person remembrances of those who for whom we have some of their stories in our collection. There were over 800 of them, and they were aged 17 to 52 when they were deployed. And so we wanted to take this month, this pause, to help people know before all the extra more luminous spotlights came out, how you could get straight to their voices unmediated.
You know, Monica Mohindra, I remember history class when I was in school. I'm not the only one who remembers it. Not what I learned in there, but how I suffered through it. Why? Because they taught me. And then in 1783, on a Thursday at 4 o'clock, George Washington signed a document. Oh, okay. What was it? Shut up. And then I'm trying to remember. Napoleon in 1800. Are you kidding? None of it relevant, none of it connected to anything that's ever going to be my future, but I had to know it. I had to know it in order to, to get a C+. Remember, just enough dates and times. This is not that.
Yeah.
For people who never fell in love with history in school, what is the purpose of creating these permanent historical archives?
Well, the benefit of the Veterans History Project really starts the moment you sit down or look around and realize that history is happening all the time, including now. And you realize that because as you look around, you see, especially in places like where you are, that service members, veterans, are all around us and among us. They don't necessarily wear a t-shirt or a badge that says so. And when you ask them with the seriousness of purpose, of the idea of being in this collective archive together, if you ask them for their story, the next thing you realize is how their first person experience, their human perspective, what they saw, how they felt, what they ate, what it smelled like, how they kept in touch with their loved ones then, how they keep in touch with the people they served with now, how that connects them to our collective history, as it were, together. But it's all a part of the now, and it's all a part of how we understand how we're also connected to each other. So the importance of this archive is both from that moment of gathering the story, you get it yourself when you do it. You also get it the minute you come to the website and hear the story of someone who maybe served in the same place or the same conflict or did a similar duty to someone that you know. It starts to expand our understanding of what that service looks like and how we're all connected. I hope that answers your question.
Beautifully. We're talking to Veterans History Project Director Monica Mohindra. She's worked for more than 15 years with this project, or the project. She's coordinated major initiatives with members of Congress, the National Museum of the American Indian, the National Endowment for the Humanities, PBS Ken Burns, the History Channel, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and the Department of Veterans Affairs. That's on a Thursday. The most meaningful part of our work is helping uncover and shed light on the individual personal stories of U.S. veterans, which we find out are not, once again, the movies of the 1960s. In fact, they're people of color. They're different minority groups. There's a giant spectrum of participants here that maybe some of us didn't know about.
It's true. When we think, I love how you phrase it, the 1960s, when we hear the word veterans, when they hear the word veteran, we're all a bit clouded by our cultural experience. We might be thinking in our mind's eye, that vision that comes to mind is a movie that we saw, a book that we read, a television show, and that might look like one particular kind of person. And unfortunately, that shorthand that we all create for ourselves in our own minds, that means that sometimes when you ask a group of people in a room, your conference, something like that, family picnic, who here's a veteran? Not everyone will raise their hand. Generally, the women may not raise their hand. You say, who here served for the U.S. military or served the U.S.? Suddenly, more people are raising their hands. And that tells me that you're exactly right about how it's easy for us to overlook what service looks like. It's easy to think it's only those who are in the foxhole or at the front lines or in a particular tip of the spear moment. But service looks like all different kinds of things, and it looks like the rest of the country. And to understand the fullness of our collective history, we need to understand that on a person-by-person basis.
Are women, these women veteran archives, are they limited to just the Army? I know that the 6888 were Army, they were WACs, or can women in all branches of the service contribute, including Air Force or Space Command now?
Absolutely, right? The uniformed services has absolutely expanded. The Veterans History Project, since its inception over 20 years ago, has wanted the stories of all of those who served for the U.S. from World War I through the recent conflicts, regardless of branch, gender, background, faith, background. We're looking for all of that, and that's true here with this particular spotlight on women. It is important to recognize during Women's History Month these extraordinary women units from World War II that really helped to be the shoulders that we stand on, all of us, not just women now. You know, as you mentioned, not just the Army, but there were the Navy WAGs, the WASPs, which were the Women Air Force Service pilots, the Women Marines, of course, and the Coast Guard Reservists, known as SPAR, and incredible subunits of women, like the Code Girls, who worked with, there was another nickname affectionately given, the brilliant unit of women who broke codes and dealt with encryption and are really credited with helping us win World War II.
I can imagine that there are people that learn about these things through exhibits like the Library of Congress. Some people are never going to go to the Library of Congress. So I imagine maybe that's why a feature film and a Broadway production are another great way to get across this information that these things exist. Can you tell us a little bit more about the feature film?
We are not directly associated with the feature film, but we did want to take this opportunity while people's eyes might be caught by that, you know, the way it happens, to let people know how they can get at it directly, and they don't have to physically come here to the Library of Congress. We all have that capacity to get to the Library of Congress through the web. So if you go to LOC for Library of Congress.gov/vets, you can hear directly from the women. You can be inspired by the book or the film or the musical or any materials that may come out associated with that over the next period of time. But you can hear from them. There's a research guide at that web address, loc.gov/vets, which helps pull together all of the collections that the Veterans History Project has of these women so that you can get right to it. You can hear audio, you can see video, you can see, soon we'll have more photographs and letters up because we just got another donation from the daughter of Indiana Hunt Martin, and we're looking for more, but you can get right to them yourself from wherever you are.
Let's just finish up here because this is fascinating. During COVID, I went to Berlin, and it was the inauguration of Liberation Route Europe, which was a conglomeration of different European nations creating a sustainable hiking path and highlighting some of the areas where our side, thankfully, was victorious against the Nazis. And there they had the last 5 surviving World War II vets. They were 98. 99, 100, 101. One was Guy Stern that Ken Burns famously used in one of his documentaries. I got a chance to interview all of them. I think Guy may be the only one still alive today. This is just a couple of years ago, but really got firsthand stories of what they went through. And it's so extraordinary because history repeats itself. What they saw is what some people think they're seeing today. And I think that's the second value of you archiving this and making it freely available to the average person, is so that they can maybe use it as a litmus paper to understand their place in the world and where it might be going.
Absolutely. You can get to these collections, whether it's of the 688 or other units from World War II to more recent conflicts. You can understand the scope of the Persian Gulf War. Persian Gulf veterans are now our largest living cohort of veterans. And you can also start to find the common threads between the cohorts. And that's easily done just by sitting down and listening to a few. You don't even need to listen to that many, just 3 or 5 or 10 will really give you a much broader perspective about our collective history.
Well, we want to thank you so much for coming on today. We've been talking to Veterans History Project Director Monica Mohindra, and she's worked for more than 15 years with the project, coordinated major initiatives with members of Congress, the National Museum of the American Indian, the National Endowment for the Humanities, PBS, Ken Burns, the History Channel, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I'm smiling now because I could go on for about 4.5 more hours, so we'll just truncate it and say also the Department of Veterans Affairs. The most meaningful part of our work is helping uncover and shed light on the individual personal stories of U.S. veterans. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I really appreciate your time and the spotlight. Thank you.
For those who've never known war, freedom is as fragile as the wings of a butterfly. For those who have, there is nothing in life more valuable. Liberation Route Europe follows the path of our liberators, connecting the milestones of our joint past and present. It takes you on a journey through Europe's contemporary history, knowing that what we do today matters most.
Cary Harrison with you. Many of us enjoyed true World War II series like Band of Brothers or incredible films like Saving Private Ryan. But where do these events really take place? Well, a European nonprofit collective called Liberation Route Europe has created an entire sustainable route for all of us to see with our own eyes. History and the whats and the whys of how we got to where we are today and how history often repeats itself is a form of continuing education, I guess, that certainly cannot be underscored. So let me introduce you to the managing director of Liberation Route Europe, Rémi Pro, trying to pronounce that correctly. He's in Belgium. And Rémi, I want to welcome you and thank you for being a co-creator of this brilliant idea.
Well, thank you, Cary, for having me. It's a pleasure to speak to you tonight.
Not kidding when I'm talking about people getting a chance for the first time ever to see these actual routes that our Allied heroes took from London all the way to Berlin.
Indeed, this is our idea that we created about 10 years ago. You have many museums, you have many cemeteries, historical sites that you can visit, and you can visit for a long time now. But our idea was to connect them and to create a route, which we call the Liberation Route Europe. And if you travel through our continent, it's through Europe, you can indeed visit those different sites and follow a trail and hike, take your bike, your car, and so on. And so our job is to connect the dots.
Cary Harrison with you, and we're talking to Rémi Pro, one of the co-creators and managing director of Liberation Route Europe. For the first time ever, we can visit the exact steps, the trails, the routes that the Allies took to vanquish the Nazis. Imagine seeing Normandy, Omaha Beach, or descending into the original Nazi bunkers. And I want to make sure every American has a chance to see their own history, the history of their own grandfathers who fought to keep this country free and which created the brotherhood we now know and depend on between Europe and America.
Absolutely. When we started the project 10 years ago, there was a virtual connection between those sites. But a few years ago, we had the intention to create a tangible connection between those sites, and we had a partnership with different hiking associations to create and to put together this list of trails that you can follow and hike. We also want in the future to connect cycling routes as well. So as you said, it is fully sustainable, and you can for now travel for about 10,000 kilometers because indeed you have this trail from London to Berlin, but you also have trails in Italy, from Sicily to Milan, or from the French Riviera, Provence, and then all the way up to Germany. So you have many trails across Europe that we're trying to connect.
You know, we all love mystery history, and I travel a lot to find you those hidden stories. So I'm going to create a tour that takes us along this route. So keep an eye and an ear peeled for more information down the road.
I think this is a very unique experience personally. As you said, we all have family more or less connected to this history. And when you go to Omaha Beach or to the Battle of the Bulge sites, or if you go to Berlin, history is there. And you've heard probably a lot about it. You can watch movies, and you mentioned Band of Brothers. But when you have your personal experience of a museum, of a landing beach like Omaha Beach, or a cemetery where you see 10,000 graves in front of you, then you understand better what happened. And that's something that stays with you for a very long time, because you include this emotional component. And then you have the history of your country, or the history of your continent, as we speak as Europeans. And then you understand better, reading about those different perspectives and seeing them in museums, that history is not black and white. History is complicated, and what we want to do is to show that complexity, show those different perspectives, so people have a better understanding of what happened 76 years ago and what it means for today. Because behind it, you have a very strong message of peace, of reconciliation, of freedom, that we should always care about and defend.
You know, last summer I was in Berlin for the inauguration of Liberation Route Europe and spoke with the few surviving soldiers who were part of the actual liberation. So here we are in Berlin, Germany. Is this the first time you've been back since World War II?
Yes, it is.
And what did you expect when you knew you were coming back to Berlin?
I was very anxious. I didn't know what to expect, because my memories that stood with me for so many years were not pleasant ones, because I participated in World War II.
But anyway, I was in a good outfit. We had to do what we had to do. We did it. So, and after the Battle of the Bulge, I'm going through it, pretty fast, but it was tough. And we ended up at the Ruhr River in December when the Battle of the Bulge ended, and on Christmas Eve, we were firing. The bridges were out, so they had to build bridges for us. So we were firing our guns, artillery. We had a toad man about like that, and we had to fire them with artillery to protect them, which we did. And on Christmas Eve, we got an order to stop firing, and they stopped too.
The Germans did?
Yeah, and they started to play Christmas carols. This was one of the greatest moments of my comeback, because we were just sitting there silently, and I was looking at Christmas cards and thinking about home, and they started to play Silent Night, Holy Night. Yeah, man, I was singing right along with them, and so was the guys, And I mean, I didn't hate my enemy. I really didn't. I felt sorry for them, because they had to fight. They couldn't say no to Hitler, even though they didn't believe what they were fighting for. At least I believed what I was fighting for.
You know, I think a real take-home is that these guys, all hovering around 100 years old, realize that the best thing in the world is peace, not more war. Maybe a great reason for all of us to remember what war looks like, so we don't have to repeat it again. I think this brings us closer to the point of peace is good, though sometimes we do have to fight for what's good.
History is not black and white. History is complicated, and what we want to do is to show that complexity, show those different perspectives, so people have a better understanding of what happened 76 years ago and what it means for today. Because behind it, you have a very strong message of peace, of reconciliation, of freedom, that we should always care about and defend.
Talking to Remy Pro, Managing Director of Liberation Route Europe. So, Remy, how does the country of Germany feel about this important, possibly awkward reminder?
Well, the German government has been supportive since 2019, and I think this is a very symbolic move from their side, because they believe, and that's the case for decades, that they have a responsibility and they should support projects that make sure that people get access to the information, learn about World War II, and understand the meaning of war and the consequences of wars. And I think this is very symbolic, very powerful. But indeed, as you said, people on the ground might be a little bit upset about it. But I was very moved when I started to work for this project 10 years ago, to realize that actually German people are supporting it fully. They want their perspective to be understood, of course. That for them, 76 years ago, it was not a liberation, but it became later on a liberation because they agreed altogether, and I think 99% of Germans today would say the same thing, that they were liberated from the Nazi oppression. And that is very, very important. And apart from this support from the German government, I think what we show here, it's international cooperation with American colleagues, with European colleagues, Canadian colleagues, to show this sense of unity that we all want to keep this memory alive.
Remy Pro, Managing Director of Liberation Route Europe. What is your favorite portion? You're a true insider.
I'm French, and I did 2 years ago this hike along the coast. And I must say that was absolutely stunning. Its views are so beautiful. And it was around the 6th of June. So we were meeting people all the time. We met with lots of veterans, and that was very moving. So I would say Normandy as well is a soft spot for me. And maybe the last one, it's because it's unknown. I think lots of people don't realize that Italy is a very, very interesting battlefield, from Sicily to Milan, Rome, Anzio, Monte Cassino, the Gothic line in Tuscany. You have this very, very deep history that I think most people ignore. And so I would recommend people to travel to Italy for, the normal reasons, the usual reasons, architecture, art, food, and so on, but also to discover the World War II history over there.
From Belgium, that's Remy Pro, Managing Director of Liberation Route Europe. Without him and all of his many supporters, this piece of history might have simply vanished.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
On January 20th, 1968, in the shadow of a river, deep within the demilitarized zone, an unfolding story of valor and sacrifice began. Leading a reconnaissance force, a young Marine in Vietnam found himself and his squad in a dire confrontation with the formidable Viet Cong forces, who were laying siege to the village below. Amidst the chaos, the Marine, while attempting to bridge the divide and aid the suffering South Vietnamese unit, that Marine came under a hail of enemy fire. In the span of heartbeats, his world was changed forever. He was initially struck in the foot, a severe injury that tore away part of his heel. Then the onslaught continued, with a second shot piercing his shoulder, collapsing his lung, and severing his spinal cord. He found himself abandoned by many, but not by all. You see, a fellow Marine braved the storm of bullets, sacrificing his own life in the endeavor to rescue this Marine. It was in this moment of profound brotherhood and heroism that Ron Kovic's journey to safety began. Ron was carried through a gauntlet of enemy fire, only to be followed by a harrowing week in intensive care in Da Nang. The experience left him paralyzed from the chest down, a stark remembrance of the sacrifices laid upon the battlefield. And for Ron's extraordinary heroism in battle, he was awarded the Bronze Star with Combat V and the Purple Heart, emblems of courage and the price of freedom. His best-selling 1976 memoir, Born on the 4th of July, was adapted into an Oscar-winning film starring Tom Cruise as Ron Kovic. And today, Ron is considered one of America's greatest leading advocates for veterans and voices for peace. And he's just completed his Vietnam trilogy with A Dangerous Country, an American Elegy, which contains Kovic's never-before-revealed Vietnam diary. Starting as a patriotic young soldier with a strong moral and religious conscience, later then a political awakening while confined to a wheelchair following his horrific injuries. On the brink of suicide, Ron Kovic experienced a powerful epiphany that gave him a reason and purpose to live, a renewed faith, and a strength to carry on, an inspirational story of a survivor finding a way to rise above his depression and despair, forgiving his enemies and himself, and growing deeply committed to a new life. Ron Kovic, I want to welcome you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with you today, and I'm sure we're going to have a great time.
We are, and I appreciate not only your heroism, but the fact that you have, as many of us do, turned into a different person. The one we started with gets upgraded, goes from coach to business class, and you have touched tens of millions of people who will never meet you, but they know you already, though you may not know them. Let's go back to when you first heard about the Vietnam War and you knew you were going to get drafted and would be going. What emotions did you experience then?
Well, Cary, first of all, I was never drafted. I volunteered for the Marine Corps. I'd grown up during the 50s, John Wayne and Audie Murphy's To Hell and Back. And I remember being inspired by John F. Kennedy's inaugural speech, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So I volunteered. My uncle had been a Marine. Both of my uncles had been Marines in World War II in Korea. And I couldn't wait to join the Marine Corps. So it was not a draft. I was very motivated. I wanted to serve my country. I was born on the 4th of July, and actually, I couldn't wait to join the Marine Corps. I had no idea what it was going to be like, what it was going to be like, but nonetheless, I joined, wanting to serve my country as President Kennedy had asked us to do.
And so you did that. And then, of course, you were in the war, which was completely different from anybody's worst imagination. You suffered injuries, returned home, and then your perspective on a war changed. War period.
It didn't happen overnight, but it was a slow evolution. I mean, I was initially, when I was wounded, I was in the intensive care ward in Da Nang, Vietnam. From there, I went to Yokosuka Naval Hospital in Japan. I spent about a week or two there, and I realized the doctor said I would be paralyzed from my mid-chest down for the rest of my life. Actually, at that moment, I felt grateful that I had survived, that I was alive. That day that I was wounded, I was leading my squad. There were about 11 other men. It was not just me that day, but others who went with me that day. When I went to Japan, eventually I spent about 2 weeks in the intensive care ward in Japan and went back to the United States to the St. Albans Naval Hospital on Long Island with other combat Marines, wounded combat Marines, and I was in that particular hospital for about a month. And eventually I was sent to the Bronx Veterans Hospital in Bronx, New York. I was able to see my parents for the first time. And I stayed in that hospital. I wrote about that hospital in Born on the 4th of July, as well as Oliver Stone depicted in the movie Born on the 4th of July. It was overcrowded conditions, rats on the ward. It was not the best environment for a wounded veteran to come home to, but I tried my best. I did my best, and it was difficult at first. But once again, initially, I was grateful to still be alive and to have survived that day. It was a difficult day for me to be dragged off that field, but I was able to come home, and I was determined to make a life of it.
And now, Ron Kovic, you have completed your trilogy, your Vietnam trilogy, and you have revealed a diary that none of us really knew you had that talks about what most of us live, upright human mammals deal with, which is guilt and shame about virtually everything in the world. But you had one specific instance in this where you had the accidental killing of a fellow Marine, which was just as crippling as your physical injuries.
It was devastating. We were in a heavy firefight, and it was difficult to tell who the enemy was. And I wrote about it as honestly and as graphically as possible. I initially wrote about it in Born on the 4th of July, but I wrote about it in great detail in my last book, the book that I just completed, A Dangerous Country, and it affected me deeply, changed my life profoundly. Not only was I paralyzed from my mid-chest down, but I had taken the life of another man, an American, one of my own men, and it was very difficult to live with. I remember writing in A Dangerous Country that I went back to my tent or my hooch that night, and I sat with the rain pouring down on the corrugated roof of our hut, and I thought of killing myself. I remember pointing the M14 rifle between my eyes and came very close to pulling the trigger or pushing the trigger with my toe. And at the last minute, I decided I wanted to live, and I've been thankful for that ever since.
Let's talk for a little bit about epiphanies, because a lot of people feel so hopeless and they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And, your story is, should we say, technicolor compared to a lot of people's charcoal or watercolor version. Yet you had this epiphany, a powerful epiphany that gave you a reason and a purpose to live, to stay alive, and to do something. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I had lost my faith. I grew up Catholic. Actually, when I was 17 years old, I wanted to be a priest. I wanted to be a Catholic priest. I grew up in a very religious family, very Catholic family. We had holy water just as you came into the house, in my house in Massapequa, Long Island. You would always dip your hand in the holy water and make the sign of the cross. So my mother and my father were very committed to their faith. And as you see in the diary, if you read the diary, the part one of the book, I believe very strongly. But as is in many wars, World War I, World War II, the cataclysm of the war, the shock of being in a war, and also added to that being wounded, in my case, a devastating wound, there was a shattering of my faith, not only my faith in God, my faith in my country, but there's a line in the book, after the war, there was no God, and for him, there was no country anymore. That's how I felt. I felt I had lost all of my values, and not just myself, but I think many young men, soldiers, Marines, who come back from these conflicts, not just Americans, but whether it be in Ukraine or anywhere where wars go on, you're never quite the same. Your value system, your faith, it often is shattered, and you have to rebuild. You have to find it again. I was very lost for a long time, and eventually I began to find that faith, not by going back to the Catholic Church, not going back to any church in particular, but there were some really dark times in my rehabilitation, in my attempt to come home from the war. There were periods when I was very depressed, when I suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, when I had constant nightmares, when I had anxiety attacks. I don't know how I made it. I don't know how I made it through that emotional turmoil those years. I could not sleep at night. I had terrible insomnia. I was tormented emotionally, not just paralyzed. I had to deal with that every day, but also sometimes I rarely slept at all at night, and I just tried to survive from one day to the next. It was not easy. It took many, many years for me to even be able to sleep normally at night. I don't know how I made it through those years. I don't know, but eventually, if I have anything to share with those who might be going through difficult times right now, the one thing I would say to them today would be never, never give up. Don't give up. Just no matter how impossible it seems, no matter how painful you may be in emotionally, physically right now, don't give up. Continue on. And if you continue on, at least there may be the possibility that you can emerge from this darkness and this difficulty, and you can come through these hard times. I that's the one thing, the most important thing I would share with anyone who's suffering right now would be don't give up. Just, hang in there another day and another day and another day, and hopefully the skies will clear.
It sounds, Ron Kovic, like you're talking about having a purpose-driven life, which is something that you really recreated for yourself in such a standout way that it ends up being portrayed by Tom Cruise. There's all these awards given. You've written 3 books now, and it really changed the face of how we look at war. And the whole Vietnam era just didn't vanish away into the clouds as sort of a bad memory, but you kept it alive. And right now we've got Vietnam War vets listening. We've got Korean War vets listening. Probably not any more World War II vets, but certainly tens of thousands, if not millions of people who can relate to your battle. We're talking to Ron Kovic. He did serve 2 tours of duty during the Vietnam War and has been in a wheelchair ever since. The Oliver Stone Tom Cruise Academy Award-winning film Born on the 4th of July was based on Ron Kovic's best-selling memoir. And today, Ron is known as one of the country's most powerful and passionate pro-veteran voices for peace, and has completed his Vietnam trilogy with a poignant, inspiring, and deeply personal elegy to America. And Ron, I met you back in 2007. I had put together a parade for world peace, and we brought in Arun Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi's surviving grandson, and you were there.
Yeah,
along.
that was in L.A. Muhammad.
Yes.
No, that was Gandhi. Gandhi. Yeah.
Yes, it was
I
Arun
I
Gandhi.
remember that day.
Yes, and we met briefly then, but you were swarmed with people. So I got to like extend a hand, shake yours for 1/10 of a millionth of a second. So really, this is the first time we're meeting, and I'm thrilled that you finished this trilogy and that you're talking honestly and bravely, because it really helps people when they don't feel alone. And feeling alone is the worst part of it all, isn't it?
No, you've got to try to trust. You've got to try to believe. There's a world out there, and there are people who do care. And I don't think I would have made it without the friends and the people who came along, like angels, in the night. Uh, they came when I needed them most. A phone call to a friend when I was about to give up. It's amazing how small things like that can change your life, can move you away from wanting to give up to maybe living another day or giving it another chance. I can't emphasize enough the importance to not give up. I committed my life to finding an alternative to war, uh, and an alternative to finding other ways to solve our problems through diplomatic means, through seeking common ground, just respecting each other as human beings. And I think it's so important, especially in the times we're living right now, where war continues to go on, whether it be in the Gaza, in Israel, or whether it be in the Ukraine with the Russians or whatever. We're all human beings, and we've got to find to live together. We've got to, my country, America, we've got to learn to heal from this war and come together. And if I represent anything, let me represent peace and nonviolence. Let my life and my journey and my struggle, my journey and struggle to represent peace and nonviolence and an alternative to this type of behavior, to pulling the trigger, to dropping the bombs, to trying with all we can to imagine a better world. I think I'd rather have my life stand for that than anything that I can think of. Nonviolence and an alternative to war. I would have probably wanted to try something like that, but in the end, I decided to write books. I decided to write because I'd always loved to write ever since I was in high school, whether I was writing poetry in study hall or I always seemed to have a way with words. My mother came from an Irish Catholic family and my father Yugoslavian, but I don't know. I wanted to go back to something quiet, peaceful, where I at least where I was not fighting another war or fighting against another human being.
Well, at least you're a good writer. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be here today. So just so you know, you're that good. Let's talk for just a second about your inspiring other veterans or just regular people to have some hope. And they may not know, well, I just don't see any. So how do I have something I don't see? You had to create hope when you were sitting there in a vacuum. Can you sort of walk us through how somebody might do that?
Well, I mean, even in the darkness, you have to step forward. And sometimes, I mean, you have to have a certain faith that there is light, light at the end of the tunnel, as they say, and that there will be a better day. You just have to keep moving forward and not give up. Again, I go back to that again, not to give up. Don't give up. I think of, I guess it was Winston Churchill during World War II. Never, never, never give up. The British never giving up when all the odds seemed against them. I I don't know why. There were times when I came very close to giving up. When I came very close to saying that I've had enough of this. But the one thing that kept me going was I was curious. I had an imagination. Always had an imagination as a kid, as a boy. And I remember in the early years when I was in Massapequa, and I just gotten out of the Bronx VA hospital, and it was difficult coming home, going back to the room I'd grown up in as a boy, and all of a sudden my body was gone, and I was waking up every morning and suddenly realizing that I no longer had anything from my mid chest down. I would wake up in the morning and it would be a sudden awareness that, boy, I had just really lost a lot of myself, and it was hard at first. And I remember when I would get up in the mornings, I would drag myself into that wheelchair, and first thing I'd do is I'd go over to the bathroom bowl. I'd stick my finger down my throat and make myself throw up, retch, because I had this terrible anxiety inside of me. I wanted to scream every morning that I woke up, and I would wake up frightened, and I would wake up with this terrible anxiety, and not just myself, but so many other young men and women who come back from these conflicts, those especially who experience the intensity of combat. They come back with these nightmares and anxiety attacks. You cannot come back from this intense experience and be just the person that left the young man who once grew up in that room. No, you're profoundly changed forever. So to just continue on, to push forward, and I remember thinking to myself in my room, if I don't give up right now, if I just hang in there, if I just maybe wait another month, another week, another month, another year, perhaps there'll be a turning point somewhere out there where things will get better, and things will not always be as bad and as dark and as depressing and as difficult and as frustrating as they seem to be at this particular moment. If you keep going forward, I thought to myself, if I don't give up, I'm increasing the possibility that possibly somewhere out there, there'll be a better day. And for me, I never imagined that the better day for me would be a book being reviewed on the front page of the Sunday New York Times Book Review and getting a rave review. I would have never imagined that a movie star would play my life story, Tom Cruise.
And if you get to pick one, that would be the right one to pick.
Well, Tom was great to work with, and I was honored. And it's sometimes I think, Cary, it's like a dream that maybe I'm still in that dream. I don't know, but it's quite a dream. And it's an American dream. It certainly is. I think I'm very grateful. I feel very humbled by what happened to me. I wish it could happen to every veteran who came home from war. But I don't know. I felt so devastated at first, so overwhelmed by physically, emotionally, by what happened to me. And I am so grateful to be alive. I'm so thankful for every day. Life is so precious to me. And it's been that way for quite a while now. Life is very precious. It's a gift. And I want to make the days that remain in this time on this earth, this precious earth, I want them to count. I want to be able to give back, contribute. And I think hopefully I've done that with the Vietnam trilogy that I've just completed. I want people to read these books. I want them to understand, at least from my perspective, what war was like for me, so that hopefully they can begin to imagine a better way to solve our problems, a better way to deal with these conflicts.
Let's end with talking about the importance of community and also the willingness to be able to ask for help, which seems impossible for a lot of people because we're raised in a culture where we don't ask for help. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, do it on your own. But really, the way ahead is with community and getting help. And people actually like helping each other. That's part of the solution, isn't it?
Yeah, you're doing a favor for someone else when you ask for help. You are really. You don't recognize it at first, but people want to help, and they want to assist, and people are moved by people who are struggling to stay in this world. Believe me, whether it be psychologically, emotionally, or physically, people do care. They do care, and they're waiting out there. They're waiting to help you. So you must reach out, and I remember how difficult it was for me and how frustrating. And I grew up in that American culture, John Wayne type of culture. Pull yourself up from your bootstraps. But what do you do when you have no bootstraps? What do you do when you're naked and alone and afraid in that darkness in that room early in the morning? How do you handle that? You just keep going. I'm saying that again and again today, but I mean it. You keep going. You keep persisting. You don't give up. You imagine a better day, and you imagine that you're going to move through this, and something wonderful, hopefully, something great is going to happen to you if you just don't give up. There's something wonderful. Just as there may be something painful waiting out there, I think we all need to also believe that something really miraculous may be waiting for us out there, something that we don't even expect, don't even imagine, something that we can't see at this particular moment that's going to come our way, that's going to change our life, that's going to give us hope. Hope is so important, hope and faith. Yeah.
I have no idea how all of this is going to shake out. You've been there. You remember what the politics were like above at the time. But I don't know that we've ever seen this kind of madness from all parts, whether it's in Hungary, Poland, Russia, the United States, with the Tangerine Man, and just all of them kumbayaing in a giant psychotic Himmler-esque dance together.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Very articulate and beautifully said. But it's time we come together, time we believe we can make a difference, time believe that this is not going to take us down. We're going to move through this dark period also, and we're going to move toward a brighter day. We will, together, we will do it. If I have any purpose in life, it's to continue to move forward and to hold that banner up high of peace, nonviolence, and hope for our future. It's great meeting you and seeing you again. It was great, I'm sure, meeting you on the street that day. And that was a beautiful day, quite a few years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on Air America at the time. And that was an idea, was to get 10,000 listeners to show up, storm Hollywood Boulevard, and then end up at the steps of CNN, because they weren't going to come out and cover the entire middle of the city being flooded by people. They were not interested. So we put Daryl Hannah in the very front, dumped some ice water on her chest, turned her into a wet T-shirt. They suddenly came down the elevator, and this 10,000 people were suddenly interesting. Amazing.
You should write books. You're a great storyteller. You should be writing books as well.
All right. Well, I'm going to probably transcribe these shows, because that would be the easier, softer way.
That would be great.
Well, I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much, Ron, and looking forward to staying connected, okay?
My best to you and all my veteran brothers and sisters.
Ron Kovic served 2 tours of duty during the Vietnam War, has been in a wheelchair ever since. The Oliver Stone Tom Cruise Academy Award-winning film Born on the 4th of July was based on Kovic's best-selling memoir. And today, Ron is known as one of the country's most powerful and passionate pro-veteran voices for peace, and has completed his Vietnam trilogy with a poignant, inspiring, and deeply personal elegy to America. Cary Harris with you. Thank you for joining us. Back in a flash.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. Life after the military. RethinkingHeroes.com. From Los Angeles, Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison.
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues.
I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
Uh-oh. With me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison.
Is Rethinking Heroes. Cary Harrison with you, your new best friend. Don't forget, you can catch us live streaming right now on Instagram. Simply Google Cary Harrison, C-A-R-Y, Harrison. Instagram, boom, up it will come. Same thing on our YouTube channel. You can also go to rethinkingheroes.com and get a copy of our free newsletter, where we have archives of all of the shows going back to day one. Well, when we think of heroes, we think of generally older, more established people with a recognizable footprint, right? Throughout history, many of our heroes have been young, though, risking everything for an unknown future. And in a current world where freedom's fragile balance teeters on the brink, we gather to confront the perils of our time. Dictatorships forming in both the East and the West. Propaganda lost civil rights, the unholy trinity threatening humanity's progress. So what is dictatorship? Well, it's rule by fear, where one person's power supersedes the people's voice. A single entity dictates truth, declaring often that everything else is fake news, silencing dissent and crushing opposition. What's propaganda? Well, it's manipulated information, spreading like wildfire, fueling hatred and dividing nations. Truth distorted, reality distorted. To many of us, it feels familiar. And hanging in the balance are your civil rights, your fundamental freedoms, dwindling, leaving vulnerability in their wake. Speech suppressed, assembly restricted, equality eroded. Now, from Eastern autocracies to Western democracies in decline, the warning signals are flashing red, the danger being real, pervasive, escalating. But many young people are refusing to surrender. They're rising against oppression. They're uniting for freedom. They're reclaiming what our founding fathers called their God-given rights. They champion truth, they defend dissent, and they demand accountability. But remarkably, many of them are located in former Soviet bloc countries, in European nations, where education is still considered important, a tool that can never be taken away by a dictator. That education empowers everyone. It empowers you through knowledge, something that here in the US, well, it's purposely been eroded, even destroyed in states where governors like Ron DeSantis have made teaching history illegal. Nearly 1,000 books and much book reading is illegal. And being gay, a third-degree felony, along with mentions of climate change. So what is the difference between these governments and Putin's Moscow? Many more similarities than differences, many people think. Well, we're now going to explore these perils, expose their roots, and examine a united front against tyranny. These students say the future of our world depends on it. And I've told you how during the summers I get to teach a specialized course on critical thinking and media literacy in Switzerland to some of the smartest kids in the world that the world can conjure. And it's at the famous Swiss boarding school, Institute Montana in Zug, Switzerland. One of those students reached out to me from her home high school in Lithuania a couple of months ago and set up an opportunity for her school to connect with us here in Los Angeles, Hollywood, here on public radio, to explore the realities of the world as we are both simultaneously living them. It's a special moment for me when passion is reflected back and beautiful young minds seek to be the solution for the future rather than the silent collaborators of its downfall. It's particularly poignant to note that Lithuania sits in the belly button of the former Soviet bloc and is surrounded by both Russia and Ukraine. Fascism, dictatorships, authoritarianism, civil rights, and freedom have only recently existed there and are challenged at every corner. Many here in the States recognize the same thing happening, but hearing it from an unvarnished, untarnished, and unjaded viewpoint of a kid sitting in the worst part of the saddle might offer a keen and new perspective to us, something missing from our hair and makeup corporate media. Sarcasm fully intended. Live from Lithuania, please welcome 18-year-old Atena Gostutani. She's not Italian, but my pronunciation badly made her sound so. She's a senior high school student, one of the founders of her school's writing club, and represented Lithuania in an exchange program in Germany through a prestigious scholarship where she joined other students from 80 different countries. Atena has participated in Erasmus programs in ecology, culture. She speaks English, Lithuanian, and German, is studying business and entrepreneurship, and has studied dance for the past 12 years. Next to her is Noyos Matulis.
Yeah, Matulis, yeah.
Okay, I get it. I'm up to a C+ now. He's a 12th grader also in Lithuania. Noyos has a passion for finance and economics and founded the school's finance and investing course, which connects him to his future students in economics and future studies. And when he's not diving into his studies or reading novels, you can find him on the basketball court or training in track and field. Noyos also gives back to the community by volunteering at local homeless shelters and helping organize TEDx youth for their school. I want to welcome both of you to Rethinking Heroes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was so nice being here.
Well, it was wonderful getting your invitation. And I think anytime you put together something and try to offer, my decades of sometimes miserable, sometimes joyous experience, but pass it on to somebody else, and then they reach back and say, hey, let's do something. It is awesome. And it's awesome also for our listeners to hear the effect of what they do in their relationship with these radio stations, that we're actually touching people all over the world and that we have so many commonalities. So let's just jump into it. You guys are probably fairly aware of US politics, and I'm going to make a guess as to why, and you can tell me whether it's true or false. I'm going to guess that the reason is that if the US falls, Europe falls, Western Europe falls, NATO falls, what hope you have to continue to have more freedoms, that goes away because it gets replaced by someone who doesn't want you to have it. So America is actually, as important it is to Americans, but more important in a different way to you guys, because your future hangs on what we do here.
Yeah, I'd say that we fully agree with this statement. As you mentioned, NATO is very important to us over here in Eastern Europe, and the USA, we're very close relations are very important for our safety and freedom. And so definitely American politics has an impact over here in Lithuania.
Well, what I can see also from even my childhood, I do remember how my parents always noticed and always were so abroad with all of the things that were happening in America. And when I was like just a little kid, I was so curious, well, why is it so important? But right now I understand that basically if America crashes, then we also crash.
Yeah, and your parents grew up under the Soviet system, under the Soviet mantle, where if they just wanted to walk out on the street and say, I completely disagree, they would end up maybe in Siberia building snowmen. I mean, this is the truth. And we all seem to be worried about that. We have something called Project 2025, with which you have some familiarity. It's not a secret. It's been published online a little in advance of the intent of the authors of it, but it was originally authored by the former governor of Florida, who removed opportunity for bullet trains and public transportation. And then that governor was replaced by the governor who's been banning books like Germany of 1938, made it illegal in a school to mention climate change. Now, the state of Florida just went through 2 killer hurricanes. People have been slaughtered, billions of dollars of devastated property. People's lives may never get reset. And there are these governors who absolutely make it illegal to mention climate change, which we know is the source of the problem. Do you, from where you're sitting at 18 years old, do you think that climate change is a hoax, or do you think that that the Earth might be a little upset today?
I'd say that, yeah, absolutely. I don't believe that climate change is a hoax personally. However, there's always people that through misinformation and false information, they seem to find ways to make this narrative that climate change is just a hoax. And it just sometimes scares me to think about that there are people that trust this narrative and trust these people that are dictating the story.
Well, from my perspective, I would say that it is actually sometimes so comfortable to spread this disinformation for people to believe us. And in that way, I think maybe with some kind of fear, some kind of hope that maybe there is no climate change, then the people are more influenced by, I don't know, politicians who are saying that other neighbors who sing hi to you in the morning can say, oh, there's no climate change. And I think we as people, especially younger people, we are more bound to believe something beautiful than something real. Me, especially, I can give me as an example. I'm such an optimist. I love optimistic things. I love rainbows and flowers, and it's all beautiful until you come to real life and until you see the real life.
Well, there's a soothing tonic in hearing 1,000 lumens of airline landing lamps of genius coming out of 18-year-olds. a lot of people feel hopeless that younger generations are completely unplugged, living on skateboards and watching Netflix, like me, to be honest. But that they're not likely to vote, not likely to care, not likely to think that it matters. But you guys, you at 18 years old, you do believe that voting matters, that being a participant in your own future actually has an effect. Can you talk about what you do in Lithuania to stimulate your friends to like wake up and get into action?
Yeah, the problem you mentioned, I personally fight it through, of course, talking with my with people around me, especially the people that are of my age and have not thought about voting. I personally have participated in every election I could at this age. However, the statistics are still sad currently because in the recent election, only 34% of people aged 18 to 22 decided to come and vote. And that is only a third of the young population. That definitely does have an impact on elections. I personally fight this through, of course, talking. And I also try to portray myself as I tend to debate with with people around me. For example, in our class, we tend to do that because it helps promote the idea that voting may actually help.
I think also what plays a huge role in the decisions in general for the younger people, especially, are the teachers. For example, also how Nois mentioned, a lot of our teachers are not specifically recommending us to vote someone or to choose someone to be as our government. But in general, they are just inspiring us to vote and to have our vote and to have our voice not to be silenced. And I think it is really important to show the young people, especially, that it's not who you're voting for really matters. It really matters that you are voting for. And I think it really matters that you are showing your voice. And of course, there might be people who are thinking, well, this person is bad that you're voting for, and the other person is the right one for the role. But I think it's really up to us to decide. And the first step to decide for the right person is just to vote, and is just to have our own opinion and not to be silenced.
Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com. We are talking right now live in Lithuania with 18-year-old Atena Gostautai. And she's, oh, please say it. Rescue me. Your last name. Yes, rescue me.
Atena Gostautai.
Gostautai, a senior at Kaunas Jesuit High School. She's passionate about creativity, learning, making a difference. One of the founders of her school's writing club. She represented Lithuania in an exchange program in Germany through a prestigious scholarship. She speaks English, Lithuanian, German, just like all the rest of us, even understands Spanish. She's studying business and entrepreneurship, and she's joined by 18-year-old Nojas Mačiulis, a 12th grader also in Lithuania. And he founded his finance and investing courses, both of them incredibly bright light bulbs, and the future as we can know it. If there's two of them, that means there are 20,000 of them whom you don't know about and haven't met yet. So it's important to bring them on so that we can see there is power behind this. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to actually get into propaganda and myth. They, having had parents and grandparents from the Soviet era, and propaganda now being expertly wielded here in the United States and all over the world. We have AI factoring in. What does it mean to you? How is it going to work? And how is it going to turn out? Because at the end of the day, we all know.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Yes, they are. So as we return, we're going to jump into a little Project 2025 video. We're going to let them respond. Then we're going to get into myth and propaganda. And just know the world is going to be a better place because there are such bright kids out there. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. Time to give a little love to our station.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Cary Harrison with you, and I want you to remember why KPFK exists. We've been around since the 1950s. This station This is one of the first stations in America on FM. FM barely existed. This station, along with a handful of others, were the first to be born. And we actually gave away free radios so that people could have something called FM. Freaking magic, right? Because it was all AM stations. And it was started by a pacifist who had seen what happened in World War II, had seen the bombing of Japan, who understood that there had to be a better way than just killing each other, as we did in World War I and World War II, losing millions and millions and millions. Didn't matter what side you were on. And so we've been devoted for decades now to providing the information that simply is no longer available in corporate media. You will not hear CNN bring on voices like these two kids today, have them talk about the reality, what they see, what it means to them, and how it works for them. You will never hear that anywhere. That's why we exist. Cary Harrison with you, and I want to tell you how you can save your credit cards, how you can save your paycheck, and how you can save yourself a whole lot of pain. You can call the debt hotline now. What do? Well, credit card companies have special assistance programs that are designed to help you lower your payments. They don't advertise it. They don't talk about it. They don't put it out in the public. Why? Because they don't want to lose money, but it is federal law. You can actually call this number, the one on the bottom of your screen, at 800-932-4109, 800-932-4109, and you can get your credit card bills cut by up to 80%. It's legal. It's federal law. I want you right now to save your credit cards, save your paycheck, and save yourself a whole lot of pain. And call that number right now, 800-932-4109, 800-932-4109. And it is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com, where you can get our free newsletter. You'll get a transcript of every one of the shows. You'll be able to see them all, as they all are online as well, archived. And you'll be able to see the attractive guests that we continuously feature. These two being around 18, live from Lithuania. And we're talking to 18-year-old Atena Gostowat. Say it for me, please.
Gostowtaita.
Gostowtaita, right?
Yes.
That's how I would have said it had I taken another 20 minutes to study the word. Jesus, you guys are way more generous. If somebody screws up an American name, we get angry. You just laugh like, they're more idiots. So I thank you for your kindness and your generosity here. She's a senior at Kaunas Jesuit High School. Atena's passionate about creativity, about learning, making a difference. She's one of the founders of her school's writing club, and she represented the entire country of Lithuania in an exchange program in Germany through a prestigious scholarship. So high-functioning, high-performing, speaks only 18 languages like English, Lithuanian, German, some Spanish, and is studying business and entrepreneurship. So all that in one live human being at the age of 18. Imagine her at 28. It's frightening in a good way. Next to her is 18-year-old Nojas Mačiulis. He's a 12th grader. He's also in Lithuania. Nojas founded the school's finance and investing course, which connects him to the future studies in economics. He volunteers at a local homeless shelter and helped organize TEDx Youth. Not layabouts. Not at all. These are our heroes that we're rethinking and showing right now. Here's what I'm going to do for you guys. I'm going to show you a beautiful piece of video. This was put together by the same folks that do South Park. And it's Project 2025 that you're aware of, that is the plot of the play behind the election of one of our candidates, not Kamala Harris, the other one. And this is what's actually going to happen. So it has nothing to do, sure, we're going to build concentration camps, throw migrants in there, throw gays in there, throw people with bad last names, or as one of the candidates says, people with bad genes. Of course, he is the child of immigrants, but he gets an exception because he's God. And Project 2025 will, in fact, undo everything that my ancestors who built this country, we came over in 1645, we wrote the Declaration of Independence against the king, we helped frame the Constitution, all that will go away, And we will have something called a unitary executive, which is like a king. And remember, when we created America, no more kings ever, 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 ever. This reestablishes a king. Our Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, recently in this country declared that a president can do whatever he wants, like a king above the law, as long as he says, all he has to do is say, it's an official act. We now have an opportunity for a king, and one guy wants to be that. This beautiful 2-minute piece of video, which is beautiful audio, you can watch it if you go on Instagram to Cary Harrison Instagram channel, or the Cary Harrison YouTube channel, or even on our KPFK Facebook page. You can see this video, but it's beautifully well done with easy to understand audio. And I want you guys to give your take about what you see in Project 2025. And does it scare you if that happens in the US? And of course, the ripples would come back to Lithuania. Let's take a look.
Hey there, who are you? Oh, just the most important document in our country's history. You mean the Constitution? Nope. The Declaration of Independence? Yes, again. The Federalist Papers? The Federalist, what? No, even more important than whatever you just said. Now sit right here and I'll tell you all about me. I'm just a little paper for the ages, a way to set the government straight. A short 887 pages on how to make America great again by forcing through the president's agenda, removing all of those who disagree, replacing with our loyal party members, and reclaim our great country. In sum, give power to the president to authorize the government to legislate morality and wrestle back normality from Marxist ideologies that infiltrate our policies like gender, race, or anything woke. We're gonna abolish the Department of Education, turn the swearing in into a coronation. America's great salvation will arrive with Project 2025. Coronation? You mean like a king? No, it's called the unitary executive theory. Gives the next president unchecked power to do whatever they want. So, a king. Oh, let's not get hung up on semantics. Here's how it's gonna work. Once that we've started the transition, and no one's left to tell us to wait, we'll go through every policy position, get rid of all the language that we hate, like civil rights, diversity, and unions, and pronouns to mention but a few, defunding any liberal institutions that dare question what we do. I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court... Oh, the Supreme Court. That's a good one. Now, where was I? Abortion will be pretty much illegal, and reproductive rights will be gone. We'll get back to the biblical ideal that a family means a daddy and a mom with kids. Repeal the crazy climate regulations that get in the economy's way, with everyone reporting to their stations on Inauguration Day. When we give power to the president to authorize the government to legislate morality, expelling abnormality like godless ideologies, protecting inequalities like gender, race, and anything woke. We're gonna abolish the Department of Education, convert the melting pot into a Christian nation. The stage is set and we'll be going live in 2025. I can't seriously say all that. Wanna bet? Come on, let's crack me open. Page 124. Make more nuclear weapons. Page 257. End the war on fossil fuels. Page 214. No more gun violence protection. Page 298. Feeding hungry kids at our schools. Turn to page 5. Ban offensive books from the classroom. 563. Make it hard to register to vote. Page 449. Dismantle Medicare. Kill off the grizzly bear. Delete the term sexual orientation, gender equality, awareness of sensitivity, diversity, equity, inclusion, abortion, reproductive health, and reproductive rights out of every rule, regulation, contract, grant, and piece of federal legislation that exists. And that's an actual quote. And that, my friend, is only the beginning of how this makes America great. You'll be so overwhelmed with all the winning that you won't know what you've lost till it's too... Wait! This doesn't sound great at all. No? No, it sounds like a fucking nightmare. Well, I guess if you wanted to, there's still some things you can do to stop it. Like what? Well, if you vote to save democracy and stand against autocracy and tell your friends and family, enough with this insanity. We fought too long to part with these essential civil liberties like privacy and equity and bodily autonomy. And what defines a family? Equality and empathy. And we're not going back, and maybe we can stop this radical abomination. The future all depends on your participation. That's the way democracy will thrive. America was made for you and me, so let's defend our freedom and our dignity. Now raise your voice and let's keep hope alive in 2025. Now vote!
Wow. I tell you, that gets me choked up. And it gets me choked up because it's real. It's not a comedy. It's satire and it's beautiful, but this is actually real. And this could be the end of everything we know. I'd love to get your response. You're both 18, you're both in Lithuania, you're both high achieving, very intelligent students. What's your reaction to that video?
The key points I personally saw was, I don't want to mention everything that was mentioned before. I just want to say that the key point there was you have to vote for this not to happen. And I really want to emphasize this. Voting is really important, and this just showcases its importance.
You know, honestly, I loved that video. And now I will tell you why. It actually looked so appealing, especially if a young child is watching it.
Yeah.
The book is singing, the beautiful music, it's fun, you know, you can even dance to it. So I think if we will be talking about propaganda, especially today, it looked so appealing and it looked so fun, so interesting, even if I was a child. And you actually forget to listen to the words, you just start seeing the pictures, and it just, you know, it becomes as if you were looking to everything through pink glasses. It looked so fun, so beautiful. So I think that's one of the great ways to spread propaganda, actually.
There it is. And that was the perfect segue. And you, at 18 years old, Atena, you nailed it. So it is a form of propaganda. It's just what we would call positive propaganda. It's to enlighten and illuminate, but you can't just throw down 800 pages of something and expect people to actually read it. So you create satire. This was the great trick of Jonathan Swift, who wrote Gulliver's Travels, which is a famous English language book about the King of England. But he couldn't write about the King of England because if you did back then, maybe your head fell off and rolled down the street. Nobody knew why it suddenly fell off your shoulders, even though somebody ran away with a blade. And the king would sit in coffee shops and in pubs and listen in. And people did not have freedom of speech and they did not have freedom of opinion. So they wrote, quote, children's books or satires. Wizard of Oz, the same thing. Not about Dorothy, not about cyclones, but really about the federal government, which was the Wicked Witch of the East, the Dust Bowl, the Wicked Witch of the West. And it was about getting this country on the silver standard rather than the gold standard. All that to say, these are ways that people get messages out when a government does not wish messages to get out. And so that's a form of propaganda. I know you guys have some questions for me, you students. And so I am here for you, as is all our listeners right now.
Yes, we do have some questions. So I think it is firstly very important to answer this question and just to ask, how is actually propaganda used to influence and control people's decisions, even if propaganda itself goes against their best interests?
Right? Aren't we all asking that? How can somebody vote for that? An example with the recent hurricanes, tornadoes, North Carolina, which is very, very far from where a hurricane actually hit, even farther south in Florida. That was Helene, and then we had Milton. And there are MAGA. These are the Make America Great people that support one particular candidate. FEMA is our federal organization that will hand them money and food and clothes because they have nothing. They have lost 100% of everything. And instead they pull guns on the people at FEMA and tell them to go away. Why? Because their candidate told them that if they take money from FEMA, they are supporting socialism. So you're starving to death. You're about to get cholera. Your children are starving to death, and you take away help because of some concept that you don't even understand. And that's the beauty of propaganda. Propaganda uses tools that feel, not think. So this is emotion over intellect if you do a sort of a math equation rather than intellect over emotion. So you get people to feel a certain way and it works. Back in World War II, when there was no television and there was early radio, but after World War I, Germany, the Weimar Republic, nobody had any money. Nobody could afford radios. I mean, radios were a very expensive appliance, really sort of a piece of furniture. The Nazis gave the Germans free radios. Why? Because what do you think was on the radio all the time? The Fuhrer. So here's your free radio, and you can have nothing but Adolf and maybe some Wagner. And it's every day, all night, and it's during the dinner hour. And here simultaneously during the dinner hour in the 1920s was a guy named Father Conklin, and he was paid for by Henry Ford. I'm sure you have Fords in Lithuania, cars.
Yeah.
Henry Ford was best friends with Adolf Hitler. And Henry Ford tried to put the Nazis on the radio in the United States back then. And this country was actually quite open to it. And part of our early government regulations forbade anybody who was not American from owning radio stations, partially for this reason. But that propaganda of putting the Fuhrer on in everyone's house by giving them a free radio, it worked. Because the only thing they knew, they're not paying for newspaper subscriptions. The only thing they knew is what they were told. And absent alternative information, you can't know whether it's true or false. And so to circle back to your question, we're now in an era where 3 companies in the United States own all the news, and we don't have alternative information. So if you're watching Fox News, you have one perspective. Nobody's saying it's not true. You can't know that it is not true. And so it works.
But would you actually believe that those people who are uneducated in some way or have this limited information, or, for example, also hurt in a way, like you, especially the Florida part near Tampa after the hurricanes, are they more likely to believe the propaganda, and in what way then?
So let me make an analogy, and I'm going to parenthetically hold that thought because I want to reintroduce you because people come and go. They're in their cars or whatever. We're talking right now live in Lithuania from 2 18-year-old students, and they're high-achieving students. One is Atena Gostuate, a senior at Kaunas Jesuit High School. She's passionate about creativity, learning, making a difference. One of the founders of her school's writing club and represented Lithuania in an exchange program in Germany through a prestigious scholarship. Speaking English, Lithuanian, German, and understanding many other languages, studying business and entrepreneurship. Aside her is 18-year-old Noyas Machulis. He's a 12th grader also in Lithuania, founding the school's finance and investing courses, connecting him to his future studies in economics, volunteers at local homeless shelters, helped organize TEDx Youth. So you get how smart these kids are, asking about propaganda, asking why would somebody turn away FEMA and all of that. So let's go back to your parents' generation, your grandparents. It's the Soviet Union. When you have nothing to lose, so a lot of people in America, they have no future. They have no retirement. We don't have a government program. We have Social Security, but it's so minimal. And we heard from Project 2025 earlier, that's going away. They will take that away, including Medicare, which is medical help for people over 65. That goes away too. If you have nothing to lose anymore, nothing to lose, you don't have a job, you have no money, no food, you're going to roll the dice like in a casino. You get a Donald Trump type charismatic character who promises you everything. I'm a billionaire. You can be a billionaire too. You can have all the women you want. You don't have to have manners. You can break the law. You can say and do anything you want. They can't come after you. We're going to take apart the government. It's going to be the Wild West. You can shoot what you don't like. You can eat what you like, and you have nothing to lose. Why not? Right? Why not? Yeah. Maybe it's going to be better. And so that's the bottom. There's 2 sides of this party. This isn't our traditional Republican Party. You have the bottom part, the have-nots, and then you have the haves. This is all invented by the haves. You don't want unemployment insurance. You don't want Medicare. You don't want Social Security when you're the rich people at the top, because you don't want to pay for that. You want all that money for yourself. You want to privatize it. You want to start your own company and then supply services to people who can't afford it, but they're willing to pay anything to stay alive, especially if they're sick. So it's a very twisted, perverse system, similar to the Weimar Republic after World War I. But this is why people are open to this. It always has to get so bad that a bad guy sweeps in and says he'll fix it. And he's part of the reason it got that bad to begin with. Isn't that beautiful? It's like a pharmaceutical company creating suntan lotion that actually magnifies the sun on your skin, causes skin cancer, and then they simultaneously come in with a medication to cure the cancer. Same thing, different approach.
It is actually a great way to influence people, because I've also seen around myself and also like in Lithuania that especially a lot of politicians, they create problems and then purposely solve them themselves. And then for us as the natives, as the domestic people living in Lithuania, we look at those politicians as heroes. Wow, they fixed, a street. Wow, right now we can have fresh air again. We can have more gardens, more bins, which should be just a commodity.
Yeah, they set the bar so low that we start to believe that when they actually start doing something, it is actually a virtue, but it's not.
Yes,
So,
it is true.
For you guys, emotional manipulation, because you see it everywhere else. Really, we're talking about emotional manipulation, using media, using messaging to lead people against their own well-being. And it really works. Like we saw that Project 2025 satire video that was well written, it was well performed, it was well sung, but it made me emotional at the end because I sensed the real loss that I could conceivably see in the next few months. Permanent loss, complete and utter gutting and devastation of this nation with 330 million people with 380 million guns. I mean, it makes anyone want to just sob at their feet, and you realize how much is at stake. But it's that emotional side that works and touches people. So what are some of the common signs or red flags that you see where you live that indicate that people are being controlled or misled through misinformation or deceptive tactics?
Probably the first sign I personally see is when the other perspective is not allowed to speak of. So, for example, when there's let's say a discussion about some sort of policy, the people that want to make a counter argument are silenced, and that's really apparent, and that's what kind of creates a narrative that's really, really destructive if you allow it to foster.
I would also say that each time when everything gets too beautiful or too pretty, I wouldn't believe that it is true, because every time that I see something very beautiful, very great happening on the news, then it's automatically in me to think to myself, well, can it be true? And it's usually not that beautiful as it is, because people love just coloring everything with beautiful and nice colors, and then just actually hiding behind the truth, and the truth is just hidden behind all the lies. So I think the moment everything becomes too beautiful to believe, like some kind of a fairy tale, I would say that this is the moment you have to realize that the propaganda is actually coming and you shouldn't believe all that is being said.
Cary Harris with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com, where we invite you to get our free newsletter. With that come transcripts of all the different shows, archives of all the different shows, which you can find freely online on YouTube. You can find it on Instagram. You can find it pretty much anywhere with a chip and a signal. We're talking right now to two 18-year-olds. They're high school students in Lithuania. I happen to have met one of them in Switzerland. She was one of the highest performing students at a summer school, and she reached out to me and said, hey, maybe our school could interview you, kind of do a reverse thing. And so here we are with this high school online here in Los Angeles, Hollywood, live on the radio. And we're talking about these things that matter really to both of us. And I think it's extraordinary, too, that we get a view from the eastern part of the world and it's not American centric, because we all seem to be experiencing the same thing. I imagine both of you have been to Moscow before. Is that right?
No, that is not true. Never.
No, never.
Okay.
I think the thing why we haven't been, I can explain the fact, is basically because of the Soviet Union. I think that our parents and our grandparents were just kind of made to believe, or also kind of scared to go to that part of the country and that part of the world. So that's why they never took us, their kids, basically there. But I've heard that it's a beautiful country, and it's not a country, but like a city. It's a beautiful, like, architecture and so on. But we haven't been there.
Never.
All that to say, and I haven't been there either. I've been to St. Petersburg several times, but not to. I've been to the Moscow airport, which was among the worst airports in the world. Not that anyone who flies, if you, this was during the Trump Muslim ban. So getting back to Project 2025 Light, before he learned some of the tricks, when he did the Muslim ban, it affected me because I was going to Egypt to see the pyramids, something that everyone should try to see no matter what it takes in their life before all of that goes away. And it's going to go away soon. And because of the Muslim ban, I could not fly to Cairo, Egypt, because what are they in Cairo, Egypt? Muslims. So I had to fly to Moscow, and then Moscow to Jordan, and then Jordan to Cairo. And in the Moscow airport, sorry about the travelogue here, but the seats were ripped up with springs poking out, and all there was some kind of nasty mystery meat along with beets. I like beets, but I don't like 10 pounds of beets with a nasty piece of rotten meat in the middle. All that to say, the subway in Moscow looked like Versailles. And this is the trick of propaganda, is that the public, the general public of all of Moscow, has to take the subway, which means in the common spaces, it's beautiful, just like you were saying, Atena, with beautiful flowers, chandeliers in a subway. So you think you must be living well until you go home.
I think it is really not very different from Lithuania. I wouldn't say that Lithuania is just as Moscow as or as Russia, because they are two different countries with two different stories and cultures. But in Lithuania, there are also parts which are developed very nicely, very beautifully, which are very clean. But then actually, if you go a bit deeper into the actual parts where most of the people are living in, like the medium class of Lithuania, you actually see that there's a lot of left from the Soviet Union, and that there are a lot of buildings which are barely livable, if I could say so. And then you actually think to yourself, me, for example, I can say that I am very lucky that I have my family, that I have a house, that I have where to live, that I have food, because it is quite a problem also in Lithuania that everything is projected very beautifully, but there are also parts which, especially the tourists, they don't see.
Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to end the show. We're going to talk a little bit more about myths, propaganda, and the future, how these 18-year-olds see the world 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and what their recommendations are to their elders and to their peers. That's coming up in about 2 minutes. But right now, we're going to pause for a second and give some love to the station.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Everyone, Cary Harrison with you, and I want to tell you how to save yourself from taxes, from the IRS, from the government that says you owe. Did you know you can cut that amount big, literally by 50%, maybe 80%? But it takes an organization that can pull this off for you. And of course, they're trained to do it, and it is legal. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. In other words, they'll leave you alone. So don't hide or bury your head in the sand any longer. We all would. You could take advantage of this free service. Call now to learn more. 800-281-7048. 800-281-7048. That's 800-281-7048. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes, rethinkingheroes.com, where, of course, you can get a copy of our free newsletter, free, our favorite price. And you'll get archives. You're going to get transcripts of all these shows, and you're going to get to see in written form what these genius 18-year-olds in Lithuania are saying. Plus, you'll be able to see them in the studio that their school built, which is so awesome, similar to what I did in Switzerland, where I got to meet Atena live and in person, living color, where she reached out later, said, we want to talk to you and the people of Hollywood and Los Angeles. So here they are today. We're talking to 18-year-old Atena Gostualte, a senior at Kaunas Jesuit High School in Lithuania. She's all about creativity. She's about learning and making a difference. One of the founders of her school's writing club, represented Lithuania in an exchange program in Germany through a prestigious scholarship. She speaks English and Lithuanian and German and understands Spanish and some French. She's studying business and entrepreneurship. Other than that, maybe spends 2 minutes in the garden. She's joined next to her by 18-year-old Nojas Mačiulis. He's also 18, a 12th grader in Lithuania. He founded the school's finance and investing course, as one does at 18. Not. So is he cool or what? And that, of course, will connect him and unroll the future studies in economics, which he's pursuing. He's another superstar, volunteering at a local homeless shelter and helping organize TEDx Youth. So here we have the best of the best. I'm going to tap them for their thinking on what solutions do you guys have for people older than you who might be burnt out or busy watching Netflix or collecting cars or whatever they're doing and not paying attention the way you are. You're stuck on this planet for about 80 more years. Congratulations. Aren't you lucky? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Definitely.
You got skin in the game, right? For real. This matters how this stuff turns out. What advice would you give people older and then people that are your age?
I believe the first and foremost thing that we have to mention is checking your sources. This is a thing that is relevant for any age, for any person. Sources are key, as only checking social media without checking sources, for example, and trusting these sources as the way to get your information can definitely lead to a lot of misinformation. So this is key.
I think my main suggestion would be just take a good book and read, because usually those people who are writing books, they are not on social media. They are usually not spreading something that they want to say because they have that written on paper. And I have myself read a lot of good books, and not specifically about propaganda, not specifically about somewhat development maybe of a country. But I think if you start just reading books, you start seeing the world a bit differently, and you just start looking a bit deeper into everything that you've been seeing around. Because from my perspective, a lot of truth is especially in the books.
You know, it's interesting you say that, and people are terrified of books on paper because it takes some time, but it's fun. The first book that I ever read that I liked, because in school I was forced to read, Scarlet Letter and Dickens and the same stuff that we all have to read. And it's good, but it's hardly compelling, gripping, and amazing. It's just great writing. And somebody handed me an original James Bond novel. These were written in the 1950s by Ian Fleming. So I'm not talking about the movies, the books. Ian Fleming was a brilliant writer, and I learned so much about politics, power, the Soviet Empire, the Western way of thinking, Spectre or Spiat, whatever it was, lots of little Russian words in there, but really the way that humans react and exchange power through the books now, not the movies. And so there are books that people can find that they will actually enjoy and they can fall in love with reading. And remember, as you're saying, Atena, an author spends years doing research. And if he publishes a book and it's full of nonsense and he gets caught, he's dead forever. He will never recover. It is over forever. So that kind of scholarship presents himself. And that's what you're saying, Nojas, too. Check your sources. Now, people don't know how to do that. That's the problem. They don't know how to do that. How do you do it, Nojas?
First and foremost, there's definitely the fact of the matter that there's organizations and people. So you have, for example, if you're looking at a source that is a person, you have to check their prior history. Have they attended, for example, university if they're making a political commentary? What type of university they went into? What political views have they showed in the past? Are these views radical, or are they trying to stay critical? This really matters, as context builds. Context is required for us to understand if a source is actually good. And getting context, well, sadly, it takes time. However, we have to invest some time to understand the source for us to actually trust it. That's what I would recommend.
Wow. Well, I am fully fed and satisfied in this gourmet meal of brilliance and illumination. And I appreciate you guys joining us all the way from Lithuania. And I appreciate the invitation. I appreciate having met you first, Atena, and now having Noyes in my world, and knowing that there are tens of thousands of 18-year-olds like you. You probably haven't met them all. But if there's two of you, there's got to be more. We know that to be true. We just don't. Look at that. AI is bringing up balloons because I said that. That scares me, even though it looks cool. And you could see it on the video on Instagram or YouTube. Oh, my God. We'll do another one on AI some point, okay?
Yeah,
I want to
of
thank
course.
both of you for joining us. We have Atena. We have Noyes. They're both 18. They're both in Lithuania. They're both high-achieving, brilliant, sentient creatures who have offered us a wonderful roadmap to a future that is worth living. And I want to thank you for joining us today on Rethinking Heroes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Any final thoughts that you want to offer people? Or do you guys feel like you said it all?
I think my main wish and my main, not maybe like a suggestion also to the people, just stay true to yourself. I know that it might not sound that it is very combined with the propaganda, but I think it is, because our values inside, they always stay. And it doesn't matter what everybody else is saying. You have to believe what your heart is saying. This sounds so cliche, I know, but it is true, because every information that you have to check, and even if a little bit in your heart, you just feel that something is not right, maybe it isn't, maybe it is, but I don't know. I just think that we as people should just stay true to ourselves, also through voting, also through choosing our government, through reading books, through knowing if the information is right or not. Just believe that what you know and what your values are, that they are still valuable and they are still seen as a virtue.
Yeah, and to add on to Atena's point, I would also like to say to just stay critical. Staying critical will definitely help you stay true to yourself, your own beliefs, and your own views.
Well, from your voices to the people of Earth, I am very grateful for this time spent. I have grown because of it, and I know everyone else will too. And I want to thank both of you very much for joining us here on Rethinking Heroes. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. Don't forget to get your free newsletter at rethinkingheroes.com, rethinkingheroes.com. And I so enjoyed hanging out with you, and I very much look forward to seeing you all next week.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. rethinkingheroes.com.
For you. And of course, they're trained to do it, and it is legal. Credit card companies have special assistance programs that are designed to help you lower your payments. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Hi, it's Cary Harrison here, and I want to tell you about how you can save your credit cards, how you can save your paycheck, how you can save yourself a whole lot of pain. Now, a lot of us have credit card debt that's racked way up, and there's nothing you can do about it. But did you know that there are laws in place where the credit card companies have to let you have a giant discount? Now, they don't advertise this. They don't push this. They don't even want to admit it, but it's available for you. I want you to call the debt hotline right now. Credit card companies have special assistance programs that are designed to help you lower your payments hugely, bigly even. All you have to do is call 800-932-4109, 800-932-4109, 800-932-4109. If you owe a bunch, you're going to owe a little. Wow. Unadvertised, unpushed by the credit card companies, it is federal law. The Debt It Help Credit The Debt It Help hotline, call it now, 800-932-4109. Hi, everyone. Cary Harrison with you, and I want to tell you how to save yourself from taxes, from the IRS, from the government that says you owe. Did you know you can cut that amount big, literally by 50%, maybe 80%? But it takes an organization that can pull this off for you. And of course, they're trained to do it, and it is legal. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. In other words, they'll leave you alone. So don't hide or bury your head in the sand any longer. We all would. You could take advantage of this free service. Call now to learn more. 800-281-7048, 800-281-7048. That's 800-281-7048.
Wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call Low Cost Airlines. They specialize in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rental rates, and with a best price guarantee. If you want the lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available. So don't wait. Call now.
We are in complete control. We are
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Coming up in just a couple of seconds, we're going to delve into an extraordinary, we're going to meet two extraordinary heroes that have taken on not only the federal government, but the legacy of the entire nuclear weapons industry. And it's all part of a new documentary that picks up where Oppenheimer left off. I'm going to play the trailer just so you get what I'm talking about.
The U.S. government tested the first ever atomic bomb at the Trinity site in south central New Mexico. We were unwilling, unknowing, uncompensated participants in the world's largest science experiment.
Look at all them hills. Every one of them got a ranch on it. And everybody died of the same thing.
Many of these people, I think, are in a way forgotten guinea pigs. They were sacrificed to national security.
Okay, I think you got a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre there, so let's just jump right on into it. We're going to embark on a journey into the hidden corridors of history, a narrative shrouded in shadows and silenced by the mighty. We're going to explore a new documentary called First We Bombed New Mexico, a documentary that defies Oppenheimer's narrative and shows the ongoing radiation aftermath of the world's first nuclear bomb, still emitting radioactive afterglow since its original explosion in 1945. I'm going to bring on both the subject of the documentary and the award-winning director who earned many of her accolades at 60 Minutes. The subject of this film is an inspiring Hispanic cancer survivor. Her name is Tina Cordova, who's taken on the mighty corridors of government power, demanding compensation and an apology for the Native and Hispanic communities of New Mexico, whose lands and waters, well, they still remain radiated by the Trinity bomb. And this is the 80-year-long after story of the film. Oppenheimer chose to admit, as we all know. Now, you're going to hear firsthand a tale of government betrayal, where thousands of New Mexicans, primarily Hispanic and Native, were exposed to catastrophic levels of radioactive fallout without warning or acknowledgement. Multi-generational cancers have followed without pause in a tragedy that's been concealed for decades. Tina Cordova is a force to be reckoned with. We love her. We have rethought this heroism, and it took about 1/10 of a millisecond. And she's going to show you how the Manhattan Project physicians foresaw the catastrophic fallout's long-lasting impact and suggested evacuations at the time. They never happened. The aftermath, spiking baby deaths, covered up statistics, thousands sickened for generations. As we all face the threat of nuclear strikes in today's unfettered geopolitical madness, we learn that radiation respects no borders, and that we are all downwinders, as they call themselves, connected by a legacy that refuses to die. So let me first introduce director Lois Lippman of the documentary First We Bombed New Mexico. Lois Lippman is an Emmy Award-winning career documentary filmmaker who field produced 24 stories around the world for CBS News' 60 Minutes. Her expose on dowry deaths in India was awarded Best Documentary by American Women in Film and Television, even led to system changes there. She's won an Emmy, a Peabody Award as field-produced documentaries for the BBC, Channel 4. She's done them in Cuba, Gaza, Israel, India, the Dominican Republic. There might be one there, but probably not at this moment, and many countries in between. Director Lois Lippman has taught at both universities of Maryland and Toledo. With her also is the subject of this documentary, Tina Cordova. She is the co-founder of Tularosa Basin Downwinders Consortium in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Tina Cordova is a seventh-generation native New Mexican, born and raised in the small town of Tularosa, and the mission of her consortium is to bring attention to the health effects suffered by the unknowing, the unwilling, the uncompensated innocent victims of the very first nuclear blast at the Trinity site. That was the one made famous in beautiful Technicolor by Chris Nolan and the movie Oppenheimer. She's looking to get the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act to include continuous overexposure to radiation since 1945. Tina Cordova herself is a cancer survivor, having been diagnosed with thyroid cancer when she was only 39. She's now the fourth generation in her family to have cancer, along with a niece recently diagnosed at the age of 23. And Tina Cordova has testified before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, the House Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties. I want to welcome you both to Rethinking Heroes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cary. It's a pleasure to be with you.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and I wish we were here to celebrate the new year together and just laugh and laugh, but this is real life, and you guys have done so much hard work, and everyone needs to know about it. So let's jump into it. In this tale of government betrayal, what do you reveal that Oppenheimer, the so-called father of the atomic bomb, conveniently left out of the Trinity bomb's history? And we'll start with you, Lois.
Firstly, thank you so much for this platform and for inviting us. And Tina is indeed an unsung hero, and that's why I have dedicated much of my life to following her and amplifying her voice of this expose. What Oppenheimer doesn't mention, there's not one Native person or Hispanic person or person of color in this film. And what he conveniently doesn't mention is that Native people lived as close as 12 miles from the world's first nuclear blast. And they have consequently suffered cancers for generations, and they've never been acknowledged. Also, what he leaves out is that we suffered a spike in infant deaths. A huge percentage of babies died that lived near the nuclear bomb.
And Tina Cordova, there were families living as close as 12 miles, we learned, to the Trinity test site. In 1945, there were thousands of families, men, women, children, living in a 50-mile radius. That would mean that hundreds of thousands of people were exposed, and you're now standing up for them.
That's right. We've collected the data from the 1940 census, and we know, as a matter of fact, that there were 13,000 children, women, and men living within a 50-mile radius. But if you extend the radius to 150 miles, you're talking about over 500,000 people. It included Albuquerque and Santa Fe to the north, El Paso and Ciudad Juarez to the south. And our government has always said, they said then, they continue to say today, that the area was remote and uninhabited, that no one lived here and no one was harmed. And we're standing up for those 500,000 people that were unwittingly exposed to radiation as a result of our government's ambition for nuclear power. And we've been dying ever since. I mean, 78 years of living with this horrible legacy and no acknowledgement from our government, no acceptance of responsibility for the negative health effects. And like Lois said, absolutely no acknowledgement of the babies that died that summer after the test, which is absolutely unconscionable.
Let's talk about this bomb, a plutonium-based bomb packed with 13 pounds of weapons-grade plutonium, but only 3 pounds of that plutonium actually fissioned. That means the remaining 10 pounds of plutonium was absorbed into the soil, into the sand, into all the animals, into every plant, everywhere. Plutonium, by the way, has a half-life of 24,000 years. 24,000 years. And to give you a sense of how long that is, 24,000 years ago, mankind was only in its upper Paleolithic period, barely able to make shelters out of tree branches while being trampled or eaten by woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats. No agriculture yet, 24,000 years ago, gnawing on twigs and stems. Now take 1945 and go forward 24,000 years. And that's when that part of New Mexico will once again be safe to inhabit. Am I way off?
No, actually, you're right on. The half-life is 24,000 years. That radiation will still be here in 24,000 years. It will have reduced by half. And that's the real tragedy here, because the bomb was incredibly inefficient. And when you suspend particulate matter laced with plutonium over and over, you continue to expose people to that radiation from the very first beginnings. And so, you know, one of the things that people don't recognize or acknowledge about the Trinity bomb, it was detonated right next to the largest gypsum deposit in the world, White Sands National Monument. Gypsum is very lightweight. Once that plutonium became part of the gypsum out there, it's easy to resuspend. It's easy for it to then be redeposited all over the landscape. And it was a perfect storm, Cary. This was not an ideal place to detonate an atomic bomb. And the fact that the government knew from the very get-go that they were going to harm people, and they never evacuated, they never warned us before or afterwards. We lived very organic lifestyles, very dependent on our environment for everything, water, food. For them to just walk away is absolutely unacceptable. And for them to still look the other way 78 years later is a travesty.
My next question is going to be for Lois. And you're familiar with Dr. Helen Caldicott, who isn't, who's wide awake, but she's considered the mother of the anti-nuclear movement, and she is also partially responsible for Ronald Reagan to imagine the SALT treaties and start to imagine the idea of nuclear weapons reduction. She scared the living diddly out of him by pointing out that the weapons tests in the atolls over in Australia and New Zealand, which are now completely banned, that the fallout, the first place that fallout goes, the first place of those weapons in the 1950s were the men's testicles in Parliament in Australia. Well, that made a ban within 3 days. And then Ronald Reagan thought about his own man parts and began to understand how dangerous radiation is. For men, we're very simple creatures, and sometimes you have to put it right there. But I think that's what you're also seeing. In your examination, Lois, you decided to make a documentary about this because it's that important.
Well, yeah, I had developed major breaking stories and gotten acclaim for major stories internationally for 60 Minutes. And then I wanted to take a break, and I fell in love with New Mexico because it wasn't Middle America, because it had this rich multicultural background of Native American, Hispanic, and Anglos, and these mountains. So I decided to take a little break there. And after I'd been in New Mexico for some years, I was astonished to discover that the world's first nuclear bomb had been detonated right next to these people that we celebrate and love, and that they were all dying, and that the government knew what it had done. I want to add that the other uniqueness of this bomb was that it was detonated in between thunderstorms, rainstorms, which the meteorologist had said the conditions need to be 100% still and clear. This rain directly brought the radiation into these communities. Otherwise, it'd be going around the stratosphere. And every time it rained, communities around the world would get a little radiation, and who knows who got the cancers because of that. So I realized that this was a bigger story than any story I'd ever told, and it had never been told, and people were suffering. And then I met Tina, and she's our hero. And I knew that Tina could carry this story. So I was privileged to make the film.
We're talking right now to director Lois Lippman of the documentary First We Bombed New Mexico, an Emmy award-winning filmmaker who's field produced 24 stories around the world for 60 Minutes, Emmys, Peabody Awards, documentaries for the BBC, Gaza, India, many countries in between. Also joined by the subject, really the star of the documentary. If you want to see Brave, well, you're seeing her right now. By way of Tina Cordova, a seventh-generation native New Mexican radiation-induced cancer survivor, having been diagnosed with thyroid cancer when she was 39, and now the fourth generation in her family to have cancer. Her niece recently diagnosed at the age of 23. Tina Cordova has testified before multiple government agencies and is looking to get medical care for thousands of people purposely left out by the federal government. And you said something interesting earlier, Tina. You talked about how, well, there was nobody around. I guess it depends what nobody looks like, if you catch my drift.
Absolutely. It was very easy for them to look away. I always say they counted on us in 1945 to be unable to stick up for ourselves. They counted on us to be uneducated, unsophisticated, unable to stick up for ourselves, but we're not those people any longer, Cary. And you mentioned about the 4 generations in my family, and now there's a 5th. And the people of New Mexico, we don't ask if we're going to get cancer, we ask when it's going to be our turn, because this is the legacy of Trinity for us. We're sick and dying. And my 23-year-old niece has had her life completely disrupted. She has thyroid cancer, the same cancer I had. I watched my dad die from cancer without risk factors. I've seen so many relatives, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, and this is not normal cancer histories, but it is a normal cancer history in New Mexico. And I wish I could say that my family has been unique, but we haven't. And so New Mexico is the only minority majority state since the very beginning. We've always been a minority majority state. So of course the people most affected here have been people of color. And the government has just simply looked away from responsibility. And let me just say that it's shockingly immoral, because we live in a country of rules, and our government just wants to look the other way, not accept responsibility for the harm they've done to people. And you and I couldn't get away with doing that if we recklessly harmed other people.
No, if I tinkled in my neighbor's pool, I promise you I will pay a fine and be in the newspaper and on Channel 8. This is sort of using a Stalin metaphor here. Stalin said, when a child falls down a well, it's a tragedy. When 20,000 people die in one of his gulags, it's a statistic. And in many ways, I believe it was Senator Udall or somebody in your documentary pointed out that it was just a giant medical experiment. And now we know. And we see the same thing around Chernobyl. I have a friend who got thyroid cancer at the age of 34, and he grew up in the Czech Republic. He did not grow up in Russia. Czech Republic, way out. But that radioactive fallout went to Sweden. It went to Scotland. It fell in the blades of grass. In fact, we were told in the 80s not to eat Hershey's chocolate because 3 Mile Island was in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And that fallout was falling into the grass. The cows eat the grass. The cows make the milk makes the chocolate. But then those stories go away in about 2.5 seconds. And Lois is an expert on how that works. But here's Lois, like Walter Cronkite is back, but better. And this is a soothing emollient to a nitwit culture, not its fault, but we're handed the Kardashians at the top of the news and told that's important. This is what's important, because what affects one affects all when it comes to radiation.
Well, I just am really grateful that you have said this affects everybody, because we do know, Cary, from recent reconstruction of the bomb, the Trinity bomb, by a scientist from Princeton University, we do know now that in those 10 days after Trinity, fallout went to 46 states, Mexico and Canada. Everybody's a downwinder as a result of Trinity. And the government always said that the radiation went off in this orderly fashion, that very few people were affected, and that is absolutely untrue. A lot of this story has been suppressed or not told truthfully.
And orderly radiation. I mean, I love the sound of that, but I'm not sure exactly how that works. Fukushima would be a great example where we have the bluefin tuna breeding off the shoals of Fukushima, one of the habitats that they love. They're able to swim, get this, 800 miles a day. Who knew? So that bluefin tuna comes from Fukushima. Over here, we catch it, can it, sell it in the grocery stores, and the EPA, I think within 3 or 4 months after Fukushima, simply stopped testing. Oops, just turn off the meters, nothing to see here. That's what you were told too. Well, if we don't test, we don't discover. If we don't discover, we're not culpable. And that's one of the themes throughout the documentary here.
I just wanted to interject and give a shout out to the Palm Springs Film Festival, thanking them for giving us 3 slots to screen our film, and the festival's director will do the first Q&A. So that's January 8th, 9th, and 10th. I want to encourage everybody to come to Palm Springs. I can't wait to be there. It's supposed to be a really fabulous town, and it's a great film festival. And we have a great film, but it's not going to make a difference unless people say it. And people put pressure on their legislators to be just and give those extra votes that we need to get this legislation passed. So thank you, Palm Springs, for being so generous to give us this platform. And please have your listeners come to the festival January 8th, 9th, or 10th to see our film.
It is holiday time around the 8th, so it's a perfect time to go to Palm Springs. In fact, any time is a good time to go to Palm Springs. And if your documentary is there and you two are there and people get to meet you, well, that sounds like a pretty good deal to me. We love meeting heroines. And, you know, let's talk for just a second about what happens when you, Tina Cordova, confront the federal government, which is giving medical help to some people, but then there's the other people it is not, and yet you're all sharing the same condition. How do they reconcile that so that it somehow makes sense?
Well, first of all, Cary, it's so counterintuitive that they would set aside a fund and it would be set aside for people who are victims of radiation exposure from atomic testing and not include the first people ever exposed to radiation from an atomic bomb. It's totally counterintuitive. It doesn't make any sense at all. And when I ask the question about why we weren't included from the get-go, they always say, well, we didn't realize. And the truth is, when they established the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, it didn't go far enough. It didn't cover enough people. And these days, they're not challenging the idea that we've been harmed. They're just simply saying it's going to cost too much. And it's like what you said just a few minutes ago. I always say, I couldn't go about living my life recklessly and harming other people. And then when I'm held to account, I say, I'm not putting any of my funds towards taking care of those people that I've harmed. That's essentially what we're talking about here. And it's shockingly immoral for our government to simply say it's going to cost too much. It should be a line item in the defense budget, because this is a result of our government's quest for nuclear superiority. They didn't just test it at Nevada, they tested at Trinity first. And so we're trying and fighting for all the states in the western part of the United States, along with Guam, that were affected by nuclear testing to be included. They conducted 93 explosions at the Nevada test site. We know where the fallout went because we had monitoring stations. They were doing a lot more than to mitigate their responsibility by placing monitoring stations that showed that they irradiated us. So, you know, we are fighting to be included in RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. The people in New Mexico desperately need the assistance. There's 2 glaring, obvious statistics. One is we're the state most dependent on Medicaid. And secondly, we're one of the states carrying the most medical debt. 2 million people living here carry up close to $1 billion in medical debt. We know it's associated with this. So it's time for our government to do the right thing and account for the damage they've done to people's health and lives.
It's a huge amount of bravery for you to do this. I know for you it's natural, it's in your wiring, but not everyone can show up the way you do and fight, especially when you're not feeling well. Having cancer, that's 10 full-time jobs right there. And then adding the 11th, which is fighting for people whom you will never meet, but on their behalf. And both of you, Director Lois Lippman and Tina Cordova, doing that nonstop. I mean, you're never Director Lois Lippman going to be able to step away from this. This is now part of who you are. This accomplishment, when this film is aired in Palm Springs, when you meet people, they meet you, and this film continues to travel around the world. It ends up on Netflix, on TV. Who knows? Maybe you still have chums at CBS. Let's see where it goes. Let's see who finds out. We know from Nagasaki, where I've been, having walked around on that devastation there, we know that a single fleck of plutonium, 1 pound of plutonium spread evenly across the entire planet, would kill all life as we know it. People don't understand that this is a man-made thing and it lasts forever. Is there anything that we know about medically that we can take, chelation therapy? I mean, I'm sure you've tried and done everything. Is there anything that can be done, or do we just get the medical help as best we can?
Well, the truth is you only have to inhale, absorb, or ingest 1 particle of plutonium, and it remains there for your entire life, irradiating cells, organs, tissue, damaging, your body. There is nothing, Cary, that counteracts that. And plutonium's just one of the radioactive isotopes that were released by the bomb at Trinity. There's strontium, there's cesium. Strontium collects in your bones. It's what causes leukemia and bone cancers. There's iodine, radioactive iodine, which is what I was likely exposed to, not at Trinity because I wasn't alive at the time, but during the testing at Nevada, because New Mexico is downwind of the Nevada test site, well documented at the monitoring stations. So you don't escape it. There's no way, you can take iodine pills if you know you're going to be exposed, and then your cells take up the iodine that you're actually ingesting purposefully, and it protects you from the radioactive version. But if you don't know, then there's no antidote for this. You're basically exposed, and it's for a lifetime, and it changes your genetics. I'm really glad you brought up earlier, men's gonads, because a lot of times people say there's no genetic effect to this, but that's absolutely not true. I mean, we didn't have a lead shield around our gonads and our ovaries in 1945, and so now we have the genetics for this, and this isn't going to end for us. And we've been relegated to this place of never being free from this, and that is truly a travesty, because we've never had an option to live just a normal, cancer-free, healthy life.
And in the documentary, I believe somebody talks about 7,000 generations still to go that are going to be dealing with this. And just to make it a little personal right at the end here, for regular people, if you've ever been to Las Vegas, well, rethink that experience now, because guess what? And now everyone is suddenly going to have a brand new level of interest about this, because it affects everyone all over the planet. The air gets circulated through the whole globe, the water, all of it. But if you've been to Vegas because you paid to go there, and now you know some of the invisible gifts that are left there that aren't talked about, that their tourism bureau does not sell and put on the front page of a pamphlet, though we have seen those postcards of people in the pool drinking martinis with the mushroom clouds. Except something needs to be done. So what can we do, we as listeners, to help you guys, other than go to the film on January 8th in Palm Springs?
Well, we have a website, and Lois can give you her website, but the Trinity Downwinders have a website. It's www.trinitydownwinders.com, and people can go there and find everything they need about how to help us. But primarily it's lobby Congress, let Congress know that you're concerned over this and that you would like to see justice for the people in the American West that were harmed.
And also, we're the little engine that could. We're just a scrappy little film that was not funded. And we need to make a big splash so that the public is informed about this, and everybody who sees the film and is informed is enraged and they want to do something. So I welcome any financial help so that we can continue screening, which costs money at these great film festivals, so that we eventually get picked up by a major streamer and everybody knows this story.
All right. Well, what a great way to end. And I see a webinar here, so I'll reach out to you guys a little later, okay? There's a lot of other ways that I think we can help. We've been talking to director Lois Lippman of the documentary First We Bombed New Mexico, an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker who's field-produced 24 stories around the world for 60 minutes. She's received Emmys and Peabodys, documentaries, BBC, to India, countries in between, also joined by a superstar hero, Tina Cordova, seventh-generation native New Mexican radiation-induced cancer survivor, having been diagnosed when she was 39 and now a fourth generation in her family to have cancer, but fighting for others. Her own niece, diagnosed at the age of 23. Tina has been before multiple government agencies and continues that good fight. We will make sure that we publish those websites on Rethinking Heroes so that you can learn more and support this impossibly important cause. Cary Harrison with you. This is Rethinking Heroes. Don't forget to go to rethinkingheroes.com and get our free newsletter so you can get this and other stuff. And I look forward to seeing everybody next week.
Preventing truth decay.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. rethinkingheroes.com.
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues. I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, I mean, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
With me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
Harrison with you, your new best friend. We want to welcome you to Rethinking Heroes and welcome to the 10 different online streaming platforms as we expand the giant footprint of KPFK and Los Angeles Public Radio to, well, pretty much anything with a chip and a signal. Don't forget, you never have to leave the show because you're leaving your car during drive time, which it is right now. So when you get out of the car, grab your phone and enjoy it as streaming video, which you can pick up simply by going to rethinkingheroes.com. Well, today we're going to give a little love to KPFK, but not at the expense of great information. Doing both is, well, it goes beautifully hand in glove. Well, let's start with the fact that we all just learned that Meta, formerly known as Facebook, has laid the foundation for the next future, taking the old Facebook and evolving it through AI into a, quote, synthetic social network. Now, what do we mean by synthetic? Well, for Meta introduced chatbots styled after celebrities like Kendall Jenner, Mr. Beast, and Snoop Dogg. Now, I know some of our listeners are like, what does that even mean? It doesn't really matter. Just know the bizarre is becoming real, but it never was real to begin with. And although it was a mix of peculiar and uncharted territory, that would be creating celebrities and allowing fake versions of celebrities to appeal to Facebook viewers. In other words, you don't know the difference. And so suddenly there's going to be a cumulative population, or as we call it in radio broadcasting and TV, cume, C-U-M-E. It increases the cume. The more the cume, the more you can charge for advertising, tricking people. So this is the, what's being called, well, it's their word, not mine. So I love it. Synthetic social network, as if it weren't to begin with. And I'll give you a little backstory in my interview with Mark Zuckerberg years ago when he was doing public interviews. So These bots never quite caught on when they tried this initially. And according to a recent New York Times article, Meta plans to push this envelope further. They're offering creators a chance to engage with their fans through chatbots mimicking their own speech patterns. Now, most communications would be automated and initially disclosed. And when I say initially disclosed as AI generated, just initially. After once, tiny little boop, gone. Now you're not going to know. And if your friend joins you, they're not going to know. And initially, you might think people would resist artificial interactions. Yet, the success of platforms like Character.ai and Replica with a K, along with the emergence of phenomena like Shrimp Jesus. I know it just sounds like I'm speaking gobbledygook here, but this is the real world out there, not like the radio you're listening to. This is what's out there right now, and this is how they're hooking people. These things like Replica and Shrimp Jesus suggest a growing appetite for synthetic chats, fake chats, and media. Hell, Facebook allowed you to have 1,000 acquaintances repeatedly referred to as friends, when many people couldn't even successfully get one real friend made of flesh and blood. So now the person in the grocery store in line in front of you is your friend because friendship has lost its meaning and significance due to social media. I'm not hammering on social media. I'm hammering on abusing it, using it as Joseph Goebbels would use it. So let's take a step back to see the bigger picture. Facebook first connected us with friends and family, then influenced by TikTok, it pivoted toward content from creators we don't personally know. Today, we're glimpsing at a future where our interactions blend seamlessly with both humans and fake bots, sometimes without even distinguishing between the two. The conversation about the internet's future has been dominated lately by concerns over AI-generated text flooding the web, even the political future of this country. You've heard about it. It doesn't matter who or what you watch, they're talking about it because it's that real. As for what comes next, well, that remains an intriguing mystery waiting to be unraveled. I believe we do have a guest upcoming. We're just waiting to get them on board. Meanwhile, I'm going to tell you very quickly about my interaction with Mark Zuckerberg once upon a time. So this is going back to about 2008, and I was on Air America, which you probably remember in Los Angeles. It was AM 1150, and it was a Clear Channel station. And we had Al Franken on in the morning. This is where we were grooming Rachel Maddow, who Keith Olbermann really liked at MSNBC. I was doing weeknights and sometimes weekends too, and sometimes afternoons. It was Air America. What are you going to do? And we were flying around the network and having a good time. So Mark Zuckerberg had this idea of Facebook, and we were just hearing about it. But nobody'd heard of this guy yet, and you and me were still on MySpace. Now, talk about going back in time. MySpace. It looked like a bad website, like the worst website that ever existed, but it was all we had. Before then, if you remember, we were all on AOL. AOL, that was it. You put in a CD-ROM, you loaded AOL, it dialed up, using basically what sounds like a fax machine, connected. They charged you $20 a month just to connect. And then they controlled your entire life, all your chats. If you wanted to buy flowers, you bought it through there. If you wanted to do anything, it was through AOL. And if you left AOL onto the internet, you got a black C prompt and a black screen because there wasn't the internet. Everyone didn't have websites yet. Flash forward by 2008, a lot of people had rudimentary websites, and MySpace was where communally we all gathered, shared dumb photos that we had taken and all of that. It was sort of the beginning of narcissism, but people were still not writing about what they'd had for lunch. They were trying to be a little deeper. Well, in comes Facebook, in comes Zuckerberg. And I get him on, and this is fascinating to me because I had understood the backstory of what he had done at Harvard, and really it was a private chat area for people that were students in Ivy League schools, and they were able to talk about homework, share notes, lie, cheat, steal, hook up, whatever people might do. But they realized that this thing could go bigly if it went out nationally and then someday globally. So he's on there talking about it. And I said, so what's really the point? We have MySpace. We have AOL chat, we have Skype, we have all of these other ways where people can connect. You must have a plan here. And he was filled with delicious hubris. And that's the beauty. When you can get them relaxed and get them to just decide that they're in a safe territory, the water is safe. This is like it's 7 p.m. He's all comfortable. And he says, well, really what we're going to do is replicate the AOL model, but it's going to be better. I'm like, okay, I remember the AOL model. He said it's the same thing. With AOL, you couldn't leave AOL. You could only use AOL. And by telling people who normally could never have any real friends in their lives, they have no personalities, they're not fun, they're not attractive, they get to put up the picture that they want, not the picture that's real. They can use Photoshop or whatever they need to do, put up that picture, and that is them. And then they can tell whatever story they want about themselves, right out of their soul, all the things they really wish they were, but they are not. Because remember, the dating apps had just come out and a lot of people were fudging that. He knew it. So he was encouraging people to invent a version of themselves and put it out in public. And then anybody that clicked on it became their friend automatically. Imagine if you're a person with no friends, a friendless person. Now, most live humans get 3, 4, 5. Normal people, like high-functioning people, get 3 or 4 or 5 friends. That's about what you're supposed to have. You can have 1,000 acquaintances, but real friends that you can trust and share your soul with. It is 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe in a lifetime. With this, anything that moves, that blinks, that twitches, that eats a hamburger occasionally is now your friend. So now you have 1,000 friends. Imagine your ego soaring. This is what he was saying. And once you get addicted to this, once you have thousands of friends, you now have a commitment to your thousands of friends. They want to hear stuff from you. You want to hear from them. You get sucked in addictively into this algorithm that constantly monitors you and starts to figure out, and they hadn't done this yet, we're going to start to figure out what you like and what you don't like. Then we're going to feed you only what you like. So not only are your thousands of friends needing to hear from you because they're pinging you, they're talking to you, and they're putting up pictures of their dog and their lunch and their dinner and their toilet and their this and their that, but you have to do the same back to them. And we have figured out what you like and don't like. Then this was the creepiest. He said, we're going to redefine democracy. Okay. Now I'm fascinated. We're going to redefine democracy. Democracy actually has been defined going back to the ancient Greeks, which practiced a very pure form. Number 2 in the world would probably be the Swiss, where they still do national plebiscites. And the whole population will vote for something, yes or no, done. So redefining democracy in America just frightens the hell out of me, since we're having a tough time getting to what the founders had initially intended, even the spirit of it. He said, oh no, it's simple. And some of you will remember this from early Facebook or just having been on Facebook for any time. They would put up polls, fake polls, like, do you like, what is your favorite episode of the Beverly Hillbillies? Now, it seems very innocuous, but you remember there were years of these ridiculously stupid, banal questions. And these were polls and people would answer them. Well, they were data mining. They figured out who and what you like, how much you're willing to spend, what your spending capability is. They knew your IP, they knew your zip code, they knew all of it. Now they want to find out, what do you like, what do you not like? And then the algorithms were able to build themselves and speak to your passions and your heart, your needs and your wants, and fulfill them with all of your fake friends. So he admitted that. He said, and then you won't be able to leave. We'll be able to sell everything you want through Facebook, and you won't be able to leave. Happily, we have been able to leave. But we now have the synthetic version that was just announced, and now they're going to use all kinds of fakery. So, happily, with us right now is Ed Wattal, founder and principal of Intellibus, a top 100 software firm. He regularly serves as a board advisor to the world's largest financial institutions, with C-level executives relying on him for IT strategy and architecture. One of Ed Wattal's key projects includes Big Parser, which is an ethical AI platform. He's worked on the inside at RBS, at Deutsche Bank. Well, there's a stand-up bank for you, and Citigroup, another one too. But he's the author of numerous articles and one of the defining books on cloud fundamentals called Cloud Basics. So he has earned his chops. He has served as a lecturer from universities globally, including NYU and Stanford, and has been featured across legacy media. Ed Wattal, I want to welcome you to Rethinking Heroes.
Well, thank you, Cary, for having me here. Appreciate it.
And I hope I have not bungled your last name, but I'm guessing. Am I close?
I've been called a lot of things, but you did just fine.
I've been called a lot of things too, so we're starting as equals here. Ed, I spoke a moment ago about celebrity deep fakes, which are drawing people simply so they can be closer to imagined power and prestige. Meanwhile, less obvious scams and manipulations are becoming more prevalent. Could you elaborate on how AI-powered deep fakes can be exploited for fraudulent activities and the dangers they present to all of us?
Yeah, no, I think deepfakes is a problem right now. Of course, the deepfakes that are done through imagery are pretty easy sometimes to find out because human brain is wired to look for such signals. Through billions of years of evolution, the brain can sort of instinctively tell that, and often we have intuition that guides us when we look at a picture that looks fake. I mean, we see so much social media. But when it comes to software, things like, for example, supply chain attacks, open source repositories being contributed by malicious actors. The whole world uses open source. And imagine someone putting in malicious open source. You would innocuously, when we are in, I've been in software engineering for a long time. When you download open source, you have this faith and trust that it is open and it's good. You don't think twice. You just take it and you use it because that's the whole point of open source, right? We're doing good for society. So we don't think of it as malicious. Now that has become
I'm just going to jump in, Ed, to help define, because it's radio and some people tend to be a little older, so they haven't been sitting around doing the internet the way you have, the way I have. Open source means that if I'm like pretty good at understanding the internet, I can even write some code. I can like push software beyond the known limits that it had. I would have access to be able to do that because it's open source.
Yeah, no, that's very well said. Very articulate, Cary, over there. Essentially, open source is the idea that people can share software that they have written with other people, and so everybody doesn't have to do the same work over and over, and it's free, it's license free, it's copyright free. So large businesses and even small businesses which can't afford to write a lot of software generally tend to just use that because it's free and it's easy to use. But then that becomes an attack vector. Last month there was an attack, where preview versions of Linux. Now, just for those who don't know Linux, it's an operating system. If people at home use Windows, we know what an operating system is. Linux is an operating system used by businesses because you have to run hundreds of servers and it's expensive, and it's a free operating system. And so then that's become an attack vector. And someone, foreign actor by the name of Jia Tan, it was an anonymous fake. That was something that came out. Without getting into the technical minutiae, that's an attack vector, and more of that is likely to happen. Well, I could go on, but I'll let you drive this conversation.
I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the fact you're using a microphone, which meant you followed directions, which means I like you twice as much right now. We're talking to Ed Wattal. He's an expert in cybersecurity, founder and principal of Intellibus, top 100 software firm, board advisor to the world's largest financial institutions, looking today to have more ethical AI platforms. He's been on the inside of RBS, Deutsche Bank, and Citigroup, author of the defining book on cloud fundamentals and lectures for universities, including New York University and Stanford. We've all heard the term phishing. Let me spell that now because we're not talking about Uncle Ned on a boat on a lake. It is Phishing, phishing with a PH. What is that? Half of us know, the other half do not. AI-powered phishing. Okay, phishing is where I pretend maybe I'm going to sell you a service and I get your personal information, like maybe your social security number, your credit card, your address, your age, your shoe size, whatever. And then I say, and I'm going to send you the blah, blah, blah. And then I just walk away with your data, steal your credit cards, and have a great day. That would be the worst case form of phishing. But now AI powering that kind of phishing to draw stuff out of people, that's a concerning issue. how could AI be used by hackers to personalize phishing scams? And what risks do you think, Ed Wattel, it poses to individuals and organizations?
I think AI has just upped the ante for human evolution. Let me elaborate. Humans are very good at finding liars, but we get lied to all the time. And media and marketing, and I'm no offense to media and marketing, is the art is how do you convince the consumer? And so you sort of are fishing for the right ideas for the human's mind. Now maybe I'm using the fishing with the F here. So obviously when the email world, that's how phishing came about. The idea was, you'd send somebody an innocuous looking email saying, oh, your bank account password needs to be reset. Someone would go click the link unwittingly thinking, oh, something's wrong. And then they would get trapped in and they would end up entering their password. That's one simple example. But you could have more complicated things where people would be asked to send money, and etc. So now over the years, humans got used to this. It's like we get used to clickbait and then we know, okay, and we kind of understand. So why did we get used to it? Because the people who were trying to send these messages had a certain way of sending these messages. You kind of understood the pattern. So the brain's good at pattern recognition. At some point, we understand, okay, that looks like a phishing email. The subject looks fishy, so to speak. But now what is happening with AI can now create human-like messages. So now that means you could use, as a hacker, as a fisher, bad actors can use an LLM to improve better grammar. Earlier, probably phishing was happening from some person who's in an underprivileged country, doesn't have enough money, but understands technology and is trying to do this. Now that person just suddenly has, the same language capability that someone sitting here in America or any other country has. So now obviously they've upped the game. Now spelling mistakes won't be there, idiosyncrasies won't be there. It'll sound very native. It'll sound like this guy watches, the same football game that you do. So you're more likely to be phished, if you will.
Your expertise, Ed Wattel, for regular people who may not be up to speed on 2001's HAL or Skynet, which we all lovingly remember from Terminator, all of this sort of unfolding in its own way, recent AI use of drones in the Middle East. The self-evolving internet is really what AI is, self-evolving, becoming potentially self-aware. Knowing about that is invaluable today for all of us. Maybe you could give us a glimpse into what your ethical AI platform entails and its significance in today's technological landscape.
So first off, thank you for asking that question, because it's very near and dear to my heart. I've devoted at least 10 years of my life with a community of thousands of people trying to, get the world steered towards ethical AI. Now, what do I mean by that? Today, as we all know, the current AI, the way it has been done, we have taken the data from the internet, which is kind of called scraping the data. And when you take somebody else's information from their website without their permission, I think it is not hard for anyone to imagine that was possibly be unethical, unless their website clearly said that information is okay for you to use for whatever purpose. Most websites have a terms and service agreement on the website, which implies if you take information from my website, just because it's public, so the nuance there, and I'll throw a buzzword here for people to sort of think about: publicly available information versus public domain information. If I put something on a website, it's publicly available, meaning anyone can see it, anyone can browse it. Doesn't mean it is public domain. Public domain means it's copyright free, meaning you can do as you please. So in an ethical AI world, to the question that you asked, it would be important that anyone who's taking information, feeding it to an AI and training it from your website, is doing it ethically, as in respecting the terms of service of your website. If it is public domain, then it's fine. If it's simply publicly available, not public domain, they need to explicitly take your permission to do that. So that's the premise. And of course, I can elaborate further if you'd like on, what specifically what we've been doing and what is the vision we see for the future.
I'm going to invite you back on, Ed, down the road to just sort of break out what happens when AI breaks out. And I mean like bad pimples, breaks out, self-aware, gets hungry and decides it really wants to eat, because we know that day is coming. This is why you have ethical AI, to limit its appetites. But if its appetites weren't predicted to be so large, you wouldn't have to limit them. So I'd like to have a longer conversation about that. But today you have helped us so much. And I want to thank you for joining us on Rethinking Heroes.
Oh, thank you so much, Cary. It's been a pleasure. And I'd definitely love to be back and have a deeper conversation, because that does deserve a deeper conversation.
It really does. And I love this stuff. I could go on for hours and put everyone in a coma. So we'll keep it tight and smart like we did today. I appreciate you very much. Ed Wattell, founder and principal of Intellibus, a top 100 software firm, board advisor of the world's largest financial institutions. Today, we've been talking about ethical AI platforms and the necessity for them. AI, in case you don't know, artificial intelligence. I should have said that earlier. It's assumed we all know what we're talking about, but we don't all live online, do we? Thank God we're on the radio, a lot of us. And good news about radio coming up in just a minute. Ed's been on the inside of RBS, Deutsche Bank, Citigroup, author of the defining book on cloud fundamentals and lectures for universities, including NYU and Stanford. Coming up, have you ever heard of Project 25? Well, probably not, and that's because it has been hidden from your eyes. Project 25, and it's a biggie. Imagine a shadow network combining business and government, looking to remove the last protective guardrails from the law and the government you rely on. Well, it's next.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
At the Veterans Health Administration, we provide life-changing care to over 9 million veterans across more than 1,200 facilities nationwide.
Our hands are busy, competent, skilled, healing, helping, and friendly. A place where diverse teams come together hand in hand to provide full patient-centered care, and where even robots lend a hand.
Join hands with us. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call Low Cost Airlines. They specialize in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rental rates, and with a best price guarantee. If you want the lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available. So don't wait. Call now.
How you holding up? Nothing wrong with getting help. If I promise to look into it, will you drop it and help me build this fence? Now you need my help.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either. I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment charges. And this is from a company rated #1 by a leading consumer research company. According to the facts, most of you won't even call unless there's a burglary in your neighborhood or something bad happened. So let's give you a reason. Save money. For less than $1 a day with no other costs, you can get your home secured. Plus, get a lifetime equipment replacement warranty. You need protection for your home. Call the Home Security Hotline right now.
Get your home secured for less than $1 a day, and every caller today immediately qualifies for free installation. Call now.
Call 877-218-8999. That's 877-218-8999.
We are in complete control. We are
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Is Rethinking Heroes, RethinkingHeroes.com. Cary Harrison with you. Don't forget, you never have to leave the show because you're leaving your car during drive time. We're live streaming his video, which you could pick up your phone, simply turn it on. It's already on because whoever ever turned their phone off in the last 10 years, and just go to RethinkingHeroes.com and catch the live video stream. Well, next we're going to explore what can only be thought of as creepy and simply un-American. What am I talking about? It's called Project 2025, a fascinating policy blueprint crafted by bail and switch propaganda-rich extraction entities like the Heritage Foundation, which you're familiar with, and Koch Industries, which you wipe your fanny with, by the way, quite literally. They make all the toilet paper that most of us use. That would be the Charles and David Koch, formerly one of them. They're now the Koch brother, singular. Thanks to the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, we now have weekly updates on this extensive plan, hell-bent on shaping the future of our nation. If they take Congress and remove guardrails from the courts, they have a concrete action plan for dismantling each agency, many agencies, that none other than the great Richard Milhouse Nixon. Well, he was great. Ask him. He created these things so that there'd be some positive afterglow in the wake of his gnarled presidency. Even those go bye-bye. Joining us now is the esteemed Ann Nelson, author of Shadow Network and prominent figure in the realm of international affairs, of media, of human rights. She won journalism's Livingston Award and has served as the director of the Committee to Project Journalists, created the first curriculum in human rights reporting for Columbia University as a graduate of Yale, a Guggenheim Fellow, Bellagio Fellow, and a member of the New York Institute for the Humanities and the Council on Foreign Relations. Wow, I'm in love. Ann Nelson, it is a pleasure to have you with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
We're glad, so glad to have you here today, a voice of reason amidst the murky chaos of the future. Your book, Shadow Network, shines a light on the secretive network of fundamentalists, of oil barons and other soul suckers who have waged a 40-year campaign to take over Washington, including the National Rifle Association, the Federalist Society, Family Research Council, and you point out that its members cut a deal with Donald Trump, who's been materially advancing their agendas from the White House. What a good spot from which to advance materially their agenda. Your impeccable investigations describe their media platforms, their digital campaign strategies, many of which we were just talking about before with our former guests, and their chilling plans for America's collapse as they dismantle public health, public education, and the public interest, which includes clean water, clean air, and maybe a half-decent education. Past and present members include the We Built the Wall mastermind, Steve Bannon, and National Rifle Association embezzler, Wayne LaPierre. So it is a panoply of superheroes that just keep on giving. Ann Nelson, how would you describe the significance of Project 2025 and its potential impact on this, our remaining society?
Well, what people understand is that these are the organizations networked under an umbrella group called the Council for National Policy that really wrote the agenda for Donald Trump in 2016, and in fact, literally wrote passages of the Republican Party platform. So 2016 was an experimental era where they tried to implement in an amateurish way a lot of their policies. If Trump won in 2024, as you said, there would be no guardrails, and a lot of these truly damaging policies could be implemented, some of them very quickly.
We're talking right now to Ann Nelson. Ann, I think your audio is a little muddy for some reason. If you could use your bar voice. Maybe you've been in a bar once before. Yeah, there you go. Use your bar voice. That way our radio listeners can hear you. Watching on video at rethinkingheroes.com, we can lip read, but just bellow it out the way I do. Let's talk a little bit about the sponsors behind the plan and their motivations, particularly concerning issues on racism, white supremacy, and LGBTQ LMNOP, my people.
Yeah, well, one of the things that you really have to focus on is that Project 20 is going to serve as a de facto Republican Party platform because the organizations that have signed on to it and have created it have taken over the traditional Republican Party. They are the radical right. They're running the show now. There are some divisions within them, but there's basically a unified front on three critical areas. One is destroying all of the environmental progress in terms of policies that has been made. Another is, continuing Trump's tax policies, which means concentrating wealth ever more in the top 1% and stiffing the bottom 50%. And the third, religious fundamentalists by having what they call family policies that are anti-women, anti-LGBT, roll back civil and political rights that we fought for the last 80 years.
And I'm going to ask you if you could, I don't know where your mic is located, and I'm sorry to be fussy like this, but if you could, is there a way to pull it toward you or to lean closer to you?
Is that better?
Might be. Is your mic in your earbuds or is it in front of you somewhere?
Yes.
Oh, it's in your
It's
earbuds.
in my earbuds.
Okay, well, then
I'll do my best.
there you go. Point them. That's it. They look like earrings now. They look fabulous. You can see her at rethinkingheroes.com. We're talking to Ann Nelson. Ann Nelson is really quite a rock star, author of Shadow Network, winner of journalism's Livingston Award, served as director of the Committee to Project Journalists, created the first curriculum in human rights.
Journalists?
Yes,
Committee to protect journalists?
Yes.
Yes.
Director of the Committee to Protect Journalists, created the first curriculum in human rights, reporting for Columbia University, a graduate of Yale, Guggenheim Fellow, Bellagio Fellow, member of the New York Institute for the Humanities and Council on Foreign Relations. And if you don't think women should run the world, you're simply not paying attention to today's show. And can you talk about the involvement of the fossil fuel industry influence on the environmental regulations proposed in Project 2025?
Sure. Project 2025 is something that I've written about in the Washington Spectator. And when you look at the 100 organizations that are behind it, signing on as official supporters, you'll find that something like half of them get funding from the Koch network. Now, this is, as you say, the Koch organization that has promoted climate denial. It has sought to reverse environmental regulations. In fact, what they want to do close down the entire Environmental Protection Agency and withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Accords and every other international climate agreement. So they want, and the other part of the Project 2025 agenda is to remove emission controls. They don't want to take out energy ratings from your refrigerator. The idea is just to burn as many fossil fuels as quickly as possible in order to promote their profits.
China has just announced that they recognize that they are sinking giant amounts, 10 million or 100 million people in China in various different places are actually sinking into the soil. This is all due to not only the weight of everything there, but climate change is real. If you go to places like Switzerland, where part of their tourism is based on skiing, obviously, 4 giant ski resorts are now hiking resorts. Why? Because the glaciers have retreated 5 miles. Now, I know the Koch brothers would tell you in the fossil fuel industry that there's no such thing as climate change, that the earth just naturally does this. It might naturally do whatever it naturally does, including wipe out the dinosaurs in human life. But we know empirically that this is co-participated by mankind blowing a lot of stuff up in the air, whether it could be geoengineering too. We know absolutely, specifically, beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's real too. And that was supposed to be the cure to climate change, is putting particles up in the atmosphere to block the sun's light from coming down. But it turned out those same particles trapped the sun's light, which meant trapped the heat and caused the glaciers to melt even more, which is now a giant profit center because chunks of what used to be frozen material in the North Pole are now separated and ships can pass through, which saves corporations lots of money. So just look out your own window. Look at your Category 6 hurricane that has yet to be invented, but now they're talking about it. This stuff never happened 10 years ago. So it's not just Earth suddenly having a heart attack on its own because it doesn't, it's just full of vagaries and whims. We're going to get back to Ann in a second. I don't know if Ann, how are you feeling?
I'm here.
Oh, now you sound good.
Okay, I'm here.
You rock. Let's talk a little bit about European countries and regions like Latin America that are experiencing the effects of Project 2025, especially in terms of LGBTQ rights and religious freedom.
Well, before we move on to that, you also have the massive die-off of coral reefs, right?
Yes.
So we have, and part of Project 2025 is a war against science. They want to close down the government agencies that do scientific research that advise policy. And that's true with the environment, but it's also true with the Department of Agriculture, which has scientific research on food safety, right? So they would like to eliminate those research capacities as well. So if you want to, to open the door to salmonella attacks, that's in the plan. They also want to cripple the Center for Disease Control's ability to advise Americans on measures to take for public health. So they don't want them to be able to advise children in schools to be vaccinated, right? They want to remove that capacity from the CDC. We've already got outbreaks of measles in 17 different states. You have a death rate among children of 1 to 2 per 1,000. And if they really continue on this campaign, you will have an elevation of diseases like polio and tuberculosis and smallpox that we thought we'd eliminated a long time ago. So this is drastic.
Yeah, and a lot of people may not know really about TB, tuberculosis, that polio is some sort of historical reference that might have affected FDR. You've seen pictures of FDR, the president, in a wheelchair 100% of the time, or in a chair 100% of the time, not jogging like Bill Clinton. No, he had polio. If that comes back, and we are seeing emergences of that, we're seeing ticks carrying certain diseases that we thought had been solved. And all of this, all you have to do is sow doubt in people. That's all you have to do is say, well, we just don't know what's in it. Good enough for me. Just say no to that. Like Nancy Reagan, hold a glass of champagne and a cigarette in the other one and say, just say no to drugs. But don't use critical thinking and notice that she's holding booze and a cigarette while saying no to drugs. And this is where critical thinking comes in. I think this is where your expertise helps, is that we are susceptible to grown-ups, anyone in power and authority, especially in a government sense, who tells us to put bleach up our rear end because, well, maybe COVID is real, maybe it's not, but you got to treat yourself. And people did it. They actually did it because they were told officially, keyword, officially, that this is what you're supposed to do. And that's why it coming out of the White House is particularly effective, I think.
These organizations have their own radio stations, their own talk radio stations, their own fundamentalist Christian radio stations, as well as their own cable television operations reaching millions of people, as well as this massive social media platform network. So what they're doing is going to states that have newspapers that have closed down, who's had public radio stations with a weak signal, and they bombard people with this information system. Now, it's not just about bleach injected. They're also telling them that ivermectin is a cure for COVID. And I personally know doctors who've had patients come into the emergency room and their dying words are, oh, the ivermectin didn't work because they didn't get the vaccines. So this is really, it's a criminal enterprise. They're killing people with information.
Let's talk for a second, Ann Nelson, about the potential challenges that are going to arise in resisting or mitigating the impacts of Project 2025. We can't just have a giant plebiscite and vote no, thumbs down, there it goes away. It doesn't work that way. We've got work ahead of us.
Well, let's put it this way. If it is the de facto Republican Party platform, that informs decisions that we will be making in a short time. People have to understand that this election is about not between two old white guys, but it's between two visions of what our government should be. Is our government something that should be informed by science? Is it something that leaves the doors open to democratic evolution, where if you have a problematic issue in government, you can vote to change it? Or do you go back to Project 2025 and say, oh, all the power is concentrated in the presidency? It's concentrated in the White House. The FBI and the Department of Justice respond directly to the president. What does that start to look like? Any student of history can tell you what it looks like.
We're going to take a pause right now. When we return, we're going to talk more with Ann Nelson, author of Shadow Network, winner of journalism's Livingston Award, served as director of the Committee to Protect Journalists, created the first curriculum in human rights reporting for Columbia University, graduate of Yale, Guggenheim Fellow, Bellagio Fellow, and a member of the New York Institute for the Humanities and the Council on Foreign Relations. We're getting a quick upload on Project 2025 that most of us had not heard of, that is giant and sitting on the tarmac ready for takeoff. We'll continue in just a sec.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Hi, this is Alfred Molina on behalf of Nation's Finest, a nonprofit dedicated to helping veterans for nearly 50 years. The COVID-19 crisis has hit homeless and low-income veterans hard. Through the VA Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, Nation's Finest can assist veterans and their families who are struggling to pay rent and other housing-related costs. To get help, visit nationsfinest.org or call 833-GOT-YOUR-6. That's 833-468-9676.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it? You call Low Cost Airlines. They specialize in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rental rates, and with a best price guarantee. If you want the lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the cheapest airfare and hotel rates available. So don't wait. Call now.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
This is Rethinking Heroes. Cary Harrison here with you. We're talking right now to Ann Nelson. She is author of Shadow Network, winner of Journalism's Livingston Award, served as director of the Committee to Protect Journalists, created the first curriculum in human rights reporting for Columbia University, graduate of Yale, Guggenheim Fellow, Bellagio Fellow, member of the New York Institute for the Humanities and the Council on Foreign Relations. And Ann, we're talking about this very grim Project 2025 that really none of us had heard about. It's kind of like, what was the one, I want to say, the one in 1997 that Wolfowitz and the other neocons had written about, talking that there needed to be another Pearl Harbor in America to upset all of us morons so they could reboot it into some of the joy and love that we're having today. This is kind of like that. It's a real instrument that is very serious, and they're not kidding. I just want to make sure they're not kidding, right?
No, they've already implemented similar measures under the 2016 Trump administration. And I want to put a special word out to anybody who is listening, who is a woman or an LGBTQ person or cares about a woman or a gay person, because these people are right in the line of fire. They want such an extreme abortion policy executed across the country that it would replicate what's going on in places like Texas. Now, everybody should be looking at an AP story today that is about the women with pregnancy complications who are being left to die in the parking lots of the hospitals because the medical personnel are afraid to perform a procedure based on the state abortion law. That's what they want for the entire country. They want women's lives on the line so that they can govern when a procedure happens or when it doesn't. Another article that they have is that marriage equality is definitely on the firing line. And they also want to have employers be able to fire an employee for the identity simply of being gay, right? All civil and political rights removed from these populations. So one thing about Project 2025 is it's intentionally written to be this 900-page tome, which, you know, I actually had to read in its entirety.
Thank God for you.
I know it was, oh God. But I tried to do a public service in the Washington Spectator by writing a cliff notes of it. So I picked out 10 salient points. It's only 3 or 4 pages. And I don't expect people to read 900 pages, but if they could read my cliff notes or somebody else's cliff notes and just see what is buried in that document that they have to know about before they vote in November.
You know, the next week we have on Marissa Mick, who was famously all over the national news. She tried to get an abortion, almost died. Doctors wouldn't touch her, exactly as you're saying. Ann Nelson ended up driving from Florida to Alabama to here to there, almost died. She was supposed to be on today, but she's having issues with her reproductive system, has to go into emergency surgery, but really wants to come on next week and tell this story while she still can. It is that grave. You go after women, you go after 61% of the global human population. That is, talk about suppressing freedom of movement. You put people back in a cage, half the population. What a win. You've now just done half the population, except people think all you're doing is just, putting women back where they belong, the ones anyway that follow this kind of stuff. Same thing with LGBTQ gay people. Like, does anyone actually care what someone else is doing somewhere where you don't see it? You actually don't. And if you really do, then that's another discussion we ought to have for 3 or 4 hours with your psychiatrist. Just admit it. This is a real problem because the Koch brothers don't actually care about women or gays or anything whatsoever. They just know that if they go to the lowest common denominator and touch their rancid souls and hit the fear button and the panic button and tell them that Emmanuel Goldstein from 1984 and all the other bugaboos are under the bed coming to take their rights away, that these people will react. And then they're reacting. And then you can tell them how to vote while they're at it.
Well, I wish these were people who read George Orwell because they'd be better informed. But instead, what you're getting is this hyper religious movement that is organizing people through many Pentecostal organizations across the country. And it's extremely dangerous because one of the things that they're saying in their rhetoric in these tent meetings is that Democrats are demons, right? Literally, They're saying they're demons. And of course, when you say this to people whose organizations overlap with these militias and the Proud Boys and QAnon populations, you're setting the scene for violence in the upcoming months.
Which we've already been told by one of the candidates is absolutely the plan, and it would be a magnificent demonstration of people's passion. And this kind of mob mentality is insane. My ancestor on my mother's side, Abraham Lincoln, I'm from Illinois originally, somebody has to be related to him somewhere, is probably vomiting and doing backflips in his grave at the notion of that party that he started, which was well intended, has become this. Like, he never could have prognosticated this level of pandemic whoopee, which we are now all experiencing. So how do we go and read your Cliff's Notes, Ann Nelson?
If you Google Ann Nelson and Washington Spectator, it shows up at the top of the queue, along with a lot of the other updates that I've written in terms of my reporting. So that's the easy way. And it just pulls out 10 points. And I promise you, there's going to be something in those 10 points that everyone will care about, whether it's environment, whether it's the civil rights for gay people, whether it's women. They're really going after practically every avenue of our society and rolling back the clock to the 19th century, as the Arizona abortion law literally is doing. So,
or in Florida, the great Governor DeSantis is making it possible for 14-year-olds to go back to work, like a Dickensian character.
It's happening, and it's happening in these laboratory states like Florida, like Texas, like my home state of Oklahoma, right? This is where they're experimenting with these laws, and they're testing them in courts where they are dealing with a number of Trump-appointed judges in the federal courts that are waving them through. And Project 2025 makes it absolutely clear that their goal is to nationalize their values so that all of us, California, New York, what have you, we're all living under their concept of a society that's run by the ultra wealthy and governed by religious conservatives who don't really like modern life.
Well, The Handmaid's Tale on Hulu is also another piece of homework that people should watch after you Google Ann Nelson and Washington Spectator and read the Cliff's Notes on Project 2025. And Nelson, you are a rock star. You are a rethought hero. I will appreciate very much your coming on today, and I hope we can revisit with you again sometime.
Thanks so much, Cary.
Ann Nelson, author of Shadow Network, winner of Journalism's Livingston Award, blah, 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 Guggenheim Fellow, Bellagio Fellow. Just check her out. Google Ann Nelson, Washington Spectator. Learn more about Project 2025. Cary Harrison with you, reminding you to support everything you believe in, including us. And I look very much forward to seeing you all next week.
We are in complete control. We are
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
Did you know that Riverside Recovery of Tampa embodies a holistic approach to addiction treatment? With a team of compassionate professionals dedicated to guiding people towards lasting recovery, Riverside Recovery provides a comprehensive range of evidence-based therapies, counseling, and support services. Riverside Recovery understands that every person's journey is unique. Their personalized treatment plans are crafted with care, addressing the individual needs, challenges, and aspirations of each resident. Whether someone is navigating the early stages of recovery or seeking ongoing support, Riverside Recovery stands as a steadfast partner on the path to wellness. At Riverside, recovery is not only possible, but also a transformative journey towards a brighter, healthier future. Ask folks who've been there, people who have rediscovered their inherent worth and potential. Located in the serene surroundings of Tampa, Riverside is a peaceful retreat of tranquility conducive to self-reflection and healing. Riverside Recovery believes that the journey to recovery is not about just overcoming challenges, but also about discovering your own inner strength and resilience. The dedicated staff at Riverside Recovery are your compassionate companions on the road to recovery, and they recognize that true healing encompasses the mind, body, and spirit, all while comfortably addressing the many aspects of addiction. You can learn more at rrtampa.com. That's rrtampa.com, rrtampa.com, or call 1-800-871-5440. 800-871-5440. 800-871-5440.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military.
I've spent a decade taking a bite out of conspiracy theories, unraveling urban legends, and grappling with worldwide top secret issues.
I've even racked up some of their awards.
Wow, I mean, first of all, what a question.
Journalism is about telling the truth, all while ferreting out the bottom line.
I'm a Harrison Hellraiser.
Uh-oh, with me, Cary Harrison, as your guide.
Rethinking Heroes, Life After the Military with Cary Harrison.
Cary Harrison here with you, and nobody is a stranger to recent events. We've all heard of a certain substance. We're suspicious of it, but if used properly, it can actually change the dynamic of people's lives, make their lives better. The enigmatic dance, really, of psychedelics and the brain's intricate ballet. So we're going to unravel this captivating narrative. It's called ketamine. You've heard of it. A maverick among psychedelics, not only pierces the blood-brain barrier, at least we're going to find out more, but perhaps ventures into the precognitive realms, a feat unmatched by traditional medications. So I want you to picture this. It's not just in the bloodstream. It's actually actively shaking hands maybe with the brain's precognitive VIPs. Now, I know that sounds very complicated, but you're going to find out why that matters. We're not talking about the Matthew Perry version, which was a street drug administered by a thrill seeker. So in the wild world of street substances, one does risk a dangerous game of Russian roulette. We're not talking about that. Quality matters. Impurities lurk. Fentanyl, the uninvited guest, might crash the party of anything you might buy nowadays. So as our tale unfolds, the question lingers, how can one navigate those realms safely? Well, in a clinical setting, properly administered ketamine has changed the life of PTSD gridlocked veterans. Now here's where the plot thickens. Ketamine becomes the maestro orchestrating the growth of new neurons. And these neurons aren't lone wolves. They bring along tendrils, the unsung heroes facilitating communication between different Broca's areas in the brain. These are a special area that you really do want to have working well. And why is this crucial? Well, the brain's version of a well-coordinated orchestra allows these things to do what they need to do to talk to each other. Then you have trauma and depression, something you and I are familiar with, villains that damage neurons and hinder our growth. Well, ketamine apparently swoops in, stimulating growth almost like a neural superhero. There are even pictures to prove it, a visual testament to the brain's remarkable resilience. And our story will take an intriguing turn. Other neuroscience-based methods, like neurofeedback, as it's called, and EMDR, seem to dance to the same tune, triggering similar mechanisms. So what's the magic ingredient? Dissociation induced by ketamine, a journey through infusions, teetering on the edge of upper consciousness, all while avoiding the intensity that could tip the scales. Well, with us is Dr. Bal Nandra. He's trained at the prestigious University of Chicago Hospital's Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care. With nearly 20 years of experience in a clinical setting, Dr. Nandra has assembled a top-notch team of registered nurses with ketamine infusion experience, along with licensed therapists and technicians who collaborate with people's primary care physicians, with their specialists, their mental health professionals. Yep, it's a team to treat depression, anxiety, chronic pain, even fibromyalgia, OCD, PTSD, and more. Dr. Bal Nandra, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here, Cary. How have you been? Good?
How have I been? Yes, I've been good. Good enough, anyway.
Yeah.
You painted a vivid picture of ketamine's dance in the brain ballet, or at least I did that for you. Maybe a few missteps here, maybe the foxtrot turned into a ballet, I don't know. But how does its interaction with the brain differ from traditional medications?
Well, ketamine acts on a completely different receptor than all traditional medications do. It doesn't act with dopamine receptors, not very much at least, or norepi receptors. It acts on the NMDA receptor, which is a completely new receptor. And this was discovered literally, it's been 2 decades. So, although we're talking about this now, this initial thing was discovered about 2 decades ago. And what it does, because of its psychedelic aspects, it kind of gives you a twofold journey into helping you with your mental health and your mental illness. Not only is that receptor in itself very effective in reversing symptoms of depression, anxiety, PTSD, and this and that, but the mildly hallucinogenic journey, also known as dissociation, like you mentioned, is in itself therapeutic. And some studies have actually shown that people who dissociate more actually have better outcomes with depression. So we do want that to happen. And it's almost kind of like internal therapy. It's like you're having therapy within your own brain during your treatment session. And it can be quite an amazing, eye-opening journey.
We have in Los Angeles and other major cities, also in rural areas, a disproportionate amount of veterans suffering PTSD from things way worse than my version of Mommy Dearest. Mine was Mommy Dearest and Cruella de Vil on a Good Tuesday. I have my own version, but they were out for years, maybe doing things under somebody else's direction, forced to do things that most of us can't even imagine. They come back with PTSD. This ketamine treatment is actually changing the game for many.
It sure is. A kind of an alarming statistic, which I'm sure you've heard, is about 22 or 23 veterans commit suicide every day in the United States. So just think about that. Almost every hour on the hour, a veteran commits suicide. So it's obviously a huge issue. And ketamine does have the ability to rapidly treat their symptoms, and especially that suicidality. Ketamine independently has been shown to be highly effective against suicidal thinking and can eliminate those thoughts sometimes after just a single treatment. So it definitely can put people at the very least into a quote unquote safe zone. And then you can go on and tackle the other issues and the other symptoms throughout the course of the treatments.
I want to get into how it actually does that in a way that's understandable, even to me, and we'll be able to do that. But let's get the controversy out of the way, because the Twitter's blowing up and everyone is going to go crazy. It's all about Matthew Perry. It's all about him. And then everyone else who goes dancing on a Saturday night and does their special K and goes into their K holes. We are not talking about that. But maybe you could offer some thinking on the Matthew Perry thing so we could push that to the side and help people understand we are not talking about that.
Yeah, we are absolutely not talking about that. Matthew Perry, obviously, it's a very tragic and sad story. We know he struggled for years and years and years with mental illness, substance abuse, and whatnot. And he was actually getting ketamine treatments in LA at a clinic. And from what we know, his last treatment prior to the time of his death was about a week and a half. A ketamine infusion, or ketamine, the drug, is only in your body. It has a half-life of just a few hours. So it's actually metabolized very quickly in your body. There's absolutely no way his death had anything to do with that ketamine infusion a week and a half ago. And, on the autopsy, a couple interesting things were found. One was that he did have traces of ketamine in his stomach, which would imply that he ingested it orally or perhaps nasally. Either one of those routes can get it into your stomach. The other thing that was really alarming was his blood levels. And just to put it in simple terms, a number during a normal ketamine infusion in my clinic, or I imagine most clinics, your blood level is about 80 or 90 nanograms per milliliter, okay, which is a fairly low number. His value versus 80 or 90, his value was 3,500. So he was literally 20 times higher concentration in his blood than you would get normal during a ketamine infusion. And that concentration is actually consistent with a general anesthetic. So I see this playing out pretty logically. He somehow got a hold of ketamine. And again, we're not sure where he got it from, but he ingested a large amount of ketamine. He was in his hot tub. And with that large amount of ketamine, you go into general anesthesia. And general anesthesia is a state, as we know, where you're not responsive to any external stimuli, no matter what happens. So he slipped under the water and he drowned. And with a general anesthetic on board, you're not going to fight that drowning. You're just going to drown. And so that's the way it all kind of played out. And it's very sad. So
thank you for that distinction. We're talking to Dr. Bal Nandra. He has clinical treatments with ketamine, and they're seen as game changers for depression, anxiety, chronic pain, fibromyalgia, OCD, PTSD, and way more. Trained at the University of Chicago Hospital's Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care, 20 years experience in a clinical setting. Dr. Nandra's team also collaborates with primary care physicians, specialists, and other mental health professionals. Addicts, alcoholics know that if one is good, 73 are better. And so I think this was Matthew Perry's thing. If the ketamine, clinically given, not recreationally given, clinically given, if a little bit is good, well, gee, why not just do my whole treatment in one night? Because that's how addicts think. And this is where people get into trouble.
Yeah, more is not better. And we see that in our clinic a lot. Sometimes we get, referrals from other clinics or transfers. People move here and we find them on, pretty high doses, and we actually have to lower them because more is not better, and you have to be very, very careful in how you manage patients with ketamine.
Just like aspirin, a little too much and your blood starts to look like Kool-Aid.
It's really like any other drug,
Yeah.
And so I don't know why, for some reason in the psychedelic realm, people think more is better, but it's not. It's just like any other medication. So
let's talk about what this actually does now. So here we have a human brain, the front part, the executive functioning, which if I'm, steer me when I'm wrong here, but that's where I make my decisions, my language skills, maybe my part of my memory, deep memory, the parts that really matter that make me kind of interesting at a party or maybe on the radio occasionally. This part is the part that your ketamine actually affects to some degree.
Yeah, so what ketamine does, in those parts of the brain, is it actually stimulates a process called neurogenesis. And neurogenesis is pretty much what the word implies: the formation and the stimulation of the formation of new nerve pathways, new nerve elements, synapses, axons, things like this, even nerve cells. And ketamine has been proven, like you mentioned in our introduction, in images from many institutions now, even after one single treatment of IV ketamine, 24 hours later, electron microscope images have shown that ketamine is actually already inducing new growth in the nerves and regeneration. Also, what happens with mental illness and chronic mental illness in particular is our brain, there's a lot of inflammation in the brain, and inflammation and all these other things lead to kind of loss of some cellular function and even some cell death and damage and neuron damage. And ketamine has the ability to actually kind of reboot those, kind of get them going again, regrow them actually. And so even though this process of neurogenesis is coming along, it doesn't change who you are, doesn't change your personality. It's just kind of repairing and regenerating your brain and getting it back to perhaps its former healthy self.
I remember and having read and understand a wee bit about something called the amygdala, which some people have heard that word. Nobody knows what it means, but it's, Greek, it means almond. It's a little almond looking thing inside of the brain. It's sort of like this red alert thing that goes off when you're, flight, fight, flee, freeze, whatever, but it's your red alert button. And people with PTSD, that thing is just cooking all the time. It's just always red alert. And so you're endlessly hyper vigilant. And apparently that causes almost a kind of plaque to grow around it that's hardened. We can become hardwired to be endlessly anxious, afraid, and gridlocked, hardwired. This releases that hardwiring to some degree.
Yeah, so this is another completely interesting thing. So when we experience trauma, obviously everybody responds different to trauma. Some people, two people being exposed to the same trauma may have a completely different response. One might just walk away and be unchanged. The other one might be extremely affected and develop those symptoms and that syndrome of PTSD. What happens is there's a nerve bundle in our necks, right around here on either side of the neck along the spinal column. It's called the stellate ganglion. And the stellate ganglion is a nerve bundle that is activated in the face of a traumatic event or multiple traumatic events, whatever. And it starts firing, like you said, into that amygdala of the brain, where all the symptoms are generated and all those emotions and everything. And it never stops firing. In a normal person's fight or flight response, it gets activated and it shuts off. In PTSD, what we see is it keeps firing. And that's what leads to the debilitating anxiety, the hypervigilance, the nightmares, night terrors, mood disturbances, all these things that we see in patients with PTSD. And another treatment that we offer here is called the stellate ganglion block. And that's actually a block for PTSD that is quite remarkable and is quite well published now. And that just involves going into the stellate ganglion with a needle and ultrasound guidance and just injecting local anesthetic into it and resetting it to stop that firing into the brain. And that can actually cause the cessation of PTSD symptoms instantly, like literally on the spot for 60, 70, 80% of people. It's quite remarkable.
And how long does that last?
So that can last for months and months. For some people, it can last a year or more. But it definitely lasts for quite a few weeks.
Let me give out your website, and then I want to get a little bit more into how does this actually work, because it sounds cool, but the science still is a little bit fuzzy for a lot of us. How does this do what it does? The website, by the way, is called chicagoivsolution.com, chicagoivsolution.com. And of course, we're in Chicago right now talking to Dr. Balnandra, clinical treatments with ketamine, and he's using them to change the game of depression, anxiety, chronic pain, fibromyalgia, OCD, PD, PTSD, and more. And you're hearing they also have other treatments that can last for months and months that literally can stop the PTSD right in its tracks. This is such a giant shift for humankind, for a treatment that used to be available, then it became unavailable. Politics plays a huge role in how much help you're allowed to get, at least here in the US right now. So we certainly have some growth to go that way. Let's talk about how the ketamine does what it does. I guess most medications, whatever, are either taken away by the liver and removed before they get a chance to break through the blood-brain barrier, if they ever do. And ketamine especially can get into the brain where other things cannot.
Yeah, so ketamine is a small enough molecule. A lot of that is dictated by the size of the molecule, as well as its permeability in the blood-brain barrier. Ketamine intravenously, most drugs intravenously, that's where you get the highest penetration through the blood-brain barrier. So ketamine, 98 or 99% availability in the brain given IV. If you give it orally, that drops down to 30 or 40%, and nasal is in between there, around 50 or so percent. So ideally, you want that constant flow of ketamine into the brain during your treatment. So you're kind of bathing your brain in ketamine, okay? And I think that's what really kicks along that neurogenesis and the formation of those new nerve pathways and the regeneration of the brain. I think that's actually probably the most important step in the long-term benefits of ketamine, because that actually is more along, there's treating something and there's healing something, and ketamine is definitely more towards the healing side of the spectrum, right? It's whereas SSRIs and these other medications are just treating symptoms. Ketamine's actually kind of getting to the root cause, and that's what's remarkable about it.
So the brain, Dr. Belnandra, the brain knows what it needs to regrow somehow. And the
I
ketamine
tell
just
you,
says,
it's it's kind of dumbfounding, but it actually does, and it's very hard to kind of imagine it. But if I could tell you how many times I've heard people say, "I feel my brain changing," which is quite a crazy thing to say or amazing thing to say and to hear, but people say it, and they actually just can tell that when they're going down a pathway with a mood or an emotion and something that might trigger them, that they just take an abrupt right turn, or they just are able to maneuver away from it. And that's, to them, they feel like that's because their brain is just completely changing the way it processes those things and the pathways that it takes.
we talk a lot here about recovery, people in, various kinds of recovery that they might be. This might feel like to some like, ooh, I can't really do that because, I'm clean and sober, and this is gonna this is different. This is extracurricular, and it could be fun. Is it fun that way?
It's not. Most people don't really consider it fun. When you have to understand, people who come to our clinic, a lot of them, most of them are, getting towards the end of the line as far as their therapeutic options, and so they're coming in here with a hope, and they're usually incredibly anxious, obviously, and anxiety is often a thing that goes along with depression and definitely PTSD. So for them, it's more of just like a calming, soothing, incredibly kind of tranquil experience. Dissociation is pretty much what the word implies. You're dissociated from yourself. You're kind of out of body. So it's like you might feel like you're flying or floating or swimming. We've heard it all. Sometimes there's visuals, sometimes there's not, but it's definitely kind of you're not in the room type of a thing, which I hear a lot. It's usually more just calming and relaxing. A majority of people actually say to me, "I don't know how the hell you would do this as a recreational drug. This is not fun." So that's kind of the input that we get.
And Dr. Belnandra, you at some point figured that this could have this effect on people. Obviously, you're an anesthesiologist. You've gone to the top university. My grandfather went there, by the way. So hooray for the University of Chicago and many of my good friends. You saw research, you saw studies, you posited different theories, whatever, and here you've really upgraded this thing to a finely tuned surgical instrument of its own, and you're seeing great successes. Are we going to see this more widespread? I know your clinic is the top one in Chicago. Chicago is the second, city number 2 or 3, whatever. It changes every other day depending on.
We'll call it 1 for today.
Yeah, we'll call it 1. Okay. So are we going to see more of this out there at some point, do you think?
Also, like you said, 2016 is when this came to my mind. Okay, so in 2017 we opened our clinic, so we're 7 years going, and it was just preliminary studies, early studies that just intrigued me. As an anesthesiologist, ketamine is a drug we're trained on. Pretty much, other than emergency room doctors, nobody else is really trained on using ketamine the right way. So it kind of made sense, and I just had to do it. There was nothing in Cook County, our downtown area of Chicago. And so I said, let's give this a shot. And it just kind of took a life of its own after about 6 or 8 months after opening. And we've had studies done on our data. We collect a lot of data in our clinic, and our success rates with treatment-resistant depression are actually around 80%, which is even higher than the clinical studies. So we're very proud of how we do things. And if there's one thing I can tell people out there listening and watching this is make sure you go to a clinic with a lot of experience. Okay, there are a lot of clinics now, like getting back to your question. There's ketamine clinics in most major cities, usually a few, in fact. So it's out there. But I think it's a little bit of the wild, wild west out there too. A lot of clinics are just opening just to make a buck. And I don't think it's ethical or right to make a buck on the back of somebody's mental health, because
Except in the United States, where so
well,
many...
it's terrible,
Yeah.
and we see, and suicidal people are walking in here all the time, and you have to be able to deal with that, and it's not just something to make a few $100 a day on per treatment. You have to really jump in and take care of that patient and have the compassion, and compassion is very important. And I feel like we have that here, and we do whatever we can. A doctor, a provider always sees our patients. We evaluate them every time they come in, not the first time or the last time. Consultations are done live with us. We just really want to make sure somebody understands everything they're getting into so they get the most out of it.
Speaking of buck, I imagine this is not inexpensive. There's a whole lot. You've got nurses, you've got teams, you collaborate with other medical professionals. And a lot of people, maybe vets, regular people, just might not be able to afford that particular price tag. But you and your wife took an extra step to make sure you could help pretty much everybody.
We are trying, yeah. So about 3 or 4 years ago, we started a foundation called the Serenity Foundation. And the purpose of that foundation was just like you mentioned, since ketamine is not covered by insurance at all, I was personally sick of taking calls from people and then hearing that they couldn't afford it and they would just have to walk away from something that could potentially be life-saving or life-transforming. I always did a lot of charity care. I'm one of those guys. It's hard for me to say no when somebody really needs something. So I always did as much as I could. But the foundation was a way of kind of opening that up to more people. Obviously, we have to raise funds, which is a whole nother ballgame, and that's can be challenging. But we do what we can. The foundation's done upwards of 2,000 treatments now for people who could otherwise not afford it, and we've changed a lot of lives.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation, and I am pretty well educated now in what you do, and naturally I'm thinking, I need to fly up there. I really do.
Come on up, Chicago. Well, it's something, if you're 50%, even if you're 60% better on meds than you were without meds, why not be closer to 100% or 100%? I mean, that's the way I look at it. Medications will usually get you something. We all know that SSRIs are about 40% effective, which is not a great number. But why not be 100% of yourself?
Well, and I agree. And, because of our culture, you might have grown up a, shall we say, technicolor childhood, and you're just supposed to keep a stiff upper lip, don't talk about it, move on, and act like everyone else. And it's 10 times the work to act like everyone else than it is if you just really wore your life on your sleeve. And all of that can go away with these kinds of treatments. I think you could just actually be whatever quote unquote normal is, but closer to that goal. So, okay, well,
Absolutely.
This is awesome. I really want to thank you for joining us from Chicago today. We've been talking to Dr. Bal Nandra, whose clinical treatments with ketamine are seen as game changers for not only depression and anxiety, chronic pain, fibromyalgia, say that one 10 times fast, OCD, PTSD, and more, all using clinically provided ketamine, pure, done by actual real doctors, anesthesiologists, and teams of nurses. Trained at the University of Chicago Hospital's Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care, 20 years experience in a clinical setting. Dr. Nandra's team does collaborate with primary care physicians, your physician, your specialist, and your other mental health professionals. Again, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Cary. It's great to be here today. I hope this helped people. That's all I hope for.
Listen while it's still legal.
Rethinking Heroes with Cary Harrison. RethinkingHeroes.com.
I may have to test fly your treatment. Seriously, I am just joining a group of there's some professionals group called Provisors. I had not heard of them, but they're based in Chicago,
Really?
where I lived for many years before.
Is it is it like a media professional group then, or what is it?
It's actually doctors, lawyers. I'll turn you on to them. They're talking to me for the first time tomorrow, and let's roll you in. But it's
yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to. We can
it's a
both
high
join.
functioning networking thing, and they'll know people, and it really works great.
That is very cool.
But part of their membership is you have to come up and go to one of their hoot nannies a couple times a year. You're already there. I'm not. So that might bring me into your place.
Come on up. It's really amazing. Like, we could talk for hours about this. When you go to certain topics, certain mental illnesses, the stellate ganglion block I mentioned is literally phenomenal. And we have like the best doctor in the country doing that procedure here for us. The guy who pretty much pioneered it. He's one of my old colleagues and friends, and he's world renowned in the block for PTSD. So and him and I have developed a protocol for complex PTSD, where in 1 week, between 5 or 6 ketamine infusions and the block on both sides of the neck, I can't tell you how many people walk out of here like a new human being. Like, it's unbelievable. So we do a lot of that on military guys, on special ops guys, and on Friday or Saturday of that week, they're like, I just don't believe this is even me right now. I mean, it brings tears to your eyes, and it never ceases to, like, you never get used to, hearing somebody tell you, you saved my life, or you changed my life, or when you see somebody change after one treatment and they come in, they're like, okay, it's gone. Everything's gone. I'm like, what are you talking about? It just blows you away every time. It's always an emotional thing for all of us in the team. No matter how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times it's happened, it always hits you so hard. It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's the most rewarding thing I've ever. I mean, nothing comes close, other than having my babies. You know what I mean? It's really just so rewarding to be able to do this. And who would have thought I'd end up doing this? I'm an anesthesiologist. I've been published in major psych journals. I mean, we do research with Baylor. We send them all of our data. They say I have the largest, most comprehensive database ever developed in the ketamine community. And so they published 2 major papers off of my data, and they have like 4 or 5 in the line because the data is all there. So we pump our data to them all the time, the Department of Psych at Baylor. So
I could see why this would be exciting. So as an anesthesiologist, you just put people to sleep. They wake up, they never meet you. Here, you put their problem to sleep.
Yeah.
And they get to stay awake forever.
It's really different. But I've always loved interacting with people. I think that, and I love anesthesia, don't get me wrong. I still do it here and there too, just to keep my skills up and everything. But my shift is clearly focused to my clinic. And it's I don't know, I'll do whatever I can to keep this thing open until as long as I humanly possibly can. We're very busy, probably one of the busiest in the country, actually, I would think. But there's no short supply of people out there that need help. It's just endless, especially when, if I had $1 million in my foundation, I'd have to literally open up another building of treatment rooms. I mean, and so sadly, it's hard to raise money. That's just a fact, no matter what you do. But
does the VA, because they're now providing treatment anyway at rehabs and other things and covering that completely, do they see this as treatment the same way and cover it?
Well, so here's a funny thing. So I'm actually contracted with the VA. Okay, so I actually have a ketamine treatment contract with the VA's outpatient, network, which I've had for whatever 2 years now. I've probably only gotten 4 or 5 referrals. Because it's all referral driven. They have to refer them to you. A VA patient, if a VA patient has around the area, whatever it has, I'm like contracted in whatever 8 states here as a ketamine provider. But the problem is, the VA has to send you the patients, and they just don't, which is obviously tragic because I have veterans calling me and saying, I need help. But you know what? We actually have a veteran fund. I honestly, I will charge a veteran $10. I don't care. We've never, ever turned a veteran away. And we've actually found funding sources for veterans. In other words, a lot of these big veteran nonprofits out there, they will actually fund some treatment. I've had a few of them fund the block, actually. Ketamine, I'll fund myself. And then if we need to, we can get funding for the nerve block. And we can get it like fast, like within a few days typically. So that's a great thing too, is we have the ability to really take care of veterans for next to nothing, literally nothing.
You're a rock star, my friend. I'm jazzed about this, and I'm going to help you in any way I can.
Thanks,
So now that I know about it, I can do something about it. So I appreciate
I'd love to
it.
meet you in person, Cary. Come on up to Chicago. Seriously.
I'll come back to my hometown. I'll put on my accent for you.
Where'd you live when you were here?
I grew up in Lake Forest, if you know where that is.
Okay,
It's
absolutely.
north.
Yeah,
and then I was in Florida, which is where I am right now. And I got a job.
I'm so jealous of your background. Is blurry but beautiful. I'm like, oh my God. We're like, haven't seen the sun for weeks.
Yeah, I'm in Tampa Bay. I remember growing up in the Midwest around November, the gray ceiling moves in and then parks until May sometime.
Yeah,
do you remember who was the journalist that used to write for the Sun Times? I forget his name, but he was funny, and he said there are two seasons in Chicago: Christmas and the 4th of July.
Yeah,
or winter and the 4th of July.
4th of July. Yeah, it's crazy, and you know, seasonal affective depression is a real thing, and man, I tell you, that's our busiest time is the fall and over the holidays. And over the holidays, it's a combination. It's obviously holiday stress, right? So even people who haven't needed a treatment all year and they're on maintenance, you know, they'll definitely come in before Thanksgiving, before Christmas for a treatment, just to make sure they get through those holidays and the family and economic stress and everything that goes along with that. And the seasonal affective thing too. There's people who purely just come in here because of the seasonal affective stuff, that really, they have depression already, but the season change just puts it in the toilet. And so they come in here and they get a boost and they're good. But it's remarkable how it just blows me away. I just treated a girl who, you know, whatever, in her 30s, married, but her ex-husband, her former husband from 6-7 years ago, was incredibly abusive to her, very physically, verbally abusive to her. She developed PTSD, okay, and horrific anxiety. And over the last year, it got incredibly bad to the point and her new husband is very supportive, awesome guy. And it was a friend who referred them to me. She couldn't even leave the house. She couldn't drive a car. That's that hypervigilance and all the anxiety and stuff like this, panic attacks, nightmares, night terrors all night long, waking up in the middle of the night screaming. You just incredibly classic PTSD, right? Bad, severe. Her scores were off the roof. One treatment, Cary, it all went away. Everything. One 45-minute treatment, gone. She's like, I don't understand this. I feel normal. I don't even know what that, I've known that for years. Isn't that amazing? And like 2 or 3 treatments in, she gets better and better and better each time now. We're still in the middle of her series. She probably she's thinking about getting the block just to really knock it down. But honestly, ketamine took care of it by itself. She probably doesn't even need the block. And those are the kind of things that you just like, holy shit, how did this happen? It just, you know, blows me away every time.
Well, that's kind of that's why you become a doctor, for those moments, except regular doctors may never get those moments, really.
Yeah, they don't. I mean,
they may interrupt a problem, but you're actually reversing a problem.
Yeah.
It's like very powerful shit.
I can't imagine a psychiatrist ever getting a moment like this. I mean, I'm sure there's some people, they put them on a medication and pow, they're out of it, but this is different. You know, I don't get people to 50%. I get people to 80, 90, 100%. I mean, you know, it's different. You know, meds, I don't think many meds get you all the way there, but this will get you all the way there. Most people get off their meds within a year and a half, 2 years. You have to get them off them slowly. So many of my patients are coming in here and no meds now. They come in for maintenance a few times a year and they're perfect.
Wow.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, I love this. I'm definitely going to find a way to test fly it. And, maybe we can chronicle my journey and share it with others and bring you some more hungry folks.
That would be amazing. Yeah, I'd be happy to take care of you. I mean, like I said, I want to help everybody. I wish I could. Wish I had the means. We do what we can, but it's hard to see people suffering. And I didn't know what's crazy is how many people in my own little circle of friends and friends of friends were really suffering, and I had no clue for years. And all of a sudden, they're calling me, and I'm like, "What? You're this? I didn't know you were this depressed and had anxiety like this." And I fix my friends. It's a great thing.
That's the best. You get invited back to the parties.
Yeah, exactly.
This is my friend.
This is my friend. And then also carry the traumatic brain injury. My God, what we can do for traumatic brain injury, people with concussions, former athletes. I treat former Bears. I've treated some of the Stanley Cup Blackhawks. I've treated, you name it, celebrities. It's crazy, and what it does for traumatic brain injury is actually mind blowing. Even CTE in athletes. Ketamine is amazing for those people too. So
yeah, I can see. I mean, if you're helping hockey players, boy, are they number one. Well, and football.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad road once that happens, and they just tell you, just sit at home and watch more Netflix. You'll be fine. No.
Really unbelievable. Yeah. What happens to them after their careers? Nobody knows because we never see them again. But I see them and I'm like, holy shit, they cannot even function. They can't find their way. They get lost driving home. It's really, 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 really sad. So,
well, this is so cool. I'm glad we did it. We'll be in touch. I'll let you know when I'm heading up that way. I'll be talking to Scott, and I know some people who might be interested in helping your foundation, maybe. So I'll sniff around a little bit.
That is like kind of my wife and my like personal thing. It's like we have to I want this foundation. We do an event every year, but a couple events, but it's hard to raise money for something that's kind of new and whatever. What do you want to call it? I can't go to freaking Northwestern or academic institution and ask for money for ketamine foundation because they're like, well, IV ketamine is not FDA approved. I go, that's not the fucking point. We want to help people, and you all send me patients, so don't tell me it's not FDA approved. I get referrals from Northwestern, from U of C, psych departments, all the academic centers send me referrals, but yet, God forbid you support my foundation, and you have billions of dollars sitting around doing nothing. And most people with a couple $1,000, that's most people don't even need. So I charge 500. Okay, I charge 500 a treatment for the first 6.
Yeah.
And the boosters are 350. And I think I'm definitely way cheaper than New York. I'm actually the most expensive in Chicago, but I'm cheaper than New York, cheaper than LA. New York, they're $700, $800, $900. LA, I'm sure they're up there too. Nobody's asking it for free. Most people aren't. Most people are saying, well, I can only afford $200. Fine. We do a quick application on our website. You send it in, we evaluate it. And the foundation, I think our average reward is $350 or something, 300, 350. So we try to stretch the money as long as we can, and then whatever people pay for the initial treatments, they'll pay for the boosters, which is also going to be cheaper, So it's a good model so that we can stretch the money out. I'm not just giving everybody 100% assistance. If somebody needs 100% assistance, we'll give it, but most people will say, yeah, I can afford $100 or $150. And, I think it's important that you have a little skin in the game as a patient. We all know what happens when you don't. You just, it's all the entitlement kicks in and you fucking skip your appointments. You're just completely screwing up your whole process. The first 6 or 8 treatments, the induction series where you're doing 6 in 2 weeks or whatever, 2 or 3 weeks. It's very important. We do those tight like that in a 2-week, 3-week period, because that's what kicks along that neurogenesis and keeps it going. You're building on each prior treatment, so that and you can adjust the doses rapidly to get the ideal dissociation and the best outcome. And that's where we put in all the work. That's why we charge a little bit more for those 6, because once you're on maintenance, it's just usually the same dose indefinitely, kind of where they left off. But the first 6 is where we have to put in a lot of work and make a lot of changes to make people respond. Some people are challenging, obviously.
Does that take a couple of weeks to do?
Yeah, about 2 to 3 weeks. We can do it all in a week. Like I said, people can come in and do it every day of the week too. But we just kind of encourage people from the area, just do it over 2 weeks. So
does this have any effect on, I think some of the symptoms of depression and PTSD is just endless procrastination and ADHD, and you're just completely lost in the woods.
The first things people will say is they say they're lighter. People will say, God, yesterday I freaking did my laundry for the first time in weeks, or I went to the gym. My God, I don't even know why I went to the gym, but I went to the gym. OCD, ketamine in itself is very effective for OCD. I've had people who are the hand washers and people who have just obsessive compulsive thoughts, and ketamine through that same glutamate NMDA cycle, which is thought to play a role in those circular kind of addictive thoughts. Ketamine breaks the cycle. It's really weird to see people like that too. And that's why ketamine is also now, being researched heavily for alcohol addiction. The study actually came out that showed that one ketamine treatment reduced cocaine cravings in over 50% of people who are, regular cocaine users. Patients of mine will say randomly that, you know what, I don't even crave having a drink anymore. I haven't gambled. I used to be a crazy gambler. I don't even have the urge anymore. So it's really wild what ketamine can do kind of in the background that we're not even treating, something we're not even treating. And that's why where I learned, we do so many treatments. So we notice things, we pick up trends because we're just so busy. If you're only doing, 30 treatments a month, which is probably what most ketamine treatments centers do, we're doing 400. I mean, so we see so many patients and we see so many little nuances, and that's what I think makes us great in kind of adjusting things, because it's all by experience. That's the only way you learn to do what we do. There's no owner's manual on operating a ketamine clinic. There's the clinical studies, and then you got to figure it out from there. And we've enhanced it. The clinical studies, like I said, showed 50-60% success rates. I'm at 83. So, and that's because of dose adjustments and just a lot of the little things that we do. We have a ketamine integration coach therapist now. We have for a while, but he sets you up with an hour-long telehealth call before you even start your ketamine, once you sign up, to kind of get your mind ready for the journey that's about to come. And then he'll have 30-minute sessions kind of in between your treatments, here and there, 3 or 4 of them during the first 6. And people say it's really helpful just to have somebody who's into ketamine talk to you about that. You know what I mean? I mean, your own therapist can help you with your own things, and that's good too. But your own therapist probably doesn't know about ketamine. Most therapists don't, not to the level that this guy and his partners do. So it's, people really like that too. It kind of brings it all together. We obviously try as much as we can to get people ready, and we talk to them before their first treatment for whatever, 20-30 minutes, whatever it takes. But it's nice to have somebody that's their job, and that's what they do, is they prepare you, and then they talk to you between treatments, because it gets hectic for us, that we can't spend 30 minutes on calls with every patient every day. We'd be on the phone for 20 hours. So so it's nice to have somebody kind of talk to patients like that.
Well, this is just remarkable stuff. I'm like thrilled out of my mind, and I'm imagining the procrastination at least being attenuated to a certain degree, and getting jazzed about doing stuff again. I'm in my 60s now, early 60s, and I'm thinking, now I know why people retire. And it's not like I'm done. I'm not. There's like nothing really wrong here.
Yeah,
but I'm feeling like,
great.
yeah, it's like I shouldn't be burnt out. I've got a lot of shit to do. But I'm just emotionally done. It's been a lot of decades of the same grind, and I'm cooked. And I would love to interfere with that and get back to crazy cuckoo entrepreneurialism and mountain climbing and all this cool stuff that's out there.
Ketamine does that. It kind of gets people's interests like, you know what, one thing I always ask people when I'm doing my consults with them is, you know, most people have abandoned everything they really enjoyed doing, you know, over their years of depression. I say, what did you like to do? What do you enjoy to do? What would you really like to start doing again that you're not doing anymore? Some people say play music, play guitar, play video games, you know, exercise, write. Writing's a big one. Reading is a big one. And they all of a sudden they have that urge, you know, within a few treatments. They're like, you know what, actually read yesterday, and I haven't done that in months, or crazy. And you know, it's just wild to think that something can do that, right? Get your interest back in things that are kind of blunted, and you just have no interest in them because of your mood.
That's the sweet spot right there.
Yeah.
That's what people get, is they get back the life they love.
Yeah.
Then bingo, there it is.
Social interactions, another huge one, right? People have become isolated, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, you know, I hung out with my friends and I wasn't crazy anxious and it was fun. You're like, okay, cool. You know, that's what I want to see. So it's really neat. Our stories here are just endless. I'm sure you saw, I got a lot of video testimonials and on my website, and 100 testimonials with Google reviews. And, you know, some of the stuff's pretty touching, you know.
It's a good website, by the way.
Thanks.
It's good the way you have, because it's all the stuff that people need to see to get it.
Yeah.
And nobody can sell something better than somebody who's been through it and said, holy shit,
yeah,
I'm changed. It's like, there it is. As opposed to, well, we've had peer-reviewed studies and we're going to show you our white paper.
Yeah, no,
it's like, that's nice.
I believe in real experiences, and my patients, you know, bless their hearts, who are willing to put themselves out there and do these videos and interviews. It's invaluable, and they know that, you know, they're not doing it for just me, but just for everybody out there who's listening. And people need that person they can relate to. And a lot of people come up to me and they'll say, I am Jason. And I'm like, what? I'm like, Jason, on your interviews, that's me. So they'll actually identify with one person based on what's going on with them, and they'll say, that was me, and that's what I want out of this, what he got out of it. And we're like, sure. It's pretty cool.
Wow. Well, this was so much fun. I look forward to future connections, and this was awesome. So I really appreciate all of it today.
Thank you so much. I hope it turns out well, and hopefully you'll get a lot of listeners and viewers. I'm excited. Can't wait to post it everywhere.